A very good morning to everybody from Team Mojo Story. The wait is finally over. This has been the second longest election in the history of India. The only other election campaign that was as spread out was the very first general election that took place in India in the 1950s. And I think the one thing that all of us can agree on is that now we want to cross to the finish line. I'm Barkha Dutt. You're with the Mojo Story. A very, very warm welcome to our special Counting Day programming. So many of you have been with us through this entire campaign. This is a high-stakes election. Prime Minister Modi is looking to equal Jawaharlal Nehru's record with a historic third term, and that is what the exit polls are projecting. But in a worrying development, some might say, the opposition parties have rejected the exit polls and have in fact issued open letters to their workers to remain vigilant and be present at the district headquarters in all of their areas. There is talk that the Congress and the opposition could be exploring demonstrations if there is a mismatch between their own internal expectations and what the final results are. We hope this morning that we will not see the unprecedented situation of election denialism, but let's see how the day develops and let's see, in fact, what the final numbers are at the end of this day. In fact, we won't have to wait till the end of this day. In the next 2 or 3 hours, we should know who will be the next prime minister, how many seats will he have, what kind of government might that look like, where does that leave the opposition? For the opposition, which has put up a spirited battle, this has been a hard-fought election. There are going to be existential questions if there is no significant improvement, in particular for the Congress from 2019. The Election Commission has been in the crosshairs of the opposition, and in fact, early this morning, we have seen some protests at the Congress headquarters against EVM. So there's all of that to watch out for. But in the meantime, we are looking at a situation where the exit polls have projected a very, very comfortable and in some cases a landslide victory for the NDA, and Rahul Gandhi, among other opposition leaders, has rubbished those exit polls. Now, as I've been saying for the last 45 days, we've been traveling across India. And before we get into the data and the politics, because soon we'll be swamped by that, I want to talk a little bit about our journey, about what we have been seeing in the last many weeks. You know, there's been so much talk about whether this was a wave election or not. Our journey began in Kanyakumari, where the Prime Minister went to meditate at the end of the election campaign. And we traveled by road from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. We covered about 12,000 kilometers, reported from 12 states, multiple parliamentary constituencies. And so many people asked me, though that's Kashmir, where our journey eventually ended. And so many people asked me, what did you see? How many numbers are you forecasting? Kaun jeetega? Ab ki baar 400 par ki kitne par? Well, all I can say is I'm a reporter. I'm not in the business of punditry. I have now understood the Indian voters' mind is far too wise and far too complex to be able to predict. Even the exit polls reveal how in so many states like Andhra and Odisha, at least going by the exit polls, and even in other states, Karnataka, for example, Telangana, there are often split verdicts. The very wise and nuanced Indian voter is able to make one set of choices for her state elections and quite another set of choices for the national election. So no punditry in that sense from me. Once the leads start coming in, I will share my own impressions. I did ask many voters what's one thing you like best about the Modi government and one thing you'd like to see them change. And we can talk about all of that later. But I want to say thank you to all of you for being part of this journey. Also, some of you who have tuned in this morning haven't subscribed to us, are not Mojo members. So it's my request that please do be part of our community. Do press the bell icon if you haven't subscribed. Do become a Mojo member if you haven't become a Mojo member yet. Let me welcome now to the program early this morning, Dr. Karthikeya Batra. He's going to be with us through the day today, helping us make sense of the numbers, the leads as they come in. I also want to share that while we have, of course, covered assembly elections before at the Mojo Story, and I have covered more general elections than I can count in my 30 years of being a journalist. This is the first general election that we are reporting as a digital media startup. We are only 4 years old, so it's a very special day for us. I hope all of you will wish us lots of luck, and you'll forgive us some of our mistakes that we may make inadvertently. So thank you in advance for your indulgence. Dr. Kartikeya Batra, newly minted Dr. Kartikeya Batra, congratulations on that PhD, and good morning. Before we start looking at the big trends, the big patterns, because the leads will only come in about 25 minutes from now, any thoughts, any broad thoughts? We're looking at Prime Minister Modi potentially becoming the first Prime Minister after Jawaharlal Nehru to secure a historic third term. Kartik. So any big thoughts as we wait for the first leads to come in?
First of all, thank you, Barkha, for that very kind introduction. I think indeed it will essentially mean that the BJP has, if those results that the exit polls are predicting do fructify, what you will see, Barkha, is that the BJP will have decisively broken out of the mold of being a North-Western party, or the party of the Brahman Banya, or the party that certain sections, apart from the religious minorities, were averse to. So that will be, and a large part of the credit for that will go to the Prime Minister himself. And I think that at the end of the day, if the verdict does go one-sided towards the BJP, the Prime Minister's own credibility, people may like him, people may not like him, but a large section of the voters who vote for him essentially find him to be a very credible face, despite his deficiencies. And I'm sure you will reflect on that when you talk about your own travels. I think for the Congress, it seems like they will improve their tally. Now, that would mean that the glass would still be 3/4 empty, but 1/4 full. And then we'll have to see how things churn within the Congress. The only thing that I see is that they probably have an easy fall guy this time in the form of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. So we'll see how those things pan out, what that means for Mr. Rahul Gandhi, what that means for Ms. Priyanka Gandhi. The next thing is that I think if the results from Odisha and Bengal fructify, then that says something about the future of unaligned regional parties in national elections.
Yeah. Well, Bengal is, just sorry to interrupt you there. Bengal is going to be the big one. And I want to start by playing out something that I found very intriguing. It was one of the Prime Minister's interviews to ANI. And he made this is before the exit polls. It's important to note. He actually said Bengal was going to be the BJP's best performance. I want to play out that clip for our audience. Take a look.
इस बार पूरे हिंदुस्तान में the best performing state कोई होगा तो पश्चिम बंगाल होने वाला है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सर्वाधिक सफलता पश्चिम बंगाल में मिल रही है और पश्चिम बंगाल का चुनाव एक तरफा है।
Pashchim Bengal ka chunav ek tarfa hone wala hai, Kartik. That's what the Prime Minister said. And in many ways, if the exit polls are correct, and of course, Mamata Banerjee's party is rejecting them, the opposition is rejecting them, then the East and the South, if the exit polls are correct, are going to be the story of this election.
See, that's true, Barkha. And as I said, that, if the results from the East do fructify, and I think the opening in the South may still be very narrow, but it seems
if they hold on to Karnataka, if they gain in Telangana, if they open their account in Kerala, then in some ways Modi's investment of personal political capital in the southern states is going to be much talked about. And the BJP, I'll give you something that Satyapal Jain, a very senior BJP leader, said to me. He said, if the exit polls do mirror, or if the results do mirror the exit polls, he said, "Hum sach mein Bharatiya Janata Party ban jayenge."
That's what I said in my opening remark, basically, that they will have essentially smashed geographical restrictions that are usually imposed on them. But I think what I meant in the South was Tamil Nadu and Kerala, which have not been traditional BJP states. I think the opening there is narrow, but I think what will happen is that in Telangana and Karnataka, as you said, Karnataka, the BJP might be holding. Telangana is going to expand, it seems. Andhra is going to expand because of the alliance, it seems. So Odisha and Bengal will be the big stories from the East. But my overall takeaway, Barkha, if the exit poll numbers stay true, will be that whatever losses the BJP is going to suffer in the North and the West, and mind you, this is true that the Congress is improving its tally in states like Rajasthan and Haryana. As per the exit polls, the India Alliance is putting up a fight in states like Bihar and Maharashtra. But those losses are not sufficient to account for the gains that the BJP is predicted to make in states like Odisha and West Bengal. I think those two are the big ones. Because Karnataka, they are holding. In fact, they're losing some seats. Even if it's 5 seats, it's a loss. Telangana, because the number of seats is 17 and the Congress is also doing relatively better, I would say that the gains probably would be 5 to 6, let's say. But the bigger gains are coming from, roughly 20 seats are expected to come from Odisha and West Bengal themselves. Those gains themselves are kind of neutralizing the losses that the BJP is suffering at the hands of the India Alliance in states like Rajasthan, Haryana, Maharashtra, Bihar, Karnataka. And I think that this will open up new political avenues even in assembly elections going forward now. Although I think that the BJP will find it a lot more difficult in these states in the years to come. But I think that this essentially will, as I said in the very beginning, the BJP's tag of being a party of the North or the West will essentially be diluted to a large extent.
Well, here's the irony. There are assembly elections coming up later this year where the opposition actually has a pretty good chance going by the exit polls themselves. But the opposition right now is very angry. I don't know if that's strategic or felt what's actually brewing. But Rahul Gandhi did issue a statement where he invoked a song by Sidhu Moosewala, the slain Punjab pop sensation, with a number of their own. He totally dismissed the exit polls. I'm going to play that clip for you and then look at what's been happening in the Congress and opposition circles since then. Take a look at Rahul Gandhi's comment on the exit polls.
इसका नाम एग्जिट पोल नहीं है, इसका नाम मोदी मीडिया पोल है। ये मोदी जी का पोल है, फैंटेसी पोल है उनका।
सर कितनी सीटें आ रही हैं आपके हिसाब से?
सिद्धू मूसेवाला का सॉन्ग सुना आपने? 295.
So very interestingly,
I'm upset that you did not play the way in which he ended that statement, and I think the swag that he displayed at the end of the statement was probably one of the funnier moments or one of the lighter moments in a charged election. So I'm upset at the omission of that last moment. Take it on that record, Barkha.
Okay, so now the point is, yes, did we play that statement in full or did we miss that 295 one? Did we miss that?
I don't know. What I'm saying is, maybe I don't know, but what I was waiting for that last moment where he says, 295, and he does that. So
yeah, I thought we played it. Can we confirm if we played it or not? I think we played it. He says 295. Aapne Sidhu Moosewala ka song suna hai ya nahi? Anyway. Okay, we played it. Now, the first comments have started coming in from our members community. Subha Vishwanathan says if the opposition had put the same effort the past year, the results would have been better with them. Instead of 2 months of effort, they gained marginally. And this is a point that, Prashant Kishore also made in his interview to me. He said that it's like Modi scoring a century with 6 dropped catches. It's poor fielding by the opposition. They lost 3 critical months when the Congress believed that they would do much better in the assembly elections on its own and therefore didn't really get the India alliance moving. So if the results do mirror the exit polls, there are many who say, like Subha, like Prashant Kishore, that the opposition only has itself to blame, despite the spirited battle that they've put up.
I will give another analogy, which I gave on another channel last night, which is that essentially what happened with this opposition was that if an academic year runs for 12 months, for the first 11 months, not a lot was done. Mm-hmm. But in the last month or so, they studied enough to score enough marks that you said that was a good performance. But is that performance matching up with the performance of somebody who studies across 12 months or who studies probably 8 or 9 months of the year? That probably will be the missing link if that happens. And I think, again, therein lies the story that the opposition probably had an opening, especially Barkha after the Bharat Jodo Yatra last year, the Karnataka election, and then the formation of the India Alliance. I think until then, they were setting the agenda. But I think that lull that happened because of those 4-5 state elections, where I think it seems the Congress advisors thought that if they were able to win those elections, they'll be able to bargain better for the seats. I think that was a big missed opportunity. And I think that essentially it wasn't an either or question then. It should have been both. Politics is the art of multitasking. You run a digital platform. I know you do journalism, but you also do a lot of managerial stuff. So I think we've all learned how to multitask. So I think it's a very, very, how should I put it? I don't think it's a very serious argument that hum busy the us election mein. So we'll stop after this. I think if it comes to that, then probably those are the 3-4 missed months. Essentially, the missed power play overs where
Yeah.
a T20 innings picks up, and those were lost in just defending ki chalo baad mein run banayenge.
Now, one of the, to me personally, the worrying developments in the last few hours has been the kind of public statements and letters that we have seen from opposition leaders. We saw a deluge of tweets in the last few hours, in themselves fair, asking their workers to be vigilant if they see any wrongdoing to film it. But the letters kind of ask the workers to not stay at home and watch the results or coming in on platforms like ours or on television channels, but instead reach district headquarters. All Congress and opposition leaders have been asked to stay back in Delhi. Former Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, in a tweet, alleged malpractice, which the chief election officer in Chhattisgarh denied. Akhilesh Yadav shared video images where he raised question marks on the process. In fact, earlier this morning, there have been a handful of protests. We can play those pictures at the Congress headquarters. If we can bring up those pictures, where you can actually see a kind of familiar questions being raised around the EVM. देश का लोकतंत्र और संविधान जीतेगा या मोदी का EVM, right? These are not significant protests. Maybe it's a way of the opposition kind of keeping up the pressure, the morale of its workers, making it seem like they're still in the fight despite the exit polls that haven't gone their way. But in India, in all these decades, we have never seen election denialism. And it would be extremely tragic for our democracy if the morning ended. Whoever wins, I have no skin in the game as a journalist, as long as a hard-fought election yields the will of the people, such as it is in a parliamentary democracy, in a first-past-the-post system. I personally have no opinion, no skin in the game on who wins, who loses. But I do have skin in the game as a citizen that we should not see election denialism. Are you worried about some of the statements that you've seen from the opposition leaders?
But to be fair, Barkha, I remember 2009 when I was a college kid. That was the first election I followed. The moment the BJP lost, Mr. Advani came out and said that, EVMs is something we should talk about.
Yeah.
Mr. Narasimhan, I think, did a lot of work on that from the BJP. But anyway, so I get your concerns. I think there are two elements to it. One is the EVM argument, which I don't buy. And I think a lot of people within the Congress or Congress supporters also don't buy, because otherwise they won't be winning state elections. Simple as that.
Yeah.
I think the other one is important. I don't think that I am looking at it from a perspective of denialism. I think, given the nature of the Congress party, the Congress ka karyakarta is power hungry. He's not ideologically driven. So other the exit polls have demoralized that karyakarta. And anyway, the Congress is low on resources. So if the Congress karyakarta is demoralized, ki jeetna to hai nahi, why go to the polling booth? Why, be there in numbers? Because there is a process. Even the counting process, your viewers should know, essentially has on the table the returning officer, representatives of parties. And, that whole process requires active participation from the party cadre on the ground. I actually think that by doing this, the party is trying to enthuse its cadre. I see nothing wrong with it. But this whole EVM drama, I don't buy that. Honestly.
And I absolutely, and nor do I. And I have to say that there are those who are critical of this government, former Chief Election Commissioner S.Y. Qureshi, who have gone on record again and again and again and again to say the EVMs cannot be manipulated. And I just think that we should, bury this debate once and for all. In fact, if I had hoped that the Supreme Court would agree on the VVPAT issue, because it would have closed this debate once and for all. You see, when you keep this lingering, there's always that some one person who will pop up and say, "Arey, for EVMs." But yes, I think you and I agree that that's absolutely ridiculous. Now, Manish Tiwari, Congress candidate from Chandigarh, former union minister, last night he had some sort of ominous sounding Winston Churchill tweet. But early this morning, I think calmness seems to have prevailed. He has issued this statement about how the results should be accepted, no matter who wins or loses. Let's play out his statement.
ऐसा है कि सूरज पूर्व से उग रहा है, पश्चिम में छिपेगा। मंगलवार का दिन है, हनुमान का दिन है। लोगों ने अपनी राय व्यक्त कर दी है। राय ईवीएम में बंद हो गई है। ईवीएम खुल जाएंगी, राय सामने आ जाएगी। जो लोगों का फैसला होगा वो सभी को आदरपूर्वक स्वीकार करना चाहिए। यही भारत के लोकतंत्र की क्षमता है।
आज भी कहेंगे सर कि कितने एनडीए को आ रही है?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि अभी 6:51 हुए हैं। 1 बजे तक सब कुछ साफ हो जाएगा। तो ये जो अटकलों का बाजार है, इसमें मैं शामिल नहीं होना चाहता, क्योंकि अब लोगों ने अपनी राय व्यक्त करती है। अब जो भी फैसला होगा सामने आ
जो
जाएगा।
आ रहा है मीडिया में जिस तरह से आ रहा है,
अब एग्जिट पोल्स की कितनी विश्वसनीयता रहती है वो आप मेरे से बेहतर जानते हैं।
थैंक यू।
Okay, so not very gung-ho on the exit polls, but otherwise making a perfectly reasonable statement. The people's opinion is now locked in the EVM. Give it a few hours, we'll know what people's opinion is. Now, I want to play out, Karthik, and then we can talk about it. This has also been a war of different, I don't know, different kinds of punditry. So, many people quipped that is this an election battle between Prashant Kishore and Yogendra Yadav, because they had two completely different perspectives. I'm happy to say and proud to say both of them were first on the platform. So we really set the agenda with that one. I want to play out very quickly the claims made by different political pundits about who's going to win with how many seats, and we're going to remind them of what their claims were. Of course, anybody can get it wrong and get it right, so with no judgment or malice. But once we have a clearer picture, we will play this again. But for now, let's start the morning as we wait for the first lead to come in. It should come in about 5-7 minutes from now. Let's take a look at what.
Can I
Yeah.
just interject?
Yes.
Your viewers would be wondering, a lot of channels are already showing 1 out of 543.
Surat. We should just remind people
Yeah.
that Surat was declared because Surat was won by the BJP without a contest, because every single other contestant did not withdrew. The Congress candidate went missing at the last moment. Then he turned up with papers that were not accepted. I actually met the Surat member of parliament, and I said that, people will say that you have manipulated the electoral process. The BJP, of course, then pointed to other instances in the past where opposition leaders have also won uncontested. And in fact, but you're right, we can start showing on our screen the tally, because we do know that one is in the box of or the kitty of the NDA. So that was declared long ago. In the meantime,
I might as well just add. I think I can start with 2, because
okay.
Banaras.
Yes.
I
Okay.
don't think
Okay, but one is declared.
Exactly. Yeah.
Banaras is a given, but one is declared.
Exactly.
So, in fact, we can begin with some numbers on our screen. But in the meantime, what did the different pundits say? Take a look.
BJP की 303 सीट थी last time.
They will improve their number.
So you don't even buy this theory कि वो 20-30 कम हो?
नहीं होंगे. They are improving their number.
Will Mr. Modi be the Prime Minister again?
उसमें मुझे कोई डाउट दिखता नहीं है.
NDA then comes to take 80 seats away. NDA is exactly 273, just at the majority mark.
BJP crossing 300 mark is a very tough task, very difficult. And BJP coming down below 250, 240 is also extremely unlikely.
The forecast is very straightforward and simple, and that is that somewhere between 330 to 350 seats is what the BJP can get on its own.
So you don't feel any political tectonic shifts?
Honestly speaking, I don't sense that, because अगर वो होता है बरखा तो टेक्टोनिक शिफ्ट आपको दिखता है.
Brand Modi is known largely as a delivery man, a man who resonates very well with the masses, a man who understands the pulse of common man, a man who works 24/7 or seem to be work 24/7 only for them, and not having family, adding value to this. So these are the phenomena which people quite often ऐसा समझते हैं कि ये हमारे घर के मुखिया हैं.
यही हमारे घर के मुखिया हैं. That is what Pradeep Gupta of Access My India says about Brand Modi. Karthikeyan, to make you happy, there's the first declared. This is, by the way, a declared, not even a lead. It's a declared win for the NDA, but it was declared long ago. The seat of Surat in Gujarat. The first lead should come now in just about 5 minutes. In the meantime, there's just one other clip that I want to play for you, and we can talk about it. Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, you've had a couple of exit polls talking about the possibility. Now, the BJP has won seats from here before, Kanyakumari, Coimbatore, so it won't strictly be opening its account, Kartike. But under Annamalai, the new high-profile BJP chief, there was a sense that could there be something different. Now, when I was interviewing Annamalai on the campaign trail, I asked him, I said, what would constitute success for you? And I want to, what would you say is a good result? And it's very interesting, his answer. I want to play that out quickly for you because the leads are going to start coming in any moment now. But we'll talk a little bit about Modi's Mission South right after this Annamalai clip.
What result will satisfy you and you will consider it a success?
For me, BJP has to cross 20% alone and we have to reach somewhere near 25%. That is a test for us as a party. The NDA has to cross 35%. And a lot of people outside will say, oh, the party was here, now suddenly big number. Yeah. And of course, our goals are slightly big. We are audacious. We are working hard. And that will satisfy us because that is a step one in 2024.
So one of the interesting things is that he said that 18% vote share, 18%, I beg your pardon, 80% vote share is the exit poll projection. He told me he'd be happy if they get 20% vote share. Right? So he wasn't evaluating it in terms of seats. What do you make of that?
No, of course, Barkha. I mean, different states, the BJP is placed differently, right? So for different states, they'll have different benchmarks. I think Tamil Nadu is a state where I would say that BJP has won seats in the past. Your viewers should go back and they'll find that, in the 90s, the BJP did win seats like Kanyakumari, even Coimbatore. In Kerala, it's different because in Kerala, the BJP has never won a Lok Sabha seat. So I think that in Tamil Nadu, if the vote share goes up, that's a handsome performance. As per the BJP, I am not surprised by that assumption, but my sense is that if their vote share goes up enough, maybe in a couple of seats, they'll be in the fight. And, Coimbatore is one of those seats. In one of the seats, they're actually supporting an independent candidate who's the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. O. Pannirselvam. Mm-hmm. In Thani, they are supporting TTV Dinakaran's party. I think he's standing himself, if I'm not wrong. I may be wrong. But Kerala is different. Kerala, they've never won a Lok Sabha seat. So for them to win a seat in Kerala would be huge. And there again, there are some green shoots, but we can come to that later. But I think Tamil Nadu is a state where the BJP understands that the AIADMK is not going to get any better in the near future. That's what they are sort of positing at this point. And 2 years from now, we have a crucial assembly election there, which if things stand as they are, the DMK might win again. Because the AIADMK does not seem to have the capacity right now to beat the DMK. I mean, it's a much weakened force because we know that Ms. Jayalalitha passed away, then the Shashikala re-entry did not pan out the way it had to be. There was a split between EPS and OPS. They lost 21 elections. They were hammered in 2019 in the Lok Sabha election, despite EPS being the chief minister at that point in time. So the BJP is trying to occupy that space, which has been ceded by the AIADMK. What will be interesting to see is after these results, if the BJP does well enough, do they go ahead alone in the assembly elections, or do they go back and tie up with the AIADMK?
Yeah. I got distracted briefly only because I turned to the clock and it's 7:56. And in 4 minutes, we should have the first lead. Once again, if you're wondering how our numbers give one to the NDA, it's because the victory in Surat was declared for the BJP. It won that seat in Gujarat, absolutely uncontested. And therefore, that victory is a given. Of course, there are many others we could guess about or forecast, but we're going to choose to go by the numbers as they come in. So, as I said, there is going to be 4 more minutes to the first lead. Kartike, when do you think we might have a clear picture, or we simply don't know? It depends on how people have voted.
Exactly. I think that if exit polls are something to go by, then it's khadakat one day.
This khadakat has become a big talking point in this election.
It's not the khadakat that the Congress was hoping for. If the exit polls are numbers to go by. Yeah. But I think if I think honestly, Barkha, we always knew that NDA would be forming the government. The question was, can you deny the BJP 272?
Yeah.
And the other secondary question, which was kind of linked to this one, was, can the Congress be in that 90 to 100 range? Or can it cross 100 better still? So I think if those two benchmarks are tested, then we might be in for a very interesting day. But I think largely we know that the NDA will come to power. Largely. I mean, it's not just the exit polls, but we get the sense. If you look at the data, talk to people, and just if you are political observers, you get the sense of what's happening. The question is the 272 for the BJP and the 90 to 100 for the Congress. And if that happens, then I think we might have an interesting day. But if that does not happen, if say
we are going to have an interesting day, nevertheless. Good morning, Dr. I just want to hang on. I want to welcome our first guest on the program. Good morning, Dr. Tyal. Dr. Tyal is a senior leader of the BJP. He's from Punjab, where there are very, very interesting projections by the exit polls for his state. And of course, nationally, Dr. Tyal, Kartikeya Batra just said that the NDA third term, nobody, well, not nobody, the opposition doubted it, but very few other people doubted it. But ab sab khel jo hai, wo scale ka hai. How are you looking at it? How important is the scale of projected victory going to be? First, let's talk nationally, and then we'll talk about your home state.
So, thank you, Barkha. It's a pleasure being here. And particularly where I am, it's a very bright morning.
You're in Chandigarh, right? You're in Chandigarh.
So till yesterday it was a hot morning, but suddenly today I'm seeing it as a bright morning.
Okay.
So and I think that is going to be the I agree with Kartikeya that that is going to be the mood today. That we're going to see some very good numbers. So no doubt on that at all. Anybody who has had any doubt about it, or was possibly, in my opinion, was actually there was a compulsion for him to express a doubt rather than actually having the doubt within, and which happens in politics. I mean, you're supposed to say what you're supposed to say, so they had to say what they had to say.
Are you concerned that with the kind of statements that we've seen from the opposition in the last few hours about be vigilant, film everything, Mr. Kharge writing to the bureaucracy, show a spine, don't act with fear or favor? It's quite unusual. I don't remember previous elections where this has happened, but the argument has been made that the Election Commission has not played the job of a neutral umpire. That's what the opposition has been saying.
Completely. In fact, you had also tweeted about this. This is something very, very unusual in the Indian democracy, because that is what we take pride in. And I mean, if yesterday, while addressing the nation, the Election Commission said that we take pride in the fact that we've made a world record with 642 million, then that is something to be proud of. And whatever have been the results, I mean, we've not been one of those democracies where the results have, determined what the reactions would be. So it has always been whatever one may have been saying prior to the final result. Every party, every person, every individual has welcomed the results as the mandate of the people. And, those who've lost have also said, yes, better luck next time. We'll go back to the drawing board and see where we went wrong and come back. But this time it is different because there seems to be something delusional, honestly. So, for example, the gentleman in the Samajwadi Party candidate in Balia, going out and saying that if the
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but Muhurat ki baat hai, the first lead is here. I'm a little superstitious ki first lead ke saath hi shuruaat honi chahiye. It goes in favor of your party, not surprisingly coming from Gujarat, the BJP's. This is officially the first. So we have one victory for the BJP in Surat declared earlier, and we have one lead coming in favor of the BJP in Gujarat. I'm also taking this occasion to welcome my friend and veteran journalist from Telangana, Shriram Kari. Dr. Tyal, go ahead and complete your point. You were talking about the opposition's quote-unquote delusions. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the candidate from Balia going right out and saying that, using a euphemism by saying if the process is not fair, but ultimately intending that if the result doesn't come in my favor, ya to meri laash jayegi, ya DM ki laash jayegi. I mean, that is not the sort of thing that one is used to hearing. very, very unusual and all over the place. Kind of everybody, the entire media is agog with this, that what is going on, and somewhere the opposition has determined that we are going to create a chaos in the country, which is very, very unfortunate. All that they needed to do was get back to the drawing board and see where they went wrong.
Okay, let's bring in Shriram Kari. We'll have Congress leaders joining us shortly in this hour itself. Shriram, the last time I asked you, I began by asking you, what's the picture in Telangana? And you snarled at me and said, do you think I only know about Telangana? So let me first ask you for your perspective on the national situation, and then we'll come to Telangana. Shriram Kari, good morning.
Good morning, Barkha. Good morning, everybody. I'll extend the points all of you have made. Let's appreciate for 60 seconds what is today. For bulk of human history, power has shifted from one king to the other, one dynasty to the other, in a violent war or an internal feud and death and killings. The beauty of democracy is not about elections alone. It's what is called peaceful transfer of power. With the sole exception of Trump's defeat last time, you saw America as a model example of democracy because of the very respectable transfer of power. I think India has been amongst the great democracies of the world. We may criticize a lot of things, but imagine for a second if there was
I'm so sorry. Kartikeya has some leads. I'm going to be interrupting all of you. You'll have to forgive me for it because we have to keep an eye on the numbers. Dr. Shama Mohammed is with us. Good morning. Kartikeya, very quickly, I'll let Shriram finish his point right after that.
Sorry, Shriram. Numbers beyond Surat started coming in. So the first 5 leads are all for the BJP. This, of course, includes, for the NDA rather. This, of course, includes the Surat number. And UP, I'm seeing 2 leads going to the NDA. It's 6 now, so 6 NDA, and 1 is coming from Gujarat, and some are coming from UP. This is changing. So, Barkha, I just wanted to do that. In Hindi we call boni kar diya humne abhi. Now you continue, and we'll continue updating the numbers.
Okay, we have 7 leads for the NDA to 3 for India.
Yeah.
This is going to change a lot. Up and down, postal ballots are being counted. Also, the opposition made a big case for that before the Election Commission. Shriram, before I get Shama Mohammed in, do complete your point about the historicity of this moment and the importance of the peaceful transition of power from one elected government to the next, whoever that government may be, or whichever that government may be.
Barkha, in the last 25 odd years plus that I've watched elections, I feel one of the most beautiful things about our election results day is the concession speech by the party that loses and wishes the victor all the best. You look at the speech when Obama won, the speech of concession was the greatest speech made that day. I remember 2009, for example, Sushma Swaraj's speech conceding to Congress. These are beautiful moments of democracy. I think no political party should. Yes, there was a lot of animosity. There's a lot we may find is. Second thing, this questioning election commission. We keep asking, what is it India is the best in the world? I think in terms of conducting extraordinary scale of elections, largely fair. I think election commission and all the people involved should be saluted before we get going. Yes, the postal ballots are beginning to trickle in.
Yeah,
we have a heady day, but whoever wins, democracy is already won, according to me.
That's a very Ravi Shastri line, right?
Exactly.
Koi bhi jeeta, ye to cricket ki victory.
Jinx, this is jinx. I was about to say that. This is Ravi Shastri.
Oh, please, what did I do to deserve that? But well, it's democracy.
Okay, welcome to the program, Dr. Shama Mohammed. Good morning to you. Dr. Tayal here of the BJP was just saying that some of the comments from the opposition have been, he called them delusional. Why is the Congress and other opposition parties already making some sort of noise about a kind of protest noise before the results are out? I understand that you don't agree with the exit polls, but why is there this open letter to the bureaucracy, open letter to the workers to reach district headquarters? This has never happened before.
Okay, so there are a lot of things which have never happened before. Now, the person before me said, I don't know who that gentleman is, he said, in laws, you should be as gracious as Obama and Sushma Swaraj when there are, of course, free and fair elections. We have seen the conduct of the Election Commission of India. The model code of conduct has been violated numerous times. We all know that a 7-bench judgment in 2017, Chief Justice Thakur was there at that point of time, said that keeping Representation of People's Act 123, Clause 3, one cannot ask for votes based on religion, caste, creed, community, whatever. Now, what was Mr. Modi doing this time? He has violated the Model Code of Conduct numerous times. He has called me a Ghuspetia. He says they will come in, the Ghuspetias, they will take away your aapka sampat leke. The Congress party is going to go and give it to the Hindu. They'll take it from the Hindus and give it to the Muslims. Aapka Mangal Sutra cheenenge, aapka Gaay cheenenge, Bais cheenenge. So, that was, numerous. I have few of them. Then if the Congress party comes back to power, there will be a lock on the Ram Mandir. So these are things, see, here we 5 people are sitting. When the Prime Minister speaks, what happens at that point of time? People like you and me think, all right, prachar ke liye, for campaigning he's doing to winning election. But the common man out there thinks, you know what? The Prime Minister of India is saying this. So definitely the Muslims are the villains. You are creating animosity amongst your people. You're creating a kind of hatred. And why didn't the EC not take action? The EC should have taken. They have banned, I remember, Randeep Surjewala for 2 days. The Chandrasekhar Rao was taken off for 2 days. So why not on Mr. Modi? Why is Mr. Modi above everything? Now, he could have gone for his meditation after first evening of the first. Why was he allowed to do it on the 30th? And why live broadcast? You can go and meditate. Why are you influencing voters?
All I'm saying, Shama, all I'm saying,
trust the Election Commission. I do not trust the Election Commission of India. The Election Commission of India was supposed to be selected by the Chief Justice, by the Leader of Opposition and the Prime Minister of India. They got in a bill in November and changed that and saying that, you know what, there will be no Chief Justice but a cabinet minister. So it says 2:1. Every attempt to subvert democracy has been done this time. Every attempt to subvert democracy. And we have seen after 2014, they keep
I want to ask you something. You just said you do not trust the Election Commission, right? I think you can have disagreements with the Election Commission, but that has nothing to do with the will of the people, right? The will of the, you can say the EC could have intervened here. The EC could have, 1 minute. I want to ask you a direct question. If in the next 3 hours, the results mirror the exit polls, I'm not talking about the scale. If the NDA is back in power, Prime Minister Modi is back in power for a 3rd term, will you, as a high-profile, well-regarded leader of the Congress party, accept the verdict, or you will question it?
I will always accept the verdict of the people. We have never been the right causers in this country. We know who incites riots in this country. Now,
will you accept it? Will you accept the verdict?
I have always said I accept, but let me look at the discrepancies. Now, you said it's the mandate of the people. How many people have told that our names are not there on the voter ID? We have seen videos from UP where police are not allowing voters to vote. Various things all over the country, which has never happened in the history of this country. My question is, if Mr. Modi or the Bharatiya Janata Party wants to go into a war or go into an election, let it be free and fair. Why is there subversion of democracy at every angle? Why is the Election Commission supporting the party in power, which has never happened? And also, Mr. Qureshi's question, listen, for example, the first phase, after 11 days, we come to know the voter percentage. Why? They come to know at night itself how many people have voted in each booth, isn't it? That comes out at that particular night. Give it out the next day. Why is there discrepancy? Then they say it is 63%. It goes up to 65%. In Odisha, there's a change of 4 lakh votes. What is happening, Barkha? This is not my country. I want free and fair election. That is my issue. Why is the election?
Okay. You just said that you will accept the verdict, but all of the anger that you feel makes me wonder what the Congress party will say if the results don't go the way that they have expected. Before I get it, Rahul Ishwar, I know Narendra also wants to respond. Leads are really coming in very quickly. Karthikeya, quick overview on the number. Good morning, Rahul. We'll come to you in a moment. Karthikeya, just take us through what we know so far.
I think 14 to 13 in NDA to India. So I think Dr. Mohammed, there is reasons to be optimistic. But again, I must add that these are very early days. And I think every election, I have to say this as a record, that these are postal ballots mostly, although there was a controversy this time around. But these are still postal ballots. and leads come from all states. Uttar Pradesh is 4-2 in favor of NDA. We have leads from Bihar, Tamil Nadu, India is leading on 1. Karnataka Congress is leading on 1. Maharashtra, India 3, NDA 1. Madhya Pradesh, BJP 2, India 0. Gujarat, BJP 2, Congress 0. Rajasthan, BJP 2, Congress 0. So essentially, we have leads coming in now from more or less all states. In Bengal, the first lead, Barkha, surprisingly has come from the Congress plus Left Alliance. So, could that be the harbinger of some hope for the India Alliance?
Well, that is the contradiction, Shama. Just imagine if the result goes better than the exit polls have projected for you. Will you still be so angry with the election commission?
At this point, India is 19 to NDA is 14.
India Bloc has taken a lead. Kangana Ranaut is trailing, but once again, it is early days. It's early minutes. But right now, in the early counting, the India Bloc is ahead of the NDA. That takes me to my question to Dr. Shama Mohammed. You had such an angry sort of response of the election commission. If the results were better for you than expected, will you still be calling this process flawed? Will you still be saying it's not free and fair? Or is it free and fair only if you do well?
No, it's not that. It is that what I'm seeing on the ground. Now, they came out and said, in Kerala, 26% voter percentage of Bharatiya Janata Party. I'm from Kerala. That's impossible. That's a lie. And then they say 13 to 15 seats for BJP in Tamil Nadu when we are fighting only for Congress, in Tamil Nadu, and we are fighting 9 seats. So there's so much of discrepancy. If you go to UP, you have traveled a lot. What is the ground report? Not more than 50 for the Bharatiya Janata Party or 45. Now, from where are you getting these numbers is what we also are at the ground, no? Either the people are, en masse lying to you. What is it? No, what I'm trying to say is the people of India, I have huge respect for. I know the people of India, they're going through very difficult times. So we believe in the people of India, but definitely the election commission this time sided on one party. We all know that, and I'm not going to let them go.
Okay. I must allow the others to respond, but we are getting leads of high-profile candidates. Bansari Swaraj there, the daughter of Sushma Swaraj, leading in her seat in Delhi. Kangana Ranaut trailing. Once again, there are going to be health warnings from us for the next 2 to 3 hours. These are leads. Numbers change with every round of counting. Narendra, before I get in Rahul Ishwar and Sriram Kari, if you wanted to respond to Dr. Shama Mohammed, Dr. Tayal of the BJP. Can we unmute Dr. Tayal, please?
I think Dr. Shama did not realize that the conversing time is over. Today we are counting votes. So she's still continuing in the same mode. Where she says that, we know who instigates riots. 1984, we haven't forgotten. So let us not get into, in the last 10 years, the riots have been the minimum. So anyway, let me not get there because we're not conversing at this moment. The basic issue which I want to make is when I said the Congress is delusional now, it is really psychological. There are delusions of persecution. The election EVMs are bad. The makers of EVM, Bell is bad. Election Commission is bad. The DMs are bad. The police is bad. The psephologists are bad. The media is bad. Eurasia is also bad. Everybody barring the India Alliance is bad, is sold out already. Watch out, Barkha. So, so that is, that's a height of delusion. You're denying everything. There are I don't know how many lakh EVMs. The courts have said 5% of them you can have verified. There is no issue. And there is a gentleman sitting in Delhi, जिनका आभूषण ही ये है कि वो रोज एक केस डालते हैं कि जी ये हो गया, वो उनका आभूषण है. So I'm not naming the gentleman. So, so every day he's filing a case. You've gone to the court for everything under the sun, and you've got reprimanded by court and been booted out. Now, the only place left is where at least they say they have the respect is for the courts. So at least you've gone there for everything. Then now don't cry. I'll tell you where the problem lies. The fundamental problem is, and this is really very, very basic, is that in all these decades of independence, we have not heard the term pro-incumbency. It has always been anti-incumbency. Whereas, why not pro-incumbency? The only reason not pro-incumbency is because the legacy of the British, which was to exploit, once you are in power, go ahead and exploit, which the Congress got. So they were exploiting. And they were ready for it. Okay, we've exploited 5 years, we'll sit out for 5 years, call it anti-incumbency. Sorry, call it anti-incumbency.
Okay. Let me come in before this early hour. 1 minute, sir, I have to interrupt for the numbers. You and the Congress can keep arguing. Karthik, we have the India Alliance ahead in 41 seats and the NDA in 23. That's the latest number we have. Karthik, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's 41 to India, 23 to NDA at this point. Again,
yes.
Very early days.
Yes.
Can I tell you, UP, Bihar, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, India is leading in all these states. These are 4 big states. And in all 4 states right now, India is leading. But again, very early days. But, at least this is sufficient to probably enthuse the cadre who are sitting at the polling stations. So this is not a bad start for the India Alliance. Of course, these are postal ballots. Not much should be read. But if they had to have a start, they would prefer this one over anything else.
Okay, I want to bring in quickly Dr. Tayal, Dr. Mohammed, please hold your horses. Let's bring in comments because the numbers are changing very, very quickly. We have the India Alliance leading in 41 to the NDA in 23. And Karthike mentioned that these states include the states of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. You have Rahul Gandhi leading in Rai Bareli, Akhilesh Yadav leading in Kannauj, Supriya Sule leading in Baramati.
Rahul Gandhi is ahead from both his seats actually at this point.
Wayanad and Rai Bareli. There you see that on your screen. Rahul Ishwar, quick comment, and then Sriram, quick comment.
With due respect, I think Shamaji is more like the Amitabh Bachchan of the 1970s and 80s. Very educated.
Well, Shama is going to take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I think I should. I know I really like her and respect her. She knows it. But no, just one submission. See, just imagine. Let us imagine that EVMs can be rigged. See, if EVMs can be rigged, will Modi ji allow a 67-3 for AAP in 2015? Or recently, see DK Shivakumar under his and Siddaramaia's leadership, Congress nearly won 136 in Karnataka. So the election denialism is one thing, and I think India's greatest aspect is all the parties in our history, without major exceptions, have conceded elections, unlike the Trumps of the US. So I think we should trust the process. If we have any doubts, we can definitely raise. And I agree partially with Shamaji when they say the election polls project somewhere around 27% for BJP in Kerala. Even BJP workers down the ground won't believe that, because from 15 to 27 is a huge jump. But these can be genuine mistakes or genuine miscalculations. We should also give a room for that. Sometimes people call elections in a wrong way. The sample size of the entire India will be less than the votes of one single constituency, because maximum sample you take is around 5 lakh or 6 lakh or say maximum 7 lakhs. In one good constituency, for example, Trivandrum, you will have more than 5 lakh voters or nearly 6 lakh voters. So it can be genuine miscalculations. It can be genuine misreadings. So everything is not a grand conspiracy. Everything is not out to get. So yes, the opposition should have an adversarial role towards the establishment. They should question, they should check. But at the end of the day, since there is nothing else to prove, I think we should be humble enough. Whosoever wins, we should be humble enough to accept. For example, many psephologists said, in Kerala, BJP may win 4 seats. Even BJP doesn't have that assessment in Kerala that they are going to win 4 seats. So, these can be some kind of a miscalculation or some kind of a genuine misunderstanding. This has happened many times. For 2000, we have seen the India Shining campaign. We have seen last West Bengal elections being called wrong. Many people overestimating BJP seats by nearly 70 or 80 seats. And saying that they are very close. So it can genuinely happen. Maybe there is a tyranny of distance. Maybe the urban voters, they are more centric on. Maybe BJP is as a urban centric, more of an urban centric party, yet to penetrate the villages. So there can be many issues. But I think whosoever wins, Modi ji is, everyone knows Modi ji is having a lead, at least a pole position in this place. He is a very strong leader. He is a person who can galvanize his cadre in a better way. So let us take out the results. Whatever happens, we should accept it with grace and don't question the process, because when you are questioning the process, you are questioning the largest elections in human history. You are questioning nearly 65 crore people who have taken out a day, gone to exercise their right. So I think we should be respecting the process and we should be questioning the policy, self-questioning and self-critical rather than being critical of election commission.
Okay, Karthike, a quick update from you on numbers and then Sriram. Karthike, go ahead.
So the turnaround has happened. It's now NDA 59 to India's 50. As I've been saying, these numbers are very material.
Okay, we need to update our slides. If we can just update it. Yes, it's 57 to 50. Yes.
59 to 50 now, in fact, for the NDA. And, I think leads are coming in thick and fast. Uttar Pradesh is now tied. Bihar, India still leading. Bengal, BJP doing well now. Karnataka, BJP with 5, Congress with 2. Jammu Kashmir, BJP with 2, the India Alliance with 2, Delhi, BJP with 2, India Alliance with 2. So it's moving thick and fast, but now the NDA, I think for the first time, now it's 64 to 53, in fact, as we speak. So now I think the NDA for the first time in the last 22 minutes or so, it seems to be comfortably ahead of the India Alliance. Madhya Pradesh, yeah. Maharashtra India Alliance is still leading 7-3. Tamil Nadu India Alliance is leading 5-2. Mr. Modi is ahead. Mr. Rajnath Singh is ahead. Mr. Gadkari is ahead. Congress doing well in seats like Shimla, Sirsa, Sonipat. So the Himachal and Haryana belt. In Bihar, the India Alliance is at 8, NDA 6. Uttar Pradesh, we now have 28 leads, NDA on 15, India on 12. And that's more or less the story. And now Barkha suddenly, it has jumped to 95 to NDA.
Yeah, I just want to jump in here and say, we need to update this graphic. The latest numbers are on our screen. We do have the NDA leading in 95 to the India Alliance in 54. Okay, do go ahead, Sriram. You've been wanting to speak. Sriram, in the beginning, it looked like the India Alliance was actually ahead, but postal ballots were being counted that were going in favor of the India Alliance. But yet, nothing is over, nothing is done, but the NDA has taken a 115-seat lead over the India Alliance in 57. Sriram Kari, do go ahead.
Thank you. If you see the outliers, one, interestingly, Congress ahead in Ladakh. It's also ahead in 1 seat in Gujarat. So it's very interesting that postal ballots, while they're very small, they're actually votes by security personnel, employees of the Election Commission, government employees, and those who are likely to be deployed on duty today. So these are the people, during the election, they're in duty and therefore can't vote. So they get to vote. And of course, we now have this senior citizens, very senior citizens get to vote. So it's an interesting slice of vote, gives you a different perspective across. But Barkha, I will go back to the point I said that whatever political parties might say about the fairness or the standard and conduct of Election Commission, and their complaints might be genuine, maybe they're part of the heat, but we must all as Indians reflect somewhere, and it's not a cliche or something, that the elections India has conducted for 75 years, the size, the scale, the diversity, let us appreciate. 90% of the people who are counting votes today, they're not even full-time government employees of the Election Commission. They are teachers, these people who come in and do a great job. So let us appreciate what we do really well. I think it's one thing. Switzerland is proud of its watches, or Turkey is proud of its towels. I think India should say our elections are unbelievable. And yes, our democracy, you may raise questions. The very fact that we are contesting everything itself is a good sign that we are doing well. That's about what I'd like to say, Barkha.
Okay, Karthikeya, quick.
I think just Tamil Nadu, very interesting. We have 9 leads. I think it's neck and neck between NDA and India. So fascinating. But Bihar, UP and West Bengal right now neck and neck. In MP and Gujarat, the BJP is racing ahead of the Congress. In fact, things have changed in Bihar dramatically now. NDA 9, India 2. So things are moving very fast. Tamil Nadu now 12 leads, all 12 going to the India. Now this is 127 to 67 as the banner is showing. Gujarat, all 14 leads to the BJP. Madhya Pradesh, 22 or 23 leads to the BJP. This is expected. Bengal, BJP with 11 leads, TMC 7, and Congress Plus with 1 lead. So things are moving really fast at this point in time, as expected.
Okay. Also, Shashi Tharoor in early leads is trailing in his seat in Trivandrum. Those are details that are just coming in. Once again, in UP, BJP is ahead in 15 seats to the India Bloc in 12. Those are the numbers we have so far.
That has changed to 17 to 8 now, Barkha. 17 NDA, India 8. So it's not our fault, it keeps changing dramatically. So it takes a little bit of time to update the numbers, but it's happening at a very quick pace.
It's coming fast and furious. Shira made his point. Dr. Shama Mohammed, it looked like it was going well for you. Now the India Alliance has fallen behind, but this is the nature of democracy. The point that everybody else is making is that you can't question that process. You can question the Election Commission, the decisions they take. That is your right. That is your right. but you can't question the will of the people. These are two different things. I said to another colleague of yours, there's a difference between saying I didn't have a level playing field, you can make that argument, and saying it's not a free and fair election. These are two completely different things.
Barkha, who questioned the will of the people? Nobody questions ever the will of the people. Nobody questions the will of the people. We always accept the will of the people. It is that when these things happen, for example, the gentleman again who spoke before me said, what a great democracy. Why did we have 7 faces? I mean, I think if it was 2009, we had 4 faces. Why do we need 7 faces? Maharashtra, if I'm not, they were around 5 faces or. Is Maharashtra a state where there is Naxal attacks or any of those? So West Bengal, 7 faces. It is this is very wrong to the people of this country. You know how hot it is? Even for the representatives, the candidates, it was difficult, as well as the people who've come out to vote. It is not easy. Why did we have this election starting in April, ending in June? We never even had it in 2019. So as we are progressing, Mr. Modi wants one nation, one poll. He can't conduct, or the election commission, which is his puppet, can't conduct an election which in 3 phases, or for that matter 4. We have to go to 7, and then they say we want one nation, one poll. So what he talks and what the other side, there is huge discrepancy. We have never questioned the will of the people. We will always accept the will of the people. But it is what is happening around, how the will of the people is changing. You know, if you go to the ground in Punjab, or for that matter in UP, or people are upset about the price rise and unemployment. This is the basic issue in this country. There is no equality here. You know that 1% of this country own 40% of the wealth. So it is not, it is this GST on everything, you know, everything less than 20 kgs or 20 liters. There's a 5% GST on rice, wheat, milk, curd. I mean, how does the common man afford all this? And salaries have not gone up, jobs have gone down. During our time, at least during the UPA time,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but the NDA at the moment in Leeds has just crossed the 200 mark. It's 205 to the India Alliance's 80 seats. We're starting to get individual leads from states. Karthikeya, a quick run through of the numbers.
I think some interesting numbers are picked up. Barkha, Haryana is going India way 7-2. Odisha BJP way 8-3, and these are leads, of course, early leads still, I would say. Karnataka, as exit polls were saying, and surprisingly so, it's one way it seems so far.
And look at Bengal. Look at Bengal on your screen right now, by the way. Pretty close fight there. Rahul Gandhi, Supriya Sule leading. Yes, we can see this.
Supriya Sule is trailing, I think, from the last slide, if I'm not wrong. Yes,
trailing. I'm so sorry. Thank you for correcting me. I read that wrong. Yeah.
Karnataka, BJP, NDA 17 to Congress is 2 at this point. So this is as per what the exit polls had predicted. But Bengal, I think you're saying BJP 11, TMC 7, Congress +1. So so far, this is. I
think Sriram's wanted to jump in. Sriram?
Just two updates from the Telugu states. Early leads for BJP in Telangana, which of course.
Can we switch to the? Yeah. I think we have the Telangana slide. Please move to Andhra and Telangana, please. Yes. Could we have the slides of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana as they're coming up? Sriram, do go ahead. Yeah.
Telugu Desam alliance with the Janasena Party and BJP is looking like it's got early leads, and the votes of the postal ballots at least. And in Telangana, looks like BJP has got early leads. I'm very sure it will change, but as of now,
yeah, but Sriram, in Telangana now it's Congress 9 to BJP's 5 at this point.
Okay, then we need to correct that. We need to. Okay, the numbers are coming in so quickly that by the time we put up a slide, the lead has changed. So you've got to forgive us for that. We're trying our best to keep pace. Guys, we're being told that this slide is dated. So if you could please refresh it and update it. Let's get reactions in the meantime. Rahul Ishwar, do go ahead.
Just one submission, with due respect to Shamaji, this is where our left liberal friends and Congress is getting it wrong. See, so-called bread and butter issues and livelihood issues are not only the issues in election. There is something called an entire right-wing spectrum where caste, religion, community, region, local issues, identity, pride, these kind of things matter. This is the reality. For example, in USA, I'm just taking the example of USA so that there is impartiality. Yeah. See, people vote for an absolute liar called Trump because there is an identity issue, there is immigration issue, so many other issues involved. See, so there is an entire spectrum there you are missing. I respect Nehruji, but the Nehruvian spectrum is not the alone spectrum. There is an entire Sardar Patel spectrum on the other side, and Mahatma Mahatma Gandhi used to balance it. They even used to, Netaji in one letter to Nehruji even called it the right and left of Congress. I think the left wing of Congress boycotted Mahatma Gandhi, and Netaji was questioning how dare the left wing.
Okay, everybody has their hands up. First Shama, then Dr. Tayal. Karthik, if you have an urgent update, we have Karnataka numbers on our screen.
Just the India Alliance has now breached the triple digit mark.
The 100 mark. Yes. So the India Alliance at 100 or a little over 100, and the NDA well ahead at this moment, ahead across the 200 milestone mark. Let's start going through several of the states. Dr. Mohammed, do go ahead. It's 233 to 114. The NDA and the India Alliance. Shama, please go ahead. Yes.
He was talking about something. I agree those issues are there. But you see, America is a developed nation. Here, people don't even get drinking water. They need, these things are very important. Now, let me tell you, during the Trump's time, let's not forget one very important thing. When the CNN reporter was kicked out by Trump, he went to the Supreme Court. Even Fox News, who is a right-wing news channel, stood with CNN, because they believe in the fourth estate. Here, what has happened to the fourth estate? You're an exception, Barkha, but the fourth estate is completely on one side. Before 2014, the government was questioned for everything. You know what happened, Nirbhaya, the coal allegation, 2G, everything. Here, the government is never questioned. I mean, you know what is electoral bonds? What did the Supreme Court of India say? Unconstitutional. And which reporter was questioning Mr. Modi or the government? How can you pass the Finance Bill 2017? Nobody questions. That is the difference. During the Trump time, I'm telling Rahul Ishwar, the fourth estate was not bought. They even kicked out Trump from Twitter. That is how it is in America. Here,
but Shama,
estate, except for a few, let me finish, except for a few, I've seen it from 2015 onwards. It is completely on one side. We are questioned whenever things happen in India. Whatever happens, Mr. Modi is never questioned, even for his speeches against the Muslims. Right now, calling them all sorts of things. I mean, no Prime Minister of India has gone to such level fighting an election, calling your own people Guspetias. The level he has gone to, I'm sorry to say, that is not what the Prime Minister's chair behoves.
Okay, those are strong words, and the debate and the postmortem of how this campaign was run will continue. But Dr. Tayal, I want to bring you in. In Haryana, the BJP is expectedly not doing well. The Congress is leading in 7 seats to the BJP's 2, but overall the NDA is well ahead. In UP, by the way, the BJP is ahead in 20 seats to the 11 of the India Bloc. In Karnataka, the NDA is ahead in 15 to 5 of the Congress. In Punjab, Dr. Tayal, your home state, look at the leads right now: 5 for AAP, 4 for Congress, 2 for BJP. It's a kind of fragmented set of leads in what was expected. It's not surprising. It's been a multi-cornered contest there. Dr. Tayal, do go ahead.
So I think, Barkha, it's time to call enough is enough. What is going on? We're saying, why 7 phases? No, nobody knew one had to go to Mr. Rahul Gandhi and ask him how many phases, sir? What's going on here? One nation, one election. We need to understand what is the meaning of one nation, one election. One nation, one election doesn't mean the entire election on one day. What it means is your MLA, your MP, all these elections happen together. So you can't conduct an election. Come on, give the country its due. When you say you can't conduct an election, the country set a world record. Typical situation where we are coming to a situation where we are saying, Naach na jane aangan teda. So, ab 7 days hue, isliye hum haar gaye. EVM. Now, for a moment, we all know EVMs are being, even though Supreme Court has thrown it out. Now, did the psephologists go and talk to the EVMs? They talk to the people. And if the 2 of them will come to the same level, then how do you contradict that? The basic issue, which I was mentioning earlier when you just cut me off, was that actually the natural grass has been changed by AstroTurf. The grass has changed. You have to change the way you play the game. You can't play the game you were playing in 1947. That is the trouble. That was exploitative. Today, what BJP and what Narendra Modi has brought in is the true nationalism, where you are actually working for the people. You're bringing schemes for them. You are promoting them. You're working for them. And that is where pro-incumbency comes in. Pro-incumbency comes in because you've got an opportunity which the opposition doesn't have. You can now work for the people and tell them what you are doing. And that is what actually should be. But we've all our lives been treated to that there's only something called anti-incumbency. And what where I reach there, just a moment, where I where I reach there, Barkha, is today that I'm reminded of my, once upon a time, my favorite author, Ayn Rand. If you if you think there is a contradiction, go back and check your premises. That is what Congress needs to do.
Okay, I just wanted to say to any guest that I'm cutting off, because Narendra ji, you said I cut you off. It's because I have to keep coming in with the numbers. I have to keep coming in for the numbers of itni jaldi se aa rahe hain, they're coming like a cascade. So Karthik, take us through the numbers and then we'll go around the panel once.
So Barkha, it's more or less now for the last 10 odd minutes, NDA is 2x India essentially.
Yeah.
And that trend has held. Now, some interesting states that I'm tracking are Haryana, where India is doing really well. 7 of the 10 leads for Congress. Tamil Nadu, India way ahead, 12-0. Of course, the usual suspects where the BJP is sort of almost aiming at a sweep are Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. Rajasthan is now sort of evening up in the sense that it's 7-5 for the BJP. Bengal and Odisha, which the exit polls surprised us with, seem to be holding, seem to be suggesting that the exit polls are kind of correct, at least initially, because in Bengal, BJP is in double digits, whereas Trinamool is finding it difficult to cross the 10 mark.
But can we talk about UP for just a second? At least right now, the gap is not that huge. It's BJP and allies 15 and the SP and allies 12.
It's 22-12 now, because again.
Okay, can we refresh? Yeah, I'm sorry,
Barkha,
I don't know.
Barkha, honestly speaking, I've been on your show saying that if the alliance, the India alliance, can sort of, cap the NDA even at 60 in UP, that will be a decent election. And I'm just saying that from the context of 2019, when BSP, SP combined could not go beyond 15 seats. So now in the absence of BSP, if the SP Congress can, and now even the RLD has gone to the NDA, if the SP Congress can stop the BJP where they were in 2019, better still cut 2 or 3 odd seats, then that will be a satisfactory performance. Not a very good performance, but a satisfactory performance.
Okay.
People have denied the BJP.
I want to bring in Sriram. I want to bring in Sriram. His home state, Telangana, is on the screen. I don't know if these are the latest numbers. They're changing literally every minute. But do go ahead, Sriram.
One interesting thing at the end of the day will not be about the performance of BJP and Congress alone, which is primarily what it is, but how wrong or right exit polls have been. Right now, if you look at Karnataka, and this is changing again, Congress is doing better than BJP in Karnataka as of this moment. And that's
I think
interesting.
in Telangana, Sriram, it's 9-5 Congress, but Karnataka, I can see it's 18-7 to the BJP.
Can we scroll down to Karnataka and update the slides quickly? Yeah, Sriram, go ahead.
Telangana, again, with some sense of expertise rather than familiarity, I can tell you Congress will get better than exit polls and better than BJP, but that's just one small state. But I'm looking at all those places where the exit polls directionally are going wrong. As per the latest reports and leads I see on your screen, in Karnataka, Congress seems to be defying the exit poll.
Can we look at the latest numbers from Karnataka in just a moment, please? Can we just go to Karnataka and yeah. So, okay, so it's 7 at the moment, Sriram. This is what we have. We have 18 leads for the BJP in Karnataka and 7 for the Congress. Karthikeya, if you can maybe just hop off and help us update the slides, that would be great.
So I'll add, Sriram is correct to the sense that no exit poll, at least the mainstream, including us, gave the Congress even 7. I think everybody capped them at roughly 5.
Yes.
So I think Sriram is partially correct in the sense that Congress, if it continues and, is around that 8-10 mark, then exit polls can say that, quantitatively you were not right, but of course, qualitatively you said that, BJP is
Okay. Dr. Tyal had a question for Karthik, and Karthik, then we need you to look at the numbers, but Dr. Tyal, go ahead.
What I wanted to ask Karthik was, because it is 8:41 already, so these are now the regular votes and not just the postal votes.
So
yes,
I think there's a lot of heterogeneity across states. Within states also, there is heterogeneity across seats, I would say. So I don't think I can make a general statement, but I would say that we are in that phase now where I think we are gradually moving from the postal phase to the EVM phase. Yeah.
Okay.
And just one remark I want to make, because Shriram was talking about how right or wrong the exit polls can be. So I just took up that data. Now, in 2014, when Chanakya said 340 for NDA, they shocked everybody, but proved to be correct. Again, they were right in 2019 when they said 350. So this time they are saying 400. So I'm very sure they're going to be right.
Okay.
I agree with the broader direction, Ms. Dayal. My point is, exit polls will get overall right, but some pockets they'll go wrong. I'm looking
Yes,
at those
okay.
outlier
I just want to come in. We have a lot of numbers. I'm going to request Karthikeya to actually just step out for a moment and help us collate some of those numbers. And in the meantime, I want to take you through the numbers we have. So I'll start with Karnataka, where Sriram made the point that the exit polls, no exit poll gave the Congress more than 5. At the moment, the Congress is leading in 7 to the BJP's 18. But if we can just switch, can we go to some of the other states? West Bengal is very important. Look at this. The Prime Minister had said that Bengal would be the BJP's best performance. The BJP is leading in 17 to the TMC's 9. Others, that's the left and Congress, are at 3. Can we just look at a couple of other states? We do know in Delhi, we'll have that on our screen, the BJP is leading in all 7 seats. In Haryana, it is advantage Congress. Telangana, where Sriram is, in Andhra Pradesh right now, go slow, guys. Stay on one slide. That's TDP and its allies ahead in 6. Jagan Reddy's party yet to open its account. This is Andhra. If we go back briefly to Telangana for just a second, if we can go back to Telangana, the BJP is leading in 5 ahead of the Congress. The BJP got 4 last time and was ahead of the Congress even last time. This is despite the handsome victory of the Congress in the assembly elections. And that takes me to a very important question for you, Dr. Shama Mohammed. One of the patterns that is emerging, if the results confirm the broad direction of the exit poll, is that even in states where the Congress has won the assembly elections, Karnataka and Telangana being 2 important examples, the voter obviously sees your party as a good or sometimes even better than the BJP option at a state level, but isn't seeing you as a national alternative. These are split responses coming from the voters. Do you not think the Congress has to reflect on why it is not being seen as a national alternative, but it is being seen as a regional alternative, even when it goes up against the same BJP, Dr. Mohammed?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. See, there are various things which leads you to a national alternative. It is the image given to the Prime Minister of this country that, after he came in, the world knew us. I mean, what is that? I have lived abroad. I was brought up abroad, Barkha. When I was in the 80s, I was brought up in Kuwait. India was well known even then. Let me give you one simple example. When Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990, the Iraqis would not touch the Indians. Even when we went out shopping, the military was on. They say, Indian, please, we are your friends, because in the Iran-Iraq war, India always supported Iraq. And they recognize us. So where is this joke coming that after 2000? So it is the image built around it. Media is one of the biggest culprit in this. I am pointing fingers, except for a few. So there is definitely, and the gentleman from the Bharatiya Janata Party, I don't know, he doesn't understand that I've been doing it for the last 9 years. I never meant one election, one nation, meaning that in one day. What we all know is the assembly elections and the Lok Sabha elections are supposed to be conducted together. So I'm not somebody, maybe you don't know who I am. I don't know who you are. I've seen you for the first time. But
this is let me introduce you. This is Dr. Tayal.
He can't insult somebody's intelligence. That is not justified, coming here and insulting my intelligence. Oh, you know what? One election, one poll is this. Please don't get people who insult somebody's intelligence, especially when a woman is there. These men think they can just come and insult us. We are much better than you. We have got smarter than you also. All right. So don't come out with these.
Okay.
Also, one last point. All this direct benefit transfers, it never happened. We got in the direct benefits campus. Let me tell you one very important thing. One of the biggest legislation against corruption is right to information. Okay. Who brought that? The Congress party. Manrega, the Food Security Act, which we got in 2013, is what Mr. Modi is giving it to 80 crore people. They say they uplift 23 crore people, all right, out of poverty, but they are giving free rations to 80 crore people out of the 140 crore, more than half. Their numbers never match.
Ma'am, before Dr. Okay.
Media also picks up that lie. That's the problem here. The lie.
Okay. Shama, there'll be a lot, as I said, in the post-mortem of the campaign. Dr. Tyal, meet Dr. Tyal if you haven't. He's a BJP leader from Punjab. In the meantime, Dr. Tyal, give me a second. There's so many numbers on our screen. We have the NDA leading in 240 to the India Alliance in 126. The NDA has taken a clear lead. As Karthike was saying earlier, it's almost a 2x of the numbers that the India Alliance has. We're looking at some of the numbers state-wise before we come back for comments. We have, that's how it looks now. It's further updated. It's 240 to 126, 11 for the others. In Rajasthan, the BJP is leading in 8 to India Alliance's 5 seats. If we can start looking at some of the other states individually, Dr. Tyal, in the meantime, do go ahead.
So there was never any intent to insult somebody, but if somebody is going to come right out guns blazing and insult the Prime Minister of the country or the election process of this country, then it was the logic which was being challenged, not the person. So please, one should be able to disassociate the person from the logic one has given. And what you had said was that why did we need 7 phases? Now, who is going to ask why did we need 7 phases? They were the same phases for everybody. It is not as if the BJP went to elections in 7 phases and you were given only 3. So when you say that, then obviously the retort is going to be there. And when you say, and the Prime Minister says, I want to do one election, one nation, one election, obviously then how does it matter if it is 7 phases? It is going to be one nation, one election. I go to poll 1 vote for the MP. I'll also poll 1 vote for the MLA. So the two are not linked. If you link the two, obviously the response has to be there.
Okay, can I just give an update? Mahua Moitra, the high-profile Trinamool Congress leader who faced flak in Parliament, is trailing at the moment. Mahua Moitra is trailing. Bengal is going to be critical for the outcome of this election. We have Brij Bhushan Saran Singh's son leading. We have Prajwal Revanna leading in Hassan. Those are 2 leads that personally as a woman make me extremely unhappy. It has nothing to do with which party they represent. It has to do with the fact that one has been accused of rape and the other's father has been accused of sexual exploitation. But also Mahua Moitra is at this moment trailing. If we can have that up on our screen as well. In Uttar Pradesh, the NDA is ahead in 40 seats. There Mahua Moitra is trailing. All right. Dr. Tyal, I'll let you complete. Okay, Shama, can I get Shama in and then I'll come to you and Rahul? I know everybody wants to speak. Shama, go ahead. Dr. Shama Mohammed. Can we unmute her, please? Shama Mohammed, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm insulting the Prime Minister. Where did I insult the Prime Minister? I told exactly what he told during the elections. I can only insult the Prime Minister. He said these things. He called all Muslims Ghuspetriyas. Of course, when I have always believed myself as an Indian and nothing else, that is all what I've looked at. I'm a Bharatnatyam dancer. I was taught Bharatnatyam in a Muslim country from the age of 7 to 30. And how dare he says I'm a Ghuspetriya? Of course I will be hurt. I have not said anything other than what the Prime Minister of India spoke during his campaigning. So how are you saying that I'm insulting the Prime Minister of India? I said exactly. Didn't he say all this, Barkha? That tala lagayenge Ram Mandir pe jab Congress party aayegi. कांग्रेस पार्टी मुसलमानों को 15% उनका जो बजट में 15% मुसलमानों को देते. You know, the Muslims are the worst in this country. They are at the lower most strata in terms of jobs, in terms of education, in terms of everything. So again, you want to put them aside and put them there just because you feel that they are the villain, they are the enemy to win the election. That's about it. To win the election. I said exactly. So where have I want you to tell me just now on live TV. Where have I insulted the Prime Minister of India? I've just told what he said. You can't say that I've insulted. Sorry, you should not use those words, insulted. I have said exactly what he said during the campaign.
Okay. Dr. Tyal, very briefly, because Dharmendra Pradhan, or the senior leader of the BJP, is leading in his own seat. In Bihar, the BJP and its allies are 17 to the RJD's 8. Once again, this is maybe slightly better. One second, I can't hear. There's a big disturbance and somebody was trying to speak. I don't know who that was. Dr. Tyal, was it you? Do go ahead. Okay, it wasn't you. I can see Sadanand on the program. Good morning, Sadanand, and hi, and welcome to the program. And I can also see Varun Singh from Maharashtra. Welcome, everybody. Okay, Shama, I know you're feeling very angry. I'll let Dr. Tyal respond. Dr. Tyal, do go ahead.
So
okay, Shama's trying to say something. Let me hear what Shama's trying to say first, and then Dr. Tyal can respond.
No, Barkha, I'm not angry. I've just told what the Prime Minister said on the campaign, and he says I'm insulting the Prime Minister. That upset me because I was not insulting the Prime Minister of this country. I was just saying exactly what it said, and it hurts me because I am a Muslim. And it keeps, every time you keep pointing fingers, it hurts because I've always thought of myself as an Indian. And you keep, putting this particular community in the dustbin. And that is not fair. The Prime Minister of India has to grow up. He's not a BJP president. He's not a BJP karyakarta. He's also my Prime Minister. So every time he says, "Guspetiyan hai, ye hai, aapka sampad leke bhag jata hai." What is this? I mean, Eid ko bijli milta hai. Kabristan ko aap jagah dete ho, Shamshan Ghat ko nahi. This is not done. The Prime Minister of India should not speak in such terms once he becomes the Prime Minister. This has gone on for 2 terms. Is he going to continue all this?
Okay, let me just say that if you have joined us close to the 9 a.m. hour, we're in the middle of a heated debate where Dr. Shama Mohammed of the Congress is objecting to the way the campaign was run, the Prime Minister's language in it. Dr. Tyal is saying that the opposition is guilty of delusions. In the meantime, the numbers look something like this. The NDA is leading in 250 to the India Alliance's 150. Health warning, the numbers are changing very quickly. The leads are being counted in real time. We're updating our slides and our numbers as fast as is humanly possible, but do bear with us. The big story is the Congress is leading on both seats in Manipur. That's a news update that we're just getting. Manipur has been strifed on for more than a year. But at the moment, the NDA is comfortably ahead of the India Alliance. That's the latest position. The BJP is leading in all 7 seats. At the moment in Delhi, in Odisha, the BJP is ahead in 9 seats and the BJD is ahead in 4 seats. Karthikeya, let's take our audience through some of the other states. Sambit Patra, we knew him as a spokesperson. At the moment, he's leading in his seat of Puri. The BJP doing really well in the eastern states of Odisha and Bengal. Those are going to be the big and Bihar, where the RJD, which got no. Please remember, the RJD got no seats last time. So the RJD is improving, but the BJP is still holding its own. So the East right now is proving to be the big story for the BJP in this election. Karthikeya, go ahead.
Gujarat, interestingly, Barkha, Congress has 2 leads, or India has 2 leads. I think that if India can win 2 or 3 seats in Gujarat, that will be no less than a huge achievement. Karnataka is still 17-8 to the NDA. Rajasthan is kind of, as I said, it's not closing, but BJP still ahead 9-5. Bengal, BJP is now in the 20s, Trinamool still at 12. So the gap of 10 seats. Uttar Pradesh, now the gap is increasing, it's 42-16. But interestingly, in Pilibhit, which was Mr. Rahul Gandhi's former seat, the SP is leading now. Madhya Pradesh is a washout. Chhattisgarh has been a washout. Himachal, interestingly, Congress leading on 1 seat. I don't know which seat that is. My bet would be it's either Shimla or Mandi. Again, Maharashtra, the leads are coming in pretty slow. 3 to NDA, 2 to India, and 2 to others. Interesting others. My sense is it could be the MIM or Prakash Ambedkar's BBA. And then Gujarat, now India has 4 leads. That is fascinating. But, it is what it is. Yeah, as I said, so VBA leading from Akola, Prakash Ambedkar leading from Akola at this point. Tamil Nadu is 26 to India, 2 to others. My sense is AIADMK and NDA is at 0 right now. Even in Kerala, Barkha, I don't think that there are any leads for the NDA right now. So Tamil Nadu, Kerala, not so good, but Odisha, BJP way ahead of the BJD. Bengal, BJD maintaining a stiff lead of 10 seats ahead of the Trinamool. It's been some time now. And in Bihar, it's 19-8. So I'll tell you with Bihar, Barkha, the thing is, it depends on the benchmarks. You said the RJD did not...
19-8. 19-8. We need to correct our number. We have said 18. Please correct it. It's 19-8.
So Barkha, the thing is with Bihar is that I think that given the alliance's shape after the sudden, abandonment by Mr. Nitish Kumar, my sense is that anything around that 10 to 15 mark would be a good achievement for the alliance. Because the BJP looked strong in Bihar. the JDU's capital was down, so the attack on the JDU seats might have.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in because Gujarat that you mentioned, this is very interesting. Gujarat has been a kind of Modi Shah, domination all the way, bastion. And if the Congress is leading in 4 seats, we have to see if those leads hold.
This is not probably just the Congress. It might be, say, Aam Aadmi Party from either Bharuch.
That's right. That's right. We should actually say India.
My sense is these seats could be, Banaskantha, Patan, Anand, Bharuch, Bhavnagar. Those are the seats that I would sort of put a bet on. But again, these are still early leads. This could evaporate in no time. Again, as I said, I think opening their account in Gujarat would be a good achievement for the India Alliance. Winning anything around 2 to 3 seats would be a very big achievement, given how Gujarat is currently structured politically.
Okay, I just want to get closing comments from Rahul and from Shama and Dr. Tyal, and then we can start the next hour of. Please, everybody, stay as long as you can. You don't have to go, but in case you have to go, yeah, Shama has to go. Dr. Tyal, briefly. Dr. Tyal, briefly. Then Shama, then Rahul. Yeah.
Couple of things. One, I don't understand where did BJP go wrong and why are they not being able to rig the Wayanad EVM? So there must be something very serious there. So wherever they win, the EVMs are okay. Now, the other thing which she said is she never insulted the Prime Minister, and I should respond. The Prime Minister who's delivered a record-breaking election, she is saying he does not know how to conduct an election. He needed 7 phases. He can't do a one nation, one election. Why? And she says, 15 minutes of your 1 hour have been devoted to Muslims. I don't understand why it has been Muslim. I'm a Muslim. I don't want to know. I'm talking about elections today. And it is your Prime Minister who said you have the first right on the resources. Why? I have an equal right on the resources of this country. So let us not go there. Let us understand all the resources, all the schemes, the houses, everything that the Prime Minister has delivered have been delivered in greater amount to the Muslim community. The unfortunate part, I agree with you, Dr. Sharma, when you say that you are the Muslim community is backward at the moment. I agree with you. And that is because you became the vote banks of Bhasmasur. Congress is the Bhasmasur of this country. Whatever it touches turns to dust.
Okay. I don't know where this conversation is going. Nitin Gadkari is leading in Nagpur. I'll let Dr. Shama Mohammed respond, and then we really do need to look ahead at the numbers. I think, Dr. Mohammed, I'll let you have a closing comment. Do go ahead. Shama? I can't hear Shama. I can't hear Dr. Mohammed.
Yeah, so I said, what I'm trying to say is I'm not the one who made it Muslim. We all know who made it Muslim throughout this campaign. So it is not me, it is the Prime Minister of India. Please ask him why he did that. It is unfortunate, I'm telling you. It doesn't behove his office. None of us want it. We all want the development of India, Indians, infrastructure, water, housing, education for all Indians. I run a charitable trust in Kerala. And in that we give it to whoever we convert a normal government school to smart schools, and everybody comes to that school, whether it's a BJP, CPM, Congress, any religion, any caste. So please don't point these fingers. I just want to say that let's hope for the best, and there is no animosity from our side. We'll of course accept the mandate. That is what we've always done. Thank you, Barkha.
Okay. Okay, Rahul, yeah.
India is the world leader in at least one thing, absolutely for sure. That's dog whistle politics. From both sides, we are masters of dog whistle politics. And let us be honest about this. And that's just one concluding comments. Just like the tricolor flags, Mahatma Gandhi rightly said, this belongs to Hindu, Christian, and Muslim. That's how Mahatma Gandhi and Pingali Vangaya in April 13, 1921 conceived it. Even after the election is over, let us hold our tricolor together. Let us bring all communities together. In election times, these things will keep on happening. But after the bitter fight, it is time for healing, some kind of meditation, and moving ahead. All the best to all parties.
Thank you, Rahul. I think that's a very important point to make, because we did see some early sort of murmurings that sounded like election denialism, but at the moment, at least Shama Mohammed, Manish Tiwari, Congress leaders who may have other quarrels with the Election Commission have said that they will accept the verdict no matter what it is. Rahul, stay if you can. Let me welcome our new round of guests. Vinita is here from the BJP. Sandeep Ghosh is there. Dr. Tyal, you have to leave. Thank you very much for your time. We'll catch up later with you. Sadaran Dhume is joining us. Varun Singh is joining us. Welcome, everybody. If you have just joined us, it's about 9 o'clock or a little after 9 o'clock this morning. The NDA is leading in 272 seats. The India Alliance is leading in 182. Others, non-BJP, non-India Alliance parties are at 12. If we can quickly go through some of the individual states, but remember the leads are changing very, very quickly. You've got to be patient if the graphic is a little bit behind what's actually happening. Literally every second. What we have in the big picture is the east of India being the big story. The BJP has taken a lead, a distinct lead in both the states of Bengal and in Odisha. Okay, I have the leads for Gujarat. The BJP is leading in 17 to the alliance is 4. We need to change that to India Alliance. We discussed that earlier. Smita Gupta is joining us as well. Omar Abdullah is trailing in early leads in Baramulla in Kashmir, where he was up against Sajjad Lone. Let's actually come back to the numbers. We'll see that the outcome of that seat, of course, could change as more counting comes in. All right, let me just get first comments from the guests who have just joined us. Smita, I'll start with you. Overall, the NDA is in a comfortable majority. Different states are throwing up different stories. What is your take?
Well, I don't think there was any doubt that the BJP would be ahead, the BJP plus NDA would be ahead in these elections. The question was really about the kind of margins and whether the India Bloc would do better than it had done. I mean, the parties that comprise the India Bloc would do better this time. So I guess all that will emerge in the coming hours.
Okay, let me bring in Sadanand, Sandeep, Vinita. Sadanand, the big picture, I think everybody's now saying we didn't have a doubt about who was going to win. And I think what is going to be interesting, and we're going to have to wait for some time for that granular data, is where the individual parties stack up. Where does the Congress on its own stack up? What are the stories of the states? What we do know for now, this is disturbing news. Amritpal Singh, the separatist insurgent candidate, is leading in his seat in Punjab. So sorry, these breaking news developments are going to keep coming in. Sadanand, go ahead with your first.
I have a question for you first. Do you have a sense of what has been counted? Are these just postal ballots? Is this first round mostly? How much? What are we working off of at this point?
Postal ballots started counting first, but now they're being counted in parallel with the EVM machines, Sadanand. And we're 1 hour of counting in, so it's still early. It's still very early, but these are simultaneous rounds of counting. It started
So if this holds, and obviously big if because it's so early, if this holds, I think the big picture is that yes, of course the NDA is coming back, but with significantly less than many of the exit polls seem to have predicted. Secondly, that the India Alliance is doing a lot better again than the exit polls had predicted. And third, that there's been an absolute sort of collapse of the so-called others or third group. So again, this is very early. I'm not saying that this is what we'll see as the big picture in an hour or in 2 hours, but that seems to be the big picture at this moment, at least.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's also too early, Sadanand, to say whether the exit polls got it wrong or right in margins, because we're still waiting for more details, right? But the broad direction, I don't think that the NDA is going to be back at the moment. At the moment, the exit polls are being mirrored by what we're seeing in the leads. Now, the leads of Maharashtra, Varun, are confusing. Once again, this is early, but you have India Alliance leading in 6 to the NDA's 4. Maharashtra was a multi-corner contest where even Modi voters, at least that I met, were feeling sympathetic for, let's say, Uddhav Thackeray after his party was split. These could change. Do you have any early comments on Maharashtra, Varun?
I was just going through the Election Commission's lead, and it said 2 leads, and both showed in for Shiv Sena, that is led by Eknath Shinde. So, as I said, things would change, and I'm very sure about the silent voters who many people have ignored. You actually traveled in Maharashtra, you must have noticed that people were sympathetic in certain areas to Uddhav, but they would go back and vote for the BJP for a very simple reason, because they wanted Modi, and people in Maharashtra know whom to vote and for what. And I'm sure by in 30 minutes from now we will have clarity on how many seats. And right now, if I'm not wrong, in Mumbai, where it was being said that Ujjwal Nikam will lose and other candidates will lose, they all are leading. As per the exit poll, many people had said that Rahul Shewale will lose in South Central, but he's leading right now. So all those, I would say, while the exit poll may get it right for the entire country, it may get it wrong for Maharashtra.
Okay. Rahul, on your home state, before we let you go, Kerala, the exit polls had suggested that the BJP could open its account. That has not happened so far, according to early leads. Do go ahead with your comments on Kerala and, of course, the national picture before we let you go.
Yeah, the regional leader, I mean, the regional channels are reporting BJP is ahead in 2 seats. One is Thrissur.
Right.
And one is Alappuzha, but Trivandrum, it is still Shashi Tharoor that is leading. And Kerala will be interesting, but I seriously doubt many of the exit polls who projected 27%. I think even the BJP leaders will be too surprised, because from 15 to 27 is too much of a growth. But I will be doubtful. But BJP will perform really well. But one large picture is, yes, BJP is making inroads in those spaces, especially down south, where BJP has not been strong. And equally important is many other spaces. We need a level playing field at the end of the day. We need some kind of a balance at the end of the day. I don't think even the strongest of BJP persons will say we need a one-party state. We need such kind of a balance where opposition is also strong, and a vibrant opposition is important for any democracy. Too much one-sided, either right or left, is only going to destroy a space, just like what CPM did to West Bengal. With due respect, totally one-sided, it will destroy themselves in the long run. So that I hope that balance is maintained and Gandhian centrism comes back, and may all the best parties win.
Okay, I also want to welcome Karam Kambireddy of the Congress to the program. Rahul, we let you go right now. The numbers are changing very, very quickly, so we're just trying to keep track of all of these states. Sandeep, let me go ahead with your early impressions.
See, Barkha, my interest would be at this stage not to look at the total numbers, because as you say, those can change. It's early hours yet, and overall trend about NDA moving towards a majority is not surprising, at least to people who have been, taking a reasonable view of the trends. So far, it is only the people at the two extremes who've been looking at NDA falling short of majority, etc. But I think, as you were pointing out, the individual states would be of interest, and I am particularly interested in seeing where does Congress finally land itself on. With Varun, I've been observing Varun's comments on social media. I have a strong respect for him, but I have a healthy difference, I would say. I personally would be happy to see NDA or BJP retaining BJP's core number of 24 plus in Maharashtra. He thinks there is a lot of silent voters, and BJP, the NDA is going to do far better than what people expect. That will be a very key indication for me over there. East, as you said, is not a surprise.
But, sorry, can I interrupt you? Because we're at the moment at a gap that is not very big between the India Alliance and the NDA. And to Sadanand's point that, the NDA may be ahead, but not with the margins that the exit polls have suggested. We have to wait and see if this pattern holds. But the India Alliance has breached or just about touched the 200 mark. The NDA is now only 75 seats ahead. Sunita Aaron is also joining us. I'm just trying to welcome everybody. So this is at the moment, a narrowing gap, narrower than it was just a couple of hours ago. And Sandeep, I'll let you complete that point. I just wanted to flag that. Sandeep Ghosh?
Yeah. What you said is very important, pertinent, but I think it's too early for us to get excited either way.
It's 210 now. It's 210 now. It's 210 for the India Alliance to 271 for the NDA. So it's a narrowing gap at this point.
Yeah. So we should keep an eye on that, but maybe too early for us to, as I said, to take a call there. But the interesting thing, how even that trend is going to emerge, is how the individual states are, faring. I think that is what's key. So you were talking about Maharashtra, UP. I was seeing something on your screen some time ago. Again, UP, the leads are not that definitive. In the East, whereas they will make improvements, I am still not too sure how the final numbers in West Bengal are going to, for practical reasons on the ground, how they're going to translate. So we need to keep an eye on there. And I would like to, Barkha, and your people, you should tell them to keep an eye on out of the 210, how is Congress faring? Because we in the UPA or the so-called India alliance, we expect the allies to do much better than what the NDA allies will do. So the composition of Congress in the 220 is also going to be an interesting thing to watch for.
Okay, at the 265 leads for the NDA to 220 for the India Alliance, at least at 9:12 in the morning, the election is closer. There's more fight in this election than the exit polls projected. The opposition alliance is a very precise number for itself, 295. I want to just play out that one Rahul Gandhi clip of the exact number that he's given the alliance, quoting a Sidhu Moosewala song. I think banta hai abhi, given that the gap is narrowing. Let's take a look and I'll come right back to all of you.
इसका नाम एग्जिट पोल नहीं है, इसका नाम मोदी मीडिया पोल है. ये मोदी जी का पोल है, फैंटेसी पोल है उनका.
सर कितनी सीटें आ रही हैं आपके हिसाब से?
सिद्धू मूसेवाला का सॉन्ग सुना आपने? 295.
Okay, let's, Karam, Comrade of the Congress party, obviously this is going to bring some cheer to you, especially given what, the direction and the gap and the scale that the exit polls were suggesting. Even in Gujarat, the India Alliance is leading in 3 seats. In Maharashtra also, the gap is not huge. In Odisha, the BJP is well ahead. So in BJP and, in Odisha and Bengal, the exit polls direction seems to be reinforced. But even Delhi, in which the BJP was leading in 7 seats, has got more competitive. The AAP and its allies, that's the AAP and the Congress, is now leading in 4 to the BJP's 3. Last time the BJP had swept all 7 seats. So this is the big picture right now. Can I just have the national numbers on the screen? UP, Sunita, this will interest you. The BJP and its allies are leading in 41, but the SP and its allies are at 20. So once again, Sadanand's point that the gaps that the exit polls had projected, those are not accurate at this moment. I can see Karthik on the screen. Karthik, what's the big picture on the numbers?
Barkha, I was just speaking to a team member backstage and he just told me, and I'll just quote him because it's, I think, very interesting. He said, 1 घंटे बाद इतना close election मैंने expect नहीं किया था. So remember you asked me a question an hour and a half back, by what time do we expect this to all sort of solidify? It seems as of now that not soon. Because right now it's closing, and I'll tell you why, who the culprits are. I think Rajasthan, Karnataka, Haryana, Gujarat, and even Uttar Pradesh to some extent are the states where the India Alliance is doing better than the exit polls had predicted. Even Telangana for some exit polls. And I think that is where this sort of tension is coming in. Right now, it's really close. I mean, I actually did not expect at any point the gap to be 10%. So this is 10% of the India tally, which is the gap between the India and the NDA currently. Bihar, the NDA is doing well. As per the exit polls, West Bengal and Odisha, also the BJP is doing well. But it's basically in the BJP's core areas of Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, and Karnataka, if you think of it as a core area because it swept that state last time. Those are the states where the BJP is having it tough. And even as we speak, the leads in Delhi have flipped. It's 3 to India and 4 to NDA. Northeast, the India Alliance seems to be doing well with 7 on 25 seats. This Northeast includes Assam as well. So will be interesting. In fact, Delhi is now 4 to India, 3 to NDA. That's fascinating. Punjab, the BJP's leads are down to 0. Himachal Pradesh, BJP ahead on all 4. Uttarakhand on all 5. No surprises there. Chhattisgarh, Congress ahead in 2 seats. No exit poll gave the Congress more than 1 seat. And my sense is that was the Rajnandgaon seat where Bhupesh Baghel was contesting. But I'm just telling you the states which are probably responsible for this slowing of progress. And now the gap is down to 17. 252 to 235. On my screen, it's 255 to 232. It's nothing. It's the skin of the teeth. But Karnataka Congress is at 8. And no exit poll gave the Congress more than 5 seats. So just compared to the exit polls, these are the states which are probably responsible for this slowdown, if I were to say, in the final solidification of
So I don't know about slowdown.
Maharashtra, what is fascinating in Maharashtra is, look at the others tally. That's 18. Now, this could be independents. This could be Varun. Hold that, Varun. Of course, I know this won't happen, but what I'm saying is that this 18, when it gets finally divided between the ND and India, most of it, we don't know what direction it will go to. That's what I was trying to say. So these others of 18 would be the Prakash Ambedkars, the AIMIMs, and the independent candidates. But that, I think, is probably could be a decisive number as to how that 18.
Okay. I've got to come in right now because it's just taken a turn. One of the things we heard in the campaign again and again, Sadanand, has the election turned, right? We're not calling this in any direction, but at the moment there is just a 13-seat gap.
Can I just add something, Barkha?
Yeah.
Can I just add something? So we don't have the Congress leads from the feed, but the last data that the Election Commission is giving us is Congress leading in 45 and BJP 127, because the Election Commission's trends are out for only 250 seats. That means that the BJP is ahead on roughly 50% of those seats, and the Congress is roughly ahead on 1/6 of those seats. So
I got it. I have to let others speak now. Sadanand, Karam, then Sunita, Varun, and Sandeep in that order. Sadanand, of course, it's turned interesting. It's certainly not going the direction, the scale or the margins of the exit poll. Nothing like it. We're again and again going to say it's only 17 minutes past 9 o'clock. I think we'll have to wait a couple of hours for all of this to settle down. But at the moment, you're in dead heat. You're in dead heat right now. It's 244 to 243.
So I have a question for you again, because depending on which website you go to, the sort of numbers there seems to be some sort of difference.
Yes.
What you have is not only a dead heat between NDA and India, but India plus others being ahead of NDA. I'm not seeing this elsewhere. Could you just explain this to
Karthik,
I'm sure a bunch of viewers are like
jumping
into more than one channel. If you could just clarify this, because I mean, obviously this is very dramatic.
Sadanand, this is from the ABP feed, and I think ABP uses a certain
agent.
Feed. But if I were to even go to India today, the NDA is at 270, India at 207, others at 22. So we don't know which one is ahead of the other. But even if it's 270 to 207, I think, Sadanand, you would agree that this is much closer than what the exit polls had predicted. But as per the ABP feed, which is the one that we are relying on, and which is a usually reliable feed, it's 244 to the NDA and 243 to the India alliance.
So all I'm saying is, like, we don't know at this point, but those are two different stories, right? One story is the NDA facing a lot of competition, but making it over the line. And the other potential story, we don't know which one is true, is actually a shock upset victory for India. These are pretty dramatically different stories depending on
which is why we have to just keep giving the health warning. We have to wait because this is not Election Commission data.
Barkha, it has flipped now. India is ahead of the NDA as per the ABP feed. 244 for India and NDA 243. I think a lot of people, I think Varun's expressions are very visible. But again, this is all we're reporting as things are coming in. These numbers, of course, will change. Varun,
okay, so just to explain to you, Sadanand, every platform uses a different counting agency. In the end, the Election Commission has the final word, but the Election Commission releases data very slowly. So what we do in live programming is we tend to follow one lead, but yes, it would be instructive to do a comparison as to how the others are reporting, because as you said, those could be two very different stories. But at the moment, this is C-voter data, that we are looking at, and we don't know. We simply don't know. So we're not calling anything yet.
Yeah, so we don't know which one is ahead at this point, basically. I mean, we don't know which of these two data sources is ahead by 15 minutes or half an hour or whatever. That we don't know at this point.
Yes, we don't know. We absolutely don't know.
Telangana, interestingly, the Congress has reached double digits now, 10 on 17, which is what the C-voter poll has been saying for some time, that the Congress is roughly around that double-digit mark, which is not what some of the other exit polls gave the Congress. Delhi, it is now 3 to India, BJP 4, so it's much more competitive than was expected. Maharashtra is now 14, 10, 17. This 17 others is just mind-boggling for me. Karnataka Congress at 8, BJP 20. Rajasthan BJP 16, Congress 9. Gujarat 23 to BJP, 3 to India. Haryana Congress ahead with 6. In fact, India is ahead with 6 because there's an alliance with Aam Aadmi Party. Punjab BJP has no leads. It's 7-4 to Congress and Aam Aadmi Party respectively. Chhattisgarh Congress now has a third lead. This is very interesting. I mean, if Congress gets 2-3 seats in Chhattisgarh, it'll be a good performance. Uttarakhand and Himachal seem to be a washout. Odisha, the exit polls have gotten right, it seems, because for some time now, the BJP is pulling ahead with 12 leads to the BJD's 4 or 5. Even Andhra, the NDA is ahead. Kerala, NDA at 1, UDF 11, LDF 8. But the story there would be if LDF gets 8 seats, that means that the UDF has been reduced, which means this could be a potential lost state for the Congress. Last I checked, KC Venugopal was trailing from the Alapura constituency, or Alapura, I think that's very silent.
Okay. Karthik, the point is, I think Sadanand raises a very valid point that according to one feed, the India Bloc has now locked in dead heat. But according to other counting agencies, hang on, Karthik, what?
But I kind of disagree in the sense that I think the point we were trying
Okay. I have to interrupt you. Uttar Pradesh is in dead heat right now. It's 37 to 37. Uttar Pradesh is locked at a tie in terms of leads. So, maybe these numbers will change. We just have to wait, but we've got to go with the numbers we have right now on our screen. Otherwise, this is an endless theoretical debate on the nature of polling and how votes are counted. Sunita, let me bring you in at this point. At the moment, going by the C voter feed, 37 to 37 is what we are seeing in Uttar Pradesh. Does this surprise you that this is as competitive as it's turned out to be, wherever the final numbers rest? Sunita Aaron.
Yeah, as of now, it surprises me because we never thought that India can do that well, 37, the alliance. But it's all about numbers right now, and numbers are very confusing, and especially after the exit polls, because they showed only 5 or 7 seats for the alliance, and most of the prominent leaders were losing. So I think we have to wait for some time more to get the right figure. But one thing is sure, that alliance in Uttar Pradesh is in fight. Their formulas have worked. It's not that they have been decimated completely as the exit polls had said. We always thought that the alliance had come out with certain strategies to fight BJP's might, and that is showing in the numbers here. But I think another hour we need to wait, because I was at another channel where they were not showing these numbers. So I'm a bit confused. But one thing that I saw there was that Arun Govil, because that's something is of interest, Arun Govil was trailing in Meerut. If that happens, that would be very, very interesting, because the screen round will be losing. I think Kartikeya has some news about it.
Barkha, can I just add, because Sunita ji was speaking, and I can give you some breakup about UP as per the Election Commission website. This is of course dated, but Sunita ji, the leads for Samajwadi Party coming from Kairana, Bagpat. I have a large parts of Awadh actually: Amla, Eta, Firozabad, Manpuri, Kannauj, Etawah, Mohanlalganj. That would be interesting if Mohanlal, Pratapgarh,
was expected.
Kaushambi, Basti. So basically, Sunita ji, if you look at the map of UP as per the Election Commission website, I think they've done a good job of it. Then basically, Purvachal, parts of Awadh and Western UP is where the Samajwadi Party is doing well. What is surprising is the Congress is ahead in Sitapur. It's ahead in Barabanki. It is ahead in Amethi and Rai Bareli. This is, of course, dated as per the Election Commission rounds. But Sunita ji, if you have any comments on that, I thought that was interesting.
The bunch of seats that you mentioned initially, most of them barring Bagpat, I suppose sounds a little surprising. As for Amethi, I saw the other channel where they said that Smriti Irani was leading. But in any way, Amethi is a very, very close contest. And most of the seats that you mentioned, Barabanki and Sitapur, the Congress was doing very well on those seats. PL Punya's son is there in Barabanki. He gave a very good fight there.
Okay.
Kushambi, we knew that SP. So we don't go into those details right now. But I think the bunch of seats that you have given, they were the seats that we thought either Alliance will get or they are in a very, very tight contest.
Okay, here's the big picture. We are looking at a competitive set of leads at the moment. This picture, I'm going to qualify this again and again. This could change in the next couple of hours. But Varun, I'm going to bring you in. The NDA is leading in 13 to the India's 9, but the others, these 18 others, let's get reactions now from everybody. Karthik, just hold your horses right now. Try and figure out some sort of order in these numbers. Maybe they'll change, maybe they won't. But everything is suddenly looking much more competitive than at least the exit polls had projected it to be. Varun, go ahead.
Barkha, before I say anything, the stock exchange has crashed. 2,000 points down right now. And unexpected, to be very honest. And the other 18, even I don't know who are the other 18s. There was no talk about other 18s. Who are these people coming in Maharashtra? I know of 2 seats. One was Bhiwandi, where this Nilesh Sambre was there, and the other was Sangli, where Vishwas Patil. Apart from that, who are the others? Actually, very surprising. We will have to see, because Akola, it was, though Prakash Ambedkar's it is his bastion, but it is not considered that he holds so much of power to win a Lok Sabha seat over there. MIM, and right now I'm surprised about MIM, because MIM is not even it is not in number 1 or 2 in Aurangabad. It is at number 3. Number 1 is Sandeepan Bhumre from the Shiv Sena, and number 2 is Chandrakant Khaire from the Uddhav Thackeray faction. So very surprising. Even I would like to know who are these 18, because when I see the Election Commission website, it gives 5 or 6 to Shiv Sena, 1 to BJP, and 5, 6 to Uddhav Thackeray, 1 to Congress, and 1 to Sharad Pawar. So I'm very surprised.
Okay.
I
So
would
look,
need some breathe.
Okay, so look, we have no control over the numbers. We're just reporting you, bringing you the numbers from one agency. Somebody else is bringing them from another. The Election Commission, unfortunately, is very, very slow. So while it will have the final formal word, Sunita Arun Govil is indeed trailing in the seat of Meerut in Western UP, according to our data. Sadanand, go ahead.
Barkha, just one thing. Even election, according to Election Commission, Prime Minister Modi is trailing by 6,000 votes right now.
I know. I saw that, I saw that, and the reason we haven't mentioned it is because we know that the Election Commission is slow in counting, and I don't think anybody thinks Modi is going to lose Banaras. So, but the EC does, as you said, Varun, show the Prime Minister trailing in his own seat. But we haven't put that out there because EC is very, very behind sort of the counting of all other agencies. Sadanand, go ahead.
So just a couple of very quick points, right? The first is that compared to the elections in 2014 and 2019, at this time in the morning, it looks much muddier. In both those elections, by this time, we had a very clear sense that the BJP was romping to a victory. We were just a little bit unclear about what the size of that victory would be. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 is that basically you have, 2 potential storylines. One is that if you if you look at sort of what you could be seeing is the NDA quickly racing to a slender majority, and perhaps over the next few hours consolidating that into a larger majority. That's certainly one possibility. The other possibility is the India Alliance coming to some kind of either a shock upset or something very close to a shock upset. But what both those storylines have in common is that at this point of time, the opposition has done much, much better than most of us would have predicted.
Absolutely. I think it's safe to say that unless by the time counting is over, these margins widen in a dramatic sort of way. I don't know if that will happen. At the moment, the NDA has taken the lead again, a 20-seat lead ahead of the India Alliance. Karam Komiredi, I'm so sorry, you've been wanting to speak for a while. Do go ahead.
No, Barkha, I mean, if the early trends are anything to go by, one thing is for sure, most of the pollsters, most of the exit polls have got it horribly wrong. They predicted a rout for the India Alliance, and they've said that it's going to be a landslide for the NDA. One thing is for sure, there are around 64 crore votes that have to be counted, and it's going to take a while. But if the early trends are to go by, I think this is a neck and neck, and there is a possibility that the India alliance may come to power, number one. And what is very interesting is that the Prime Minister himself is trailing in Varanasi, and Smriti Irani in Amethi is trailing. So if you go by the mood of the public, I think more or less people wanted a change. And the reason they wanted a change is because of this. The NDA, Prime Minister Modi, has been in power for over 10 years. But if you look at the ground reality, he hasn't been able to deliver on issues like unemployment, on issues like poverty. And all he had to do was, resort to Hindu-Muslim. And I've read a piece of yours in the Washington Post wherein you said that you've traveled extensively and the Ram Mandir was not being, taken into consideration by most of the voters. And what is very interesting, Barkha, is the results in UP. If you were to look at the last time, the BJP and its alliance, Apna Dal won around 64 seats, and BSP won 10, SP won 5, and Congress was relegated to just 1 seat. Now, if the early trends are to go by, I think the India alliance is doing exceptionally well in UP and across the country, from north to south. The Congress and the alliance is doing exceptionally well, and there is every likelihood that there could be a change of guard at the center and the Congress may come to power. But in any case, let me add a caveat. 64 crore votes to be counted. It's a long process. But if the early trends are to go by, one thing is for sure, most of the pollsters and the exit polls have got egg on their face.
Okay, this is probably a good moment. It's probably a good moment to play out what 5 or 7 major pundits predicted with their seat numbers. Are we anywhere close to that? I know it'll slow down our look at the numbers, but it's worth contextualizing the conversation we're having. The one thing we can agree on is that the numbers, whoever wins in the end, the numbers are at the moment very close. There is only a 20-odd seat gap between the two alliances. It's not at all the landslide that the pollsters projected. Neither is it the other end of the BJP slipping below majority, as Yogendra Yadav said. So I'm going to quickly play out for you a quick clip of what all of the major pundits said, and we'll come right back with updated numbers.
BJP की 303 सीट थी last time.
They will improve their number.
So you don't even buy this theory कि वो 20-30 कम हो.
नहीं होंगे. They are improving their number.
Will Mr. Modi be the Prime Minister again?
उसमें मुझे कोई डाउट दिखता नहीं है.
NDA then comes to take 80 seats away. NDA is exactly 273, just at the majority mark.
BJP crossing 300 mark is a very tough task, very difficult. And BJP coming down below 250, 240 is also extremely unlikely.
The forecast is very straightforward and simple, and that is that somewhere between 330 to 350 seats is what the BJP can get on its own.
So you don't feel any political tectonic shifts?
Honestly speaking, I don't sense that, because अगर वो होता है बरखा तो टेक्टोनिक शिफ्ट आपको दिखता है.
Brand Modi is known largely as a delivery man, a man who resonates very well with the masses, a man who understands the pulse of common man, a man who works 24/7 or seem to be work 24/7 only for them, and not having family, adding value to this. So these are the phenomena which people quite often ऐसा समझते हैं कि ये हमारे घर के मुखिया हैं.
So, yes, Karthik.
But I think one neglected portion of the country is the...
Hang on. Now we do know that the Congress candidate Kishorilal Sharma at the moment is leading in Amethi. This is important news because there was so much debate over whether the Gandhis took a wrong decision in fielding him and not contesting themselves. We'll wait to see where the final result lands. But Kishorilal Sharma is leading ahead of Smriti Irani of the BJP in Amethi in Uttar Pradesh. In Karnataka, however, the BJP is mirroring at the moment the exit poll direction, the leading in 22 seats to the Congress's 6. In Uttar Pradesh, the NDA has now fallen below the India alliance. It's 39 to 35. The BSP, yet I know, Sunita, it is what to say. The numbers are changing so quickly. Smita Gupta is wanting to come in. Smita Gupta, do go ahead. Smita?
See, the one state that I do know a little bit about is Uttar Pradesh because I traveled extensively this time from Muzaffarnagar to Mau. One thing was very clear to me, that the BJP would not be able to retain the number of seats that it had last time, because there was, I mean, people say that there was no akrosh, no anger, but it was for the first time that I heard, not extensively, but for the first time, there were actually people who criticized Narendra Modi, which I have not seen in 2014, 2019, 2022, where, he was always described in very glowing terms by people. Secondly, as you have also noted, the Ram Mandir didn't work. Unemployment, the Agniveer scheme, all these key things were top of the mind for people right across. So, but it was difficult actually to gauge how much they would lose. I mean, the final results will tell us, but I'm not surprised if this holds, because there was definitely anger. And I just to recall the 2004 election. I'm not
Sorry,
looking
can I interrupt you, because Telangana is also reversing the direction of the exit polls. The Congress is ahead of the BJP in Telangana. That is not what the exit polls projected. They projected major gains for the NDA, for the BJP in Telangana. Karthik, very briefly, because
No,
I was speaking.
we at Sea Voter did say that Congress and BJP both 6 to 9. So this is kind of there. But
7 to 9, 7 to 9. But the Congress is clearly ahead right now, is all I'm saying.
That's correct. So 2 regions which I think I'll attract your attention towards: the Northeast, 25 seats, NDA 10, Congress, India 8. That is a very good performance, because last time there was a rout basically. I don't know how many seats are coming from Assam and how many are coming from states like Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram. But this is one place where the NDA is matching the India alliance, or India is matching NDA. The second, which is big surprise for me, Barkha, is Chhattisgarh, where BJP 7, Congress 4, where the Congress was highly demoralized after the loss in the assembly election, with 4 leads. Even if they can get 2 to 3 seats in Chhattisgarh, I think that will be a very decent performance for the India alliance. Delhi is still holding on to the trend now, 4-3. Again, this is a big surprise. I mean, we didn't expect this to go 4-3. My best guess was 2 to 5, in the sense 2 for India, 5 for NDA. And even that, I thought that with the whole controversy surrounding the Aam Aadmi Party, that should probably go. This might still go down, but I'm just saying that being 4-3 at this hour, I think it seems to be that it's been a decent fight.
And the LDF is doing much better in Kerala once again than the exit polls had projected. It's leading in 6. The UDF is leading in 13. The NDA, yes, does seem to be at the moment leading in 1 seat. That is what the exit polls had projected for it. I'm seeing breaking news on my screen. The Sensex has dropped by 1,300 points. The markets are reacting to what they perceive is now an uncertain outcome. The NDA is still in the lead, but it isn't the kind of majority, at least not at 9:40 in the morning, that had been assumed. Karthik, I have to let other people speak, so let me just bring in the others. 265 for the NDA, ahead of 229 for the India Alliance, but a very interesting battle emerging in Uttar Pradesh, where the India Alliance is ahead. The India Alliance is ahead in Uttar Pradesh, leading in 42 seats to 35 of the NDA, and others in 1. Okay, I want to bring in Sandeep Ghosh. Sandeep, do go ahead. Is any of this coming as a big shock at the moment? Are you holding your comments till we know? Sandeep, you're muted at your end. Just unmute yourself and go ahead.
Barkha, overall, I think we should still hold for a bit, but UP, as you are seeing, UP, I think, is, clearly I see 40 to 35. Even if it changes, it cannot change very dramatically. So the kind of, as Smita was saying, BJP retaining its earlier tally looks a tall task over there. At the moment, looks challenging. Varun was talking about Maharashtra. We really don't know what is this 18, etc. Over there. So overall numbers, I think we should probably hold on a little longer before commenting. But some of these trends, as everybody has been pointing out, whether it's Chhattisgarh, whether it's Telangana, whether it's UP, I think these are worth noting, and certainly Delhi.
Yes. Yes, we are holding on. Mr. Annamalai, who ran a high voltage campaign in Tamil Nadu, is trailing in his own seat of Coimbatore. To be fair to Annamalai, he didn't make any big claims about seats. He said he was aiming for a 20% vote share, but he is trailing, and Mr. Owaisi is trailing as well, according to this slide, in Hyderabad. But once again, we've got to see how and where these seats land eventually. A lot of dramatic developments have taken place. If you've just joined us, let me summarize the big picture for you. The NDA is leading in 265 seats. The India Alliance is leading in 227. This is nothing at the moment like what the exit polls had projected. Rahul Gandhi had dismissed the exit polls as being Modi media's polls. The Congress, in fact, since last night had been talking about the possibility of demonstrations. Mallikarjun Kharge had written an open letter to bureaucrats to show spine and do their job at polling booths without fear or favor. If this pattern holds, the exit polls would have got it wrong. They would have got the direction right of who the victor is, because the NDA is still leading, but the understanding of how competitive the election is entirely wrong. But we will wait. We'll give it another couple of hours. We'll see where these numbers land. Different agencies are throwing up different numbers. The Election Commission is still slow. So we don't know. Sadanand, you wanted to come in, and then I'll come to Karam Kaumi Reddy. Yes.
So Barkha, at this point, it would be very interesting to know if you break it down, because I think the two things that are very interesting is how close is the BJP alone to 272? Because from what I'm sort of, if these numbers hold, the BJP alone may not get to 272, even though it looks like the NDA will cross 272. So that's an important number that we should take a look at. And the second number is how close is the Congress to 100? I think those are like two really important numbers, and that would kind of give us a sense of which way this mystery is going to unfold.
Karthik, can you shed any light for us? We, on the breakup of the numbers. I know the Election Commission is giving the breakup, but again, it's, very behind in pace of what the agencies are counting. But do we have any sense? Because Yogendra Yadav has argued, we played all of those pundits, that the BJP by itself would fall below 270. Sanjay Kumar of CSDS said he felt the BJP cannot go below 250 and cannot go above 300. Right? I'm just adding context here.
Yeah, no, Barkha, it's tough to say right now, but all I can say is that in key Congress versus BJP states, the Congress seems to be denting the BJP a little bit here and there, like death by 100 cuts, for example. So Gujarat, for example, 4 leads, Chhattisgarh 3 leads, Delhi India Alliance 3 leads, Punjab Congress. So it's tough to say. Karnataka now Congress is at 10. Right, so it is a possibility. Remember at the beginning of the show what I told you, there are 2 numbers to look out for. Can the Congress cross the 90 to 100 mark, and will the BJP cross 272? At this point, I think both those targets are being tested. That much I can say. But it's Sadanand, I don't think we have the numbers disaggregated by party right now from the agencies that we are getting the numbers from.
And the Election Commission is very behind the curve on that?
It is absolutely very behind, which is why we are not using that data source. I mean, even when I gave you the UP numbers where the Prime Minister was trailing at that point, it was because of the Election Commission's sort of, slow pace of counting.
Yeah.
But as of now, if I were to just quote the Election Commission, Barkha, quoting it, okay? That as per the Election Commission right now, 406 trends have come out. BJP leading on 195. So that's roughly less than 50%, okay? Congress is at 76. Congress at 76, but BJP less than 50% of the leads that have been declared by the Election Commission so far. If that is anything to go by as of now, that's the best proxy that we have, Sadanand.
Yes, but Sadanand, again to explain, the EC counts very slowly. So all of this is stuff that could change. Now I'm just going to go through everything we have on our screen. Gujarat, the NDA. Slow down. Let me go state at a time. Assam, the BJP. Okay, Gujarat. The NDA is leading in 23. You have to match my speed. I need to go back to Gujarat. Can we go back to Gujarat? Okay, we'll wait for them to try and bring up Gujarat. Just stay on it. I'll let you know when to change the slide. It's 23 leads for the NDA, 3 for India. This in itself is interesting because one was expecting, the polls had predicted a 0-0 and nothing for the India alliance. The AAP and the Congress are in alliance in Gujarat. So that's going to be an interesting state to watch out for. We can change the slide now and look at the next. We can look at the next state. Chhattisgarh, the BJP is leading in 7 to the Congress is 3. Late last night, Bhupesh Baghel, the former chief minister, alleged irregularities that the election commission disputed. This is what the numbers look like. Let's take a look at the next slide now, whatever you have. Let's move on. Okay, let's move on. Assam, Jharkhand, okay, NDA 14 to India's 2. And the big picture is it's 249 to 246 nationally. So the gap is narrowing much more tightly than we anticipated. Let's get comments. Sandeep Ghosh, again, I'll give all the health warnings. Nobody is calling the election. Nobody is saying this is a sort of trend that's going to stay necessarily. But can we at this point safely say that the exit polls got the India alliance numbers wrong? Can we at least say that much, Sandeep?
I think they may have got it wrong, but I would still hold on, Barkha. Okay. Maybe I'm, being conservative, but I would hold on because I really don't have a sense of how many rounds of counting has happened so far. By which Kartikeya may be having a better sense. I don't have that.
We have leads for 534 out of 543 states. I don't know how many rounds, but these are leads. Yeah.
So
I don't know how many rounds. Yeah.
Sadanand was mentioning something about 2014, 2019. I don't have such a sharp memory, but I don't think at this point in time, which is about 9:45, whether we had a very clear indication so far. So I would probably wait till about 11 o'clock before taking a call on that. But certainly it's not a washout for India, as some of us reading the exit polls were thinking. But the UP is the most interesting one because I don't see, if they're showing 32 leads for SP, it's going to fall dramatically, or the overall, the equation is going to change there dramatically. And that is, for me, a very, very interesting state to observe.
But Barkha, one thing the exit polls have gotten right is the Bengal, Odisha, Andhra, the eastern seaboard, basically. That I think is something that they've gotten right. But you're right. I think it's the India NDA contest where probably it's a little up in the air still.
Yeah. So let's take a closer look at Uttar Pradesh, because that's where actually, if the East is the story for the BJP, Uttar Pradesh seems to be at the moment the story for the India alliance. Can we please change our slides to Uttar Pradesh? I want to look at the latest numbers from Uttar Pradesh. And in the meantime, Smita, you said you traveled extensively. By the way, it's now absolutely neck and neck in the national picture. It's 260 to 260. Dilip Cherian, welcome to the program. Good morning. But in Uttar Pradesh, the India alliance is leading. So I was trying to make the point that if the East is the big dramatic story for the BJP, Uttar Pradesh, the Hindi heartland, the place where the Ram Mandir consecration inauguration took place, the consecration ceremony of which was presided over by the Prime Minister, going by these leads at this hour, the India alliance is ahead of the NDA in Uttar Pradesh, and there's a dead heat nationally, 260 to 260. Smita Gupta, I'll start with you. We've always said, I've said in all my travels, that the Ram Mandir was not an election issue, but here we are seeing something even more distinct taking place, which is the attempt by, let's say, an Akhilesh Yadav to stitch social alliances beyond Muslim Yadavs, to give tickets to non-Yadav OBCs, to focus on localized issues of unemployment, of jobs, of Agnipath. If these trends hold, that has worked for the SP and the Congress. If these trends hold, I'm qualifying that. Smita Gupta, go ahead. Can we unmute Smita, please? Ma'am, if you're muted at your end, please. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, if these trends hold, one begins with that caveat. But what I saw was, for the first time, that the India Alliance's narrative was resonating on the ground. The issues that they had taken up were actually being spoken of on the ground, and this was being acknowledged even by people who were seen to be close to the BJP. Number two, among the upper castes, among the Brahmins and the Rajputs, as we know, had 5 big sammelans, caste sammelans in the western part of the state, where they denounced the BJP. But there was disquiet amongst them as well as among Brahmins that perhaps, too much attention is being paid by the BJP to the other backward castes. Which is the way which is actually the secret of the success of the BJP since Mr. Modi came back. So there was that great disquiet. You could hear people talking about it. There was also rumors right across the state about that if the BJP were to come back with a thumping majority, Mr. Modi would replace Mr. Yogi Adityanath with a backward caste chief minister. And this was being repeated at, every tea shop, every, town, every village, by people. And the odd thing is that Yogi Adityanath himself is popular. But as I said before, this was the first time that I actually heard.
But I just want to give the qualification, Karthik, the qualification that other agencies are counting differently, and the gap is wider than the C Voter ABP feed on the numbers. Karthik, can you give us a sense of the comparison?
Before I do that, Barkha, Sadanand, I think from one source I now have the numbers. BJP 245, Congress 97. This is the India Today feed. And so there are 3 different sources that we are looking at right now. So ABP is showing 270 to 250 for NDA. NDTV and India Today are roughly at the same point where it's roughly 290, 295 to 210 to 220. But the India Today feed is also giving me the Congress and BJP numbers. The BJP numbers are 245 and they have but their leads are out for 540 seats. So BJP 245, Congress 97. Barkha, as I said, both those benchmarks 272 and 100 for the Congress are being tested in this election.
But Karthik, the Congress argument was that if the Congress could win 90 seats, it could pull the BJP down below 270. You are saying neither is,
That was conditional on the BJP also being checked in states like Bengal and Maharashtra and not sweeping the state of Odisha like they seem to be. But even after that, it seems that the damage is enough for the BJP to be hovering around 250.
Okay,
so
but a lot of people are going to ask the fundamental question that Sadanand asked. We have 3 very different scenarios. Is there anything in common that we can say at this point on the numbers, right? Because the other agencies are giving the NDA a bigger lead, and even as we're speaking, that lead has changed for us. 280. That's why I'm saying we've got to wait. We can't draw any conclusions right now. We've got to wait. It's 280 seats for the NDA and the India Alliance 240. That's why the only question I'm asking right now is, has the India Alliance done better than the exit poll said? That's the only question that I think one can frame reasonably. Nothing else about the outcome.
As per now, absolutely yes. I would say the reason is that none of the exit polls gave the India Alliance anything above 170, which was C voter, by the way, 180 or anything above that. But here, as of this point, Barkha, and again qualification, the India Alliance is comfortably above the 200 mark. This could change. But even as we speak, those numbers from the other feeds are also changing. There now the NDA is 289 to the India's 220 and others is 31. So I will again say, Barkha, for the Congress that 100 point and for the BJP the 272 point, both are being tested. Both are being tested at this point. So
Karthik, I'm going to request you to hop off and help us update our numbers, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Dilip Cherian, welcome to the program. Karam Komiredi, I have a question for you. We have seen disquiet, anger from the Congress. In fact, early morning we have Dr. Shama Mohammed, and she was talking about the election not being free and fair, and I kept arguing that point with her. The point is, if this performance for the India Alliance holds, were you wrong to question the electoral process? Were you wrong to question the wisdom? You can't say if we do well, the election is fair. If we don't do well, the election is unfair. There's a contradiction there, right?
Barkha, well, I must say that from the India alliance standpoint, I think this is spectacular, given that I can see it on your screen, India 230 and NDA 290. I think this election is definitely passed the freeness test, but it has not passed the fairness test, regardless of what the result is. We must take into account that the Election Commission did not do its duty well. We saw how the Prime Minister spoke. He was not reprimanded. There was no notice issued to him. We've seen how Chief Minister after Chief Minister was picked up by the enforcement agencies. We had Hemant Soren, who was picked up in January. Then we had Arvind Kejriwal, who was arrested when the model code of conduct was there. So I think this election, regardless of what the outcome is, has not passed the fairness test. In fact, the NDA government, the Modi's government, has gone to the extent of overturning the Supreme Court judgment to remove the Chief Justice from the panel of the selection committee, which picks the election commissioners. And we've seen how hastily 2 election commissioners were appointed by the BJP government just 24 hours before the matter was listed in the Supreme Court. So regardless of what the result is, I think this election, the fairness test, this election has not been fair at all.
Okay. You say it's not passed the fairness test. It hasn't been fair, but it's been free. And you draw a distinction between those two nomenclatures. We look at that in a moment. Dilip, any first thoughts? Again, lots of qualifications here. It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning, right? But the election is much tighter than the exit poll suggested. The India Alliance is leading in 224, but the lead has now widened. Sadanand, this would interest you. It's widened significantly. The NDA is now leading in 294 seats. But the big question is, will the BJP hit 272 on its own? Will the Congress hit 90 on its own? Those two benchmarks we're studying closely. The ECI has some split data, but it's not updated. Dilip, first thoughts?
I would say, Barkha, that the most important assessment we have to make is that all the people who are rooting for a massive success for the NDA are loudly screaming, wait for 11 o'clock. So this means that the early numbers are discomfiting to them. So that is causing some level of anxiety. Are these unexpected? I would say they are highly unexpected so far. And while we may recognize, and we need to recognize, that it is only 10 in the morning and that EVM counting has just about begun, the numbers are likely to change. And I love the note of caution that you are repeating every minute. It is necessary as our viewers make their assessments. The market seems to have made an assessment in terms of stock markets. The way that is declining seems to indicate that the market is uncomfortable with the fact that early wins don't seem to be in the direction that the exit polls had promised. So I'm not here to cast aspersions on the exit polls. I'm not here to be part of any cheering brigade for any group. But what I do want to say is that it looks like that those rooting for a massive and instantaneous NDA lead, which could not be touched, are screaming, saying, be patient, let's wait for 11 o'clock. And I think that is an early indication of the fact that there seem to be trends which are not comfortable and do not fit in with the narrative we had.
And that is why we are waiting, but the NDA has breached the 300 mark. We do need to take note of that. The gap that seemed close is widening. Even so, at the moment, the India Alliance is doing much better than anybody had projected. Karthik, before I take a last comment from Sunita, do you have a latest figure from Uttar Pradesh? I'd love to look at how UP is doing, but go ahead, Karthik.
No, UP is still 42 to India, NDA 37 as per the source that we are following, Barkha. But let me just say, in the last 5 to 7 minutes, all sources have converged more or less, with of course a margin of plus minus 10 seats, right? So we are reporting 300 to 221. A parallel source is reporting 290 to 220. and another source indeed is reporting 306 to 206. So within a band of plus minus 10 seats, I think we are all now converging where the gap between India and NDA seems to be roughly 80 to 100 seats. The BJP does not seem to be crossing 272 as per now on its own. And Congress is touching that, is in that 90 to 100 zone as of now.
Okay, lots of as of nows there, and I think we have to hold on to those as of nows, as Dilip said. It's still an hour to go, I think, before we have a fuller picture. Picture abhi baki hai. Okay, Sunita, but Uttar Pradesh at the moment, the India Alliance, that's the big story for the India Alliance. You know, where has the opposition really held its own? It's in UP, and that's very ironic.
Can I just add? Sorry, Sunita ma'am. Trinamool is pulling ahead now in Bengal. That's a big story, because for the longest time the BJP was ahead in Bengal. Trinamool is now retaining, or kind of now in the same zone as 2019. So it's now back to 22 Trinamool, 17 BJP, 3 INC plus left. It's a mirror image of what happened in 2019. So that is another big story that has developed in the last few minutes. Sorry for the interruption, but I thought it was
no. Sunita, do go ahead. The UP numbers are on the screen. It's still, despite the NDA hitting 300, the SP and its allies, the Congress, are ahead of the NDA in Uttar Pradesh. Sunita, before we let you go, a last thought. I can't hear Sunita. Someone has to unmute her, please. Could we unmute? Yeah. We can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the 3 quick statements that exit polls never match the ground realities. 1, I'm not talking about issues and all that stuff. The politics of UP is going to change now, hence, because the coming days we'll see a lot of activities, because the numbers may change, but they will not reverse completely. So,
yeah.
I'll end here.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, that the numbers may change, but they will not reverse completely. Smita Gupta, would you like to add to that? The numbers are changing, and in some cases they are reversing. For example, Delhi, where it seems split, the BJP is back to leading in 6. But in Bengal, as Karthike mentioned, the Trinamool is now ahead of the BJP at 22, pretty close to its performance in 2019. I do want to bring in Smita Gupta. Karthik, do you have a quick update?
Barkha, let's not discount how the Congress is putting up a spirited performance in the key heartland states of Rajasthan and Haryana, where now it's neck and neck. These were the 2 states that held potential for the Congress, and they seem to be doing a decent job. Although Karnataka would be still disappointing, because as of the latest leads, it's 6 to 22. But they are seeing green shoots in states like Rajasthan and Haryana. And I think that is what has made the BJP's path difficult, is these strikes by the Congress in the Hindi heartland states. And contrary to the exit polls, so far, Bengal is not being swept by the BJP. Odisha is. So Odisha is giving them that buffer. So is Andhra to some extent. But no new ground. Whereas in states like UP, SP Congress denting them. In states like Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Haryana, Rajasthan, Congress putting up spirited performances as of now.
Okay, we do have first comments coming in from the Congress. Jairam Ramesh has responded. I'll play that out in just a minute. Ashwini Shahi, senior leader of the BJP, is with us. Namaskar. Karam, I'm going to let you have a last comment before we say goodbye to you. In the meantime, the leads are coming in many states. They're changing. The BJP is now leading in 6 seats in Delhi to the AAP Congress Alliance, which is leading only in 1. In Karnataka, the NDA is leading in 22 to the Congress's 6. In Kerala, the NDA could be opening its account in 1 seat. The UDF is leading in 16. That's the Congress and its allies. The left only in 3. In the overall picture, the NDA is now ahead of the India Alliance, no longer in dead heat. But in Uttar Pradesh, you do have the India Alliance ahead as of now of the NDA. Karam, last thoughts before we let you go?
Well, all I can say is I think the India Alliance has done spectacularly well, because we must take into account the fact that we fought this election in a very hostile environment. The election commission was not with us. The media, I mean, mainstream media by and large has acted as a propaganda machine of the government. And having taken all these factors into account, and it was the media, the enforcement agencies, the election commission, which is considered to be an autonomous constitutional body. I mean, these were all hostile conditions, hostile environment. Yet, I think this is a remarkable performance. And I think I've said earlier, this election may have passed the freeness test, but it has definitely not passed the fairness test. And I think this is a victory for democracy as well, because in a state like UP, where the Ram Mandir was inaugurated, the people really did not vote for the Ram Mandir. There was no, I mean, the Prime Minister concentrated his entire campaign not on developmental issues, not on issues like poverty, not on issues like unemployment, not on issues of governance, but he just took recourse to Hindu Muslims. You know, he resorted to things like Mangal Sutra. I mean, he addressed his own countrymen, the Muslims, as infiltrators, as people with, you know, many children. I mean, in the history of this country, 77 years history of this country, I think no prime minister in the past has ever used this kind of language. Yet, the election commission does not come in, does not reprimand him, does not send him a notice. And I think this is the first time in the history of this country that the election commission has not held a single press conference. It has held a press conference on the 16th of March, and thereafter it held a press conference a couple of days ago. The normal convention, the routine is that the election commission holds a press conference every day. It takes questions.
But Karam, despite all of this angst that you have, despite all of this angst that you have just listed, the fact is that the India Alliance has done much better, much better. I'm going to play out. I'm going to say thank you to you. Smita, you have a last comment. I'll say thank you to you right after that. Smita, yeah.
Yeah. You know, if these results hold in Uttar Pradesh, then BJP will have to do a lot of rethinking about how it has, you know, so far successfully managed to keep the upper caste as well as the backward castes, you know, because this was the problem with Kalyan Singh also. If you look back 10 years back, when Kalyan Singh was ousted by the Brahmins and the Rajputs, and the party collapsed till 2014. And it was only when Mr. Modi was able to bring back the backwards into the party that the BJP flowered again. Number two, the BSP has collapsed. What does this mean for the future of Uttar Pradesh? And the third is, of course, how the Samajwadi Party and the Congress Party, will they be able to, in the future, work together? You know, I think there are a lot of interesting, you know, there's going to be a big churn in the politics of Uttar Pradesh.
Okay, Smita, we'll let you go. Jairam Ramesh is already claiming a moral victory for the India Alliance. I'm going to play out the first reactions that we are getting. Remember, if you've just joined us, while the NDA is ahead of the India Alliance, the fight, at least at 10 in the morning, seems much more competitive than any exit poll had projected. In Uttar Pradesh, in the Hindi-speaking heartland, the SP and Congress are actually ahead of the NDA. In Maharashtra, it's a very, very confusing picture, because neither the NDA nor the India Alliance would have been prepared for the fact that others are ahead in 21 seats. So it's a completely fractured sort of result there. We are still not calling this one way or the other at all, because we're waiting for more rounds to be counted. But let's play for you Jairam Ramesh's first. Okay, hang on, Karthik, what?
Barkha, Maharashtra, from another source, I think this others, I don't know how the AVP feed is reporting. Maharashtra, as per the other source, is 25 to NDA, 20 to the India Alliance.
Okay.
So this is like neck and neck in a way. I would say not neck and neck, NDA slightly ahead. Yeah. But no, this is as per the India Today feed. The AVP feed is still giving others this big chunk. We don't know what this others is. So our banner is correct. But I'm just clarifying this from another source feed.
Okay, the gap has slightly widened now between the NDA and the India Alliance. It's 304 to 218. We are going to see this ball-by-ball commentary. I'm sorry, I know we aren't able to get into any substantive conversation about issues, but the issues we have to discuss will also depend on where the numbers finally settle. So I urge or I thank you for your patience. I just want to play out. No, now you have to wait. I have to play Jairam Ramesh's first response. Otherwise, this is what we'll be doing for the rest of the hour. Jairam Ramesh claiming moral victory for the India Alliance. Take a look.
ये रुझान दिखाता है कि निवर्तमान भूतपूर्व बनने वाले हैं। ये उनकी नैतिक हार है और राजनीतिक हार है, दोनों राजनीतिक हार और प्रचंड नैतिक हार। ये पहले कभी नहीं हुआ है कि प्रधानमंत्री खुद अपने ही सीट में पीछे चल रहे हैं। ये तो ट्रेलर है, जो नतीजे दिखाई दे रहे हैं। वाराणसी में प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे थे ट्रेलर ट्रेलर ट्रेलर, तो आज उनके ट्रेलर दिखाई दे रहा है।
So Jairam Ramesh is, of course, quoting from the Election Commission data. I don't know, Karthik, if you had a chance to look at it, which is slow and suggested that the Prime Minister is trailing in his own seat. He's already claiming that the Prime Minister is going to be a former Prime Minister. Akshay Marathi of the Aam Aadmi Party is with us. Ashwini Shahi of the BJP is with us. Sadanand Dhume and Dilip Cherian are with us. I want to open up the conversation now, Karthik, unless you have a very dramatic update. You've got to hold
I
for a bit.
just summarize one statement, Barkha, that I think all of us were watching the swing states in Maharashtra, Karnataka, at least I was Bengal, Bihar. But what seems to be hurting the BJP is its bastion of the Hindi heartland. I think that's the biggest takeaway so far.
Yeah, I was just going to say that in the east is the story for the BJP. It is the state of Orissa and a neck-and-neck battle in Bengal. The Hindi heartland, Ashwini ji, आपका प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश, जहां पे अभी के वक्त इंडिया अलायंस का गठबंधन आगे है, जहां पे राम मंदिर का उद्घाटन हुआ, जहां पे हिंदुत्व पॉलिटिक्स एक तरह से एक एपिसेंटर है, वहां वो इन रुझान के मुताबिक इट हैजंट वर्कड।
बरखा जी देखिए, अभी फिलहाल जो है शुरुआती रुझान है, और आपको उत्तर प्रदेश के बारे में बता दें, यहाँ पर अभी जो भी मामला चल रहा है वो बैलेट जो है पोस्टल बैलेट का ही मामला शुरू में चला है ज्यादा। अब मुझे लग रहा है कि जो रुझान आ रहे हैं थोड़ी देर में ये रुझान बदलेंगे, क्योंकि थोड़ा स्लो मामला चल रहा है। अभी मुझे सूचना 5 मिनट पहले जो मिली है कि ये रुझान जो भी आए हैं, कोई भी मामला, और जो जयराम रमेश जी बोल रहे हैं, जयराम रमेश जी, ये साबुन का झाग होता है ना, सर्फ और साबुन का झाग, वो बुलबुला जो निकलता है उस बुलबुले की तरह है, थोड़ी देर में अपने आप फूट जाएंगे। तो इनका जो बुलबुला फूटने दीजिए, थोड़ी देर इंतजार करते हैं, 12 बजे तक सारी चीजें कंफर्म हो जाएंगी, उत्तर प्रदेश की स्थितियां बदलेंगी। और अभी जो ये दिख रहा है ये तो कतई नहीं रहने वाला है। बहुत जो हम लोगों ने किया था वो पिछले बार 19 में, उससे बेहतर हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर इंतजार हम लोग करें, हम लोग आज दिन भर जुड़े ही हैं, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश से आपको अच्छी सूचना मिलेगी। और संवैधानिक रूप से 272 पर ही सरकार बनती है, लेकिन अब जयराम रमेश जी किस तरीके की बात कर रहे हैं, निवर्तमान और क्या क्या, जयराम रमेश जी को भी सोचना चाहिए। पुराने जो है राजनीतिज्ञ हैं, थोड़ा सा चीजों को, संविधान बदलने की बात वो लोग करते हैं कि भाई हम बदल देंगे, लेकिन अभी तो फिलहाल वही बदल रहे हैं कि संवैधानिक रूप से 272 को ही जुटला रहे हैं। आपके यहाँ आंकड़े 300 के आसपास चल रहे हैं एनडीए के, तो 272 पर सरकार बनती है। अभी देखते हैं क्या होता है 2 घंटे बाद स्थितियां जो जीत की, क्योंकि आज जब शुरुआत हुई है तो हम एक से शुरू किए हैं, सूरत की सीट से हमने शुरू कर दिया है, हमारा उद्घाटन हो चुका है, और ये अभी कारवां कहाँ जाकर रुकेगा न जयराम रमेश जी को पता है, ना आपको ना हमको। जी,
पर आप इतना कंसीड करेंगे कि ऑपोजिशन, यूपी की बात कर रही हूँ, यूपी में जो ऑपोजिशन है उनकी परफॉर्मेंस इन रुझान के मुताबिक कहीं बेहतर रही है फ्रॉम व्हाट वाज एक्सपेक्टेड और व्हाट वाज प्रोजेक्टेड?
हाँ, अभी अब जो रुझान ये अभी दिख रहा है, इसमें तो मुझे लग रहा है कि उन लोगों ने अच्छा किया है, क्योंकि 43 और 39 आप दिखा रही हैं, तो ये उनका जो बहुत अच्छा है। मगर ये चीजें अभी देखिएगा, ये 42 और जो है वो कहाँ आकर नीचे गिरता है, 15 पर आता है, 12 पर आता है, 9 पर आता है, कहाँ आता है, ये देखने वाली चीज है। मगर फिलहाल जो आंकड़े आपको दिखा रही हैं, तो इसमें तो बेहतर ही किया है उन्होंने, उसमें कोई कहने वाली कोई बात नहीं है। और ये बता दूं, ये एक चीज बता दूं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी फिलहाल आगे चल रहे हैं, जयराम रमेश जी को अपने आंकड़े सही कर लेने चाहिए।
Okay, yes, we also just checked, Karthik just checked the Election Commission website. The Prime Minister is not trailing in his seat any longer. That was an early morning update. Sadanand, do go ahead, Sadanand.
The fact that the Prime Minister was trailing in Varanasi should be, you should look at it not as proof that things are tilting in one direction or the other, but to my mind, proof that this is still very premature. Because it's highly unlikely that he's going to be losing in Varanasi.
Absolutely. That's what we said.
That's all. Absolutely. And then I'm just looking at the figures on the screen right now. Now you've got NDA 315 and India 207. So now you've got, more than 100 seat lead opening up. So it's sort of, at the risk of being super repetitive, this roller coaster is not done.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you. And even Karthik, the gap between the alliances is now much larger. Right? It's about 100 seat gap. Yeah.
It is, Barkha, it's kind of yo-yoing, okay, around that 300 mark for NDA and around that 210 to 15 mark for India Alliance. But it has stabilized like this across three sources now for the last 20 odd minutes. So whatever action you will see now, I think will be in this range unless something dramatic happens in the next few hours or so. But I must say that in the two swing states, Bihar and Karnataka, the BJP seems to have checked its losses, because in Karnataka it's 22 to 6, in Bihar it's 36 to 4. So I think that should be a very good performance for the NDA, given that they were staring at some losses there. Bengal, as I said, Trinamool is catching up. And now, what is surprising for me, Barkha, in Bengal is Congress plus left has 4 leads. I mean, I can count 2. I don't
for over 500 years fought by various people. There have been various stakeholders, and for you to take that sole credit. So people of Uttar Pradesh are saying, okay, so we have the Ram Mandir now. Let's talk about people's issues. Let's talk about the Ram Rajya that you had promised to us in 2014. So I think these are bigger messages. And then, of course, the absolute confidence that we may give any candidate to the people of Uttar Pradesh, and people of Uttar Pradesh would blindly vote for them, irrespective of who they are putting up. For example, Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh's son. For example, many other names that I can name. The alliances that you stitched up, the candidates that you brought in from other political parties, overnight you bring them into your party and then give them the tickets. So I think those are factors which people have watched. And let's not undermine the entire thought process of how voters vote when they go out to vote. That are they looking at somebody who's going to promise them another 5 years of free rations, or are they looking at somebody who's promising government jobs, who's promising creating a favorable environment, an inclusive environment that promotes economy as well as inclusiveness across the nation. And I think that that is the larger message that is coming out of Uttar Pradesh.
So one thing that I will agree, and I've been saying from the beginning, Ashwini ji, कि जब मैं बहुत घूमी साउथ से नॉर्थ, तो मैंने बहुत से वोटर्स से पूछा, what do you like best about the Modi government? And they all listed many things: infrastructure, internal security, 24/7 work culture. And Article 370 की भी बात हुई. Priyanka, by the way, Brij Bhushan Saran Singh's son is leading, so I just wanted to make that point. But when I asked people that what would you like to see them change, and लोगों ने कहा नौकरियों और livelihood पे focus, और हिंदू मुस्लिम की ये जो divisiveness है इसको कम करिए. और ये अश्विनी जी बीजेपी के खुद के वोटर्स ने बोला. तो ये रुझान बदलते भी हैं. तो unless there's something dramatic, आपकी last time की performance शायद आप repeat ना कर पाए. Forget improvement.
बरखा जी, देखिए, ये अभी जो रुझान दिखाई दे रहे हैं, ये सच है कि हमारे आशा के मुताबिक नहीं है. हमारे जो हम लोगों ने एक्सपेक्ट किया था उस मुताबिक नहीं चल रहे हैं. मगर जो बदले न बदले, आपने जो सवाल किया है, और प्रियंका जी ने भी कुछ कहा. अभी प्रियंका जी ने राशन की बात की. अगर राशन इतना इम्पैक्ट नहीं करता है कहीं पर, तो आप लोगों ने 10 किलो राशन की बात क्यों की? नहीं करना चाहिए था, आपको भी नहीं करना चाहिए था, छोड़ देते आप इसको. दूसरा, आप बरखा जी, आप तो कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर तक गई, सब लोगों ने कहा. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ जो है ये नेगेटिव नैरेटिव फैला दिया गया है. और जनता में, देखिए, अभी आपने ही इंटरव्यू किया था प्रशांत किशोर जी ने, जो कहा कि भाई 4 लोगों ने बीजेपी को वोट किया और 6 लोगों ने दूसरे विरोधियों को वोट किया. तो निसंदेह जो है 6 लोग आपको मिलेंगे जो बीजेपी के खिलाफ बोलते हुए मिलेंगे, 4 लोग ही बीजेपी के पक्ष में बोलते हुए मिलेंगे. इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ और हिंदू मुस्लिम का जो नेगेटिव नैरेटिव फैला दिया गया है, ये एक चस्पा कर दिया गया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी सांप्रदायिक है. तो हम बहुसंख्यक की बात करते हैं, और जब इंडिया अलायंस का, कांग्रेस का जब आता है मैनिफेस्टो आता है, उसमें लिखा हुआ है कि बहुसंख्यकवाद को बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा. उनका मतलब वो नहीं होता है कि हिंदू मुस्लिम की बात वो कर रहे हैं. जब वो पर्टिकुलर मुस्लिम की बात करते हैं तो उनके लिए वो चीजें नहीं आती हैं. क्यों आखिर क्यों, ये क्वेश्चन आता है.
लेकिन अश्विनी जी, the leads are again narrowing. This is just changing constantly. Priyanka, quick response, and then I'll get Karthik to do the overall number. Sorry, Akshay, I know you have to speak. Just quickly from Priyanka. Yeah, Priyanka.
I'm sorry, I'll just take 2 minutes. I found it very amusing when he said Hindu Musalman ka विवाद विपक्ष करता है. Right from the Prime Minister saying कि तुम्हारा धन घुसपैठियों को दे दिया जाएगा, तुम्हारे मंगलसूत्र छीन कर इनको दे दिए जाएंगे, फिर तुम्हारे जिनके ज्यादा बच्चे होते हैं उनको धन दे दिया जाएगा. And again, right now also when he's speaking, he's talking about some Congress manifesto opposing the idea of authoritarianism, opposing the idea of majoritarianism. Is very different from saying that we will appease the minorities. So again, this is exactly what people of this country have sent a very clear message, and I'm only hoping that as once we form the government, India Alliance forms the government, and NDA is in the opposition, and Mr. Modi is in the opposition, he will actually take a step back and realize what all has gone wrong in his campaign, and where he started to believe that he's invincible, and the narrative that they're pushing was absolutely not what people of the country were expecting after 10 years of giving him absolute power to try and improve the lives of the people.
Well, I should say that the gap has narrowed further. The NDA is now only in a 20-seat difference with the India alliance in terms of leads. So while we can all keep giving the health warnings that we've got to wait till 12, if the opposition today is talking about potentially forming the government, they are within some context to make that point today, given that, at least at this hour, given those leads. Kartike, what's your update?
No, Barkha, I think the way it's panning out is that the BJP essentially is losing in all four swing states: Karnataka, Maharashtra, Bihar, Bengal. Karnataka, Bihar less so. Maharashtra, Bengal more so. And the Bengal story is something that all exit polls fail to catch, it seems, because now in Bengal, the Trinamool seems to be bettering its position from 2019. So it's 27 to Trinamool, 13 to BJP, Congress +2. So the four swing states are delivering blows for the BJP, some more, some less. But what has really dented the BJP is Uttar Pradesh for sure, which I think has come as a bolt from the blue. Nobody was expecting this. But add to that, Congress making surgical strikes in the Hindi heartland, something that not a lot of us had, people had expected. Essentially, Haryana, Rajasthan were meant to be swing states. But the Congress is not just making surgical strikes, it's basically tying with the BJP in these two states. And the number that we showed that, Raj Babbar leading in Gurgaon, I don't think even the Congress would have predicted that. So this is how the trajectory is panning out. This is what has slowed the BJP down. And there are no major gains from Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Telangana, the Congress is leading. The only big upset in this election that is in favor of the BJP is the Odisha number. But that seems to be not sufficient to cover the losses that they seem to be clocking in states like Bengal, Maharashtra, Bihar, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh. So essentially, the BJP losing more in some, less in some, but there seems to be no place where a new sunrise is happening for the BJP. Even in the Northeast, the India Alliance and largely the Congress doing much better. So the BJP is not able to compensate those losses from states like Odisha and Andhra, which is where they're doing better. Telangana also they're doing better, but not as much as some of the exit polls had predicted, and definitely not as much as they would have wanted to cover those losses.
Okay, let me jump in.
That's one of the reasons why since morning, not once have we seen a situation where the BJP has by itself crossed 272. And at this point, all sources kind of converging. And the source that we are actually following is now giving the NDA less than 272. It is giving 254 to India. The other source that I'm tracking is giving the NDA 289 and India 226. So basically, we are in that ballpark where it's not the BJP which is struggling for 272 anymore, but it is the NDA which seems to be struggling for 272 at this point in time.
Well, if this pans out, then in the battle of who won, Prashant Kishore versus Yogendra Yadav won. If this holds, that we should say. Akshay, you've been wanting to come in. Akshay?
You're on mute, Akshay.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Barkha, as we are dissecting the reasons for why what we are witnessing today may have been, and I think one of the things that contributed majorly to the BJP's loss of narrative, in my opinion, was the day that they arrested Arvind Kejriwal and Hemant Soren. Because if you remember, the day Arvind Kejriwal ji was arrested, for the first time, we saw the entire India Alliance, all parties kind of speaking in one voice, saying that Mr. Modi is a dictator and we need to come together to save our country from this dictator, from this authoritarian regime that has decided to jail all of its opponents. So this is not to suggest that Arvind Kejriwal is responsible for the India Alliance winning, but it was a major turning point in the election, in my opinion. When we saw that even Congress workers in Kerala, I was quite shocked. They were protesting on the streets for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. So that was the kind of cohesive narrative that started to build post that point, where you saw there was a lot of camaraderie between the alliance partners. Even Arvindji even went to campaign in Maharashtra, where in Mumbai, in Bhiwandi, he did rallies. He went to Lucknow to sit down with Akhilesh Yadav. And remember, even though we ourselves contested only 22 seats, consistently Arvind Kejriwal has showed up as a major Indian opposition leader in all polls, especially the C voter tracker that Ishwar Deshmukh does.
But Akshay, I have to jump in there. By the way, the Election Commission data says Smriti Irani is trailing. Can I come back to all my guests now? Akshay, I have to ask you a question. If Kejriwal's arrest was a major factor, why is it not reflected differently in Delhi or in Punjab?
No, I think that's a valid question, especially for Delhi. It was a very tough battle. The margins in Delhi, even from 2014 to 2019, were humongous. And I think the alliance between AAP and Congress put up a very spirited fight. Let's see what happens. So far, the margins are very thin. Let me also say that especially in South Delhi right now, I think it's 5,000. In New Delhi, it is 11,000. We have several rounds to go. It's going to be a nail-biting finish. In Punjab, we started with 0 seats. We are at 4. Hope we might do even better. So, it's a win-win for Aam Aadmi Party from where I'm looking at it.
Okay, Priyanka, what is the one big thing you think the BJP got wrong? It's time, I think we can ask that question. The BJP is nowhere within the margins that it has sought for itself.
Very clearly, it's the overconfidence and its belief that people of the country will get fooled thrice. And I'm being very, I'm not being sarcastic about it. I'm not trying to say something before the time comes to say what I have to say. But all I can say is, going by the past history of how India has voted, going by the past history of how, arrogance has had to pay a price in this nation, this clearly seems to be an outcome. And also, the David versus Goliath fights that we saw, where we saw Mr. Modi making himself to be larger than life, Bharatiya Janata Party making themselves to believe and making people believe that they were invincible, mocking electoral bonds controversy, mocking corruption charges, going absolutely brazen in support of some, the wealth creators who are, the leading to wealth inequity in this country, mocking the poor by saying, hello, we are giving you rations, so please be grateful and vote for us. Then, all these factors do come into play. After all, it is about a voter's self-confidence, self-respect. And that is what you continuously continue to mock and totally ignore the valid questions coming from the people, from the women of this country, from the youth of this country, right from government jobs, right from promising them jobs, right from, mocking the entire issue that they were facing in terms of the paper leaks. All of those are factors that I see has led to Bharatiya Janata Party's victory march coming to a halt, and I would say finally sensitive killing in this country.
At the moment, I think as Karthikeya pointed out, it isn't just the BJP that is currently below 272. The NDA is just one ahead of 272. It's currently leading in 273.
And if I can just make one point, Barkha, just one point.
Yes,
We must also realize that the allies that BJP has collected are not those allies which have stood firmly with them. For example, Shiv Sena, they managed to throw them out of the NDA alliance. You saw Shiromani Akali Dal go out of the alliance. And all these alliances that they have managed to stitch together are coming on the basis of some ED threat, some agencies being misused, and some arm twisting at play. And if they see wind changing or, the sentiment of the people moving, I'm very certain that those who are forming the part of NDA will also very happily move towards the India alliance.
That is a very interesting point, that there are others, there are also BJP allies. Nitish Kumar has flipped so many times, he could flip another time and nobody would remember. Karthik, I'm really going to request you to give us some granular data if we have it on the Congress BJP breakdown. We do know, of course, that the BJP is below 272, but where is it settling exactly at this point?
Around 240s is what I last caught, and Congress is now in that 100 range, Barkha. I'll just give an approximate number because this kind of an aggregation exercise from different sources. So I think the BJP is in the 240s range and the Congress is around that late 90s to early 100s. But Barkha, can I tell you one more upset that's happening? In Odisha assembly polls, the BJP is ahead of the BJD. 116 leads coming in and 59 to the BJP. So which means that if this happens, it will be a double strike for the BJP in Odisha, both Lok Sabha and Assembly. This might well pave way for Odisha to become another one of those BJP states, both from the Lok Sabha and the Assembly. So that's just a side note. And in Andhra Assembly elections, the TDP is sweeping the state along with its NDA partners. So 116 to the TDP. Jagan Reddy's YSRCP is at 21 right now, 21 leads. So the 155 leads, 116 to TDP, just TDP, not NDA. And Jagan Reddy's YSRCP at 21 leads. Those are, I think, important updates coming in.
But to your point on the national picture, you're basically saying the BJP is at the moment hovering at about 240, so falling short of that.
Yes.
And the Congress is approaching 100 on its own?
Yes. And can I just give you some election commission data on that?
Yes, please.
Because,
Yes,
again,
please.
With the health warning that, this is delayed. As per the election commission's slow pace of data, 536 seats leads announced, 233 BJP, 99 Congress. But one more thing, Barkha, in Bihar, 2 interesting seats, right? Siwan and Purnia, where 2 strong independent candidates were in the fray. Both are leading. Pappu Yadav is leading from Purnia, and from Siwan, Hina Shahab, who's the wife of Shahabuddin, she is leading. So when the final results come out, if they win, my sense is that at least we know where Pappu Yadav is going to go. And again, my sense is that we all know where Hina Shahab is going to go. So it seems like this 34-6, I'm not sure with where they're adding those 2. If it's
okay, hang on, because the India Alliance is ahead of the NDA again in Uttar Pradesh, right? So this is going up and down, up and down. Let me get Dilip Cherian. We've been very careful, but I think we can now say that it's going to be nothing like what the BJP or the exit poll said it would be like. That's all I'm saying. It's not going to be that, right? That much I think we can safely say. Yeah.
Also, Barkha, I think even by the tardy and extremely slow ECI data, they have counted now about 16% of the votes. And what it looks like is that Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu are definitely kingmakers. It looks to me that Mamta is holding her own. After years, it looks like Akhilesh is delivering. And it looks also that the Congress may be able to breach what was once considered impossible, the 100 mark. So, you may well have an NDA alliance being ahead of the India alliance, but these are politically significant landmarks which we need to notice. When about 16% of votes are counted, you are getting a broad sense of trends. It may not be the final results. And I think with that health warning, we can figure out what the direction is. The big new players who will emerge stronger are Nitish and Chandrababu. And if Mamta manages to hold her own, she will also be quite a power. And Akhilesh is the story of Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if Uttar Pradesh Samajwadi Party is leading in 36 seats by itself, I'm assuming that this is some granular data that we have for the Samajwadi Party by itself, which is very, very important. And I think, Dilip, you're quite right to say these are the stories of the day. But Sadanand, for those like yourself who have been quite critical of Rahul Gandhi, I know we'll have to hold judgment till we know how the Congress is done finally. But do you believe that if the Congress breaches the 100 mark, even if the BJP is the single largest party, the state of play in India changes and the way the Congress and the Gandhis are then perceived will also have to change?
Yeah, I think if they get if they win more than 100 seats, I think, some of these assumptions will have to be revisited. I mean, this is a party that, basically got 44 in 2014, struggled to get barely more than 50 in the last election, a lot of with a big assist from the DMK in Tamil Nadu. So if it gets more than 100, and more importantly, if it makes inroads in the Hindi heartland, which it seems to be making, I think that does kind of, force all of us to make new assessments. But I'd say, at this moment, I'd say the one thing that would, if I was in the BJP headquarters right now, I think the one thing that ought to be worrying them is that if you look at your feed or if you look at the India Today feed, they're not the NDA number has not touched 300 for a long time now. It's been more than half an hour, and they have India Today has it at 289, you have it at 280, and by this time, normally you would have expected, or if they were to sort of, they would have obviously hoped for much more than that, but at least sort of to be at that 300 mark and consolidating. And the inability to do that, I think, would be, would be one thing that's one very big worry. One more thing I want to add, I taken that, I think any reasonable person would point out that the BJP went into this with a huge advantage, right? A huge funding advantage by orders of magnitude because of electoral bonds. Much of the mainstream media perceived as being in its pocket. The cult of personality around the prime minister. All of these are big advantages for the BJP. Nobody would deny this. But there is one thing that, that I think commentators haven't, paid enough attention to, which is that it's really almost impossible to win 3 elections in a row in India, right? The last time that happened was in 1962. Even Indira Gandhi, at the peak of her power, did not win 3 back-to-back. And I think some of that is just to do with the fact that, what happens, I think, comes back to the jobs question, which I think, more than one person has raised. You find government after government after government, they're able to do stuff like build bridges, build roads, and so on. But when it comes to providing employment and getting hundreds of millions of people off from these unproductive farms and into these higher paying factory jobs, that's just something that it's not a BJP Congress thing. You can go back 50 years. Job creation is just something that's really hard to do. And so I'd say that, that would be the one, if the BJP does pull this off, and we'll see at midnight, I think it would be a remarkable thing to have pulled off, 3 in a row, because no one has pulled off 3 in a row since 1962.
Priyanka was amused with that argument, and let's find out why. Priyanka Chaturvedi, it's over to you.
Forget the past history of this country, all right? And comparing it to, oh, look, Indira Gandhi did not get her 3rd term. Oh, look, Jawaharlal Nehru got his 3rd term. When Prime Minister Modi was campaigning, he wasn't talking about all of this. The Bharatiya Janata Party did not even care what is the past history. They were there to create history, right? And I think, please, we must think of how the voters have thought over this entire election. And they very clearly let their will know that nobody can enjoy absolute power. The second thing about creating factory jobs, where are the factories in the past 10 years? What job
That's the whole point. Nobody has created them.
Again, just allow me to complete. You are not making it exclusively about these 10 years. Let's remember, 10 years ago, and Sadanand, you've been a part of the entire campaign of 2014 of Mr. Modi. You were part of the entire narrative setting. The main thrust of the conversation was, we are going to be creating jobs, 2 crore jobs. How are the jobs coming? Again, we will encourage factories, we will encourage businesses. 10 years down the line, what is it showing? It's something only on paper, on some vision that was given, and then later perhaps termed as Jumla. So,
okay, before Sadanand responds, Priyanka, we haven't asked you about Maharashtra. We've asked you about national politics, but Maharashtra is 24-23, again, neck and neck, as was expected, in a way. Just a quick comment on Maharashtra, and I'll let Sadanand and everybody else come in. I can also see Zafar Sireshwala joining us. Go ahead, Priyanka.
So, as far as I can see, Maharashtra is concerned, by the time the counting ends, we are looking at a number above 32. That's the Mahavikas Aghadi. And as far as what we're seeing right now, neck to neck, it's not really a neck to neck. NDA, when Shiv Sena was along with them, was at 41. And BJP in itself, contesting 25 seats, BJP in itself was 23 seats. Today, as an entire alliance, after breaking 2 regional parties, after thinking that they've done some massive consolidation of votes and, getting into power in Maharashtra by hook or by crook, by undermining constitution, by doing away with whatever the Supreme Court was saying, and by mocking the entire process of how elections are conducted, how, even splitting parties is concerned, what the constitutional morality is, Schedule 10 of the constitution is nothing. And you're paying the price of it. After breaking 2 parties, and by calling it a Nakli Sena, labeling Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray as a Nakli Santan of Balasaheb Thackeray. And I don't know, I don't even want to get into the dirty conversations and the levels that even the Prime Minister of this country stooped to try and consolidate his vote base in Maharashtra. People of Maharashtra have spoken. Maharashtra has spoken very emphatically about what
And
it
also,
is.
just as we were speaking, the India Alliance is now 26 to 21. It changed just while you were speaking in Maharashtra. The India Alliance is
Exactly.
ahead. Yeah,
I'm
it just
telling you, we are hitting the 32 mark and
okay.
above that in all likelihood. So that is all I'm saying. People of
Yeah, it's 20,
Maharashtra have
but
seen
it's
how
actually
industries
20.
were taken away, how corruption was rampant, how constitutional norms were trampled upon. That's not how Maharashtra functions. And most importantly, breaking up two regional parties which were known to speak for the people of Maharashtra is another factor that has gone against BJP.
I will say, Priyanka, when I was traveling in Maharashtra, I met a number of Modi voters who felt very sympathetically towards what had happened with Uddhav Thackeray, and they said that, "Ha, Modi Delhi mein theek hai, lekin yahan pe to Uddhav Thackeray." And I said, "But this is a national election." But that is how they processed what had happened. The election got quite localized in Maharashtra, and we are seeing that bear out in the numbers. Karthik, quickly, I need to get in the others. Karthik.
Just having to put Priyanka just said it's 28 to 19 in Maharashtra now. And just to add to UP, Barkha,
And 28 for the India Alliance.
Why do you think Priyanka is smiling otherwise?
No, I'm just reconfirming.
So my another question, Barkha, another point I wanted to add, Barkha, was in the UP context.
Yes.
You said SP, and I think Dilip sir said that Akhilesh Yadav is back. You know what? I think once this election is over, and I can see an India blue all over the UP map right now with over 40 seats, even if it ends with 35, what will be very interesting is, did the Congress deliver the Dalit vote to this alliance? I think that will be a big story, because I think Congress's involvement with the SP in UP brought some sanity to their caste combination.
And also the constitution, which initially seemed like an esoteric reference, the opposition managed to create this hawa that if you give the BJP large numbers, the constitution could change and the quota policy, the reservation policy could change. I met people on the ground. They didn't fully understand kya hai, what is the debate, but they understood that they needed to protect their reservation policy. Okay, hang on. I need to get the others in.
One statement.
No, one second. Let me just get Zafar. Zafar's been waiting for a while. Let me just bring him in and Akshay. Zafar Sareshwala, 299 for the NDA, 221 for India. At the moment, the BJP is below 272 and the NDA is below 300. It is not at all like what the exit polls had forecast. You have been a critic of the Prime Minister, then a fan of the Prime Minister, then you have been talking about what you've called the political decimation of Muslims. The Muslim vote seems to have, going by the exit polls, consolidated behind the India Alliance, but everything else the India exit poll said seems to have been wrong. So how do we understand what has happened or what is happening still? Zafar Sareshwala.
See, Barkha, I always believe one thing, that religious rhetoric doesn't work continuously. I mean, you take Pakistan, for example, the religious parties, once upon a time, they had, but after a certain time, they were waning. I am here in Saudi Arabia now, and I've been traveling since last 1 month. This was a place with maximum religious extremism. But over the past 5 years, they have started moderating and they feel that it cannot work. And that I'm seeing everywhere. So religious extremism cannot work. The only thing which works ultimately is bread and butter, jobs. These are the real issues. And you have traveled across the country, Barkha. You know exactly what was going on. So that has come up. And one more thing which I had said on your show earlier, that no political party in India can win only on Muslim votes. They need to have sizable Hindu votes also. And that has happened in UP. Samajwadi Party and Congress, of course, they had Muslim votes with them. But now that Hindu vote has also come to them, and that is the reflection in the results which we see.
Yeah, but this point about religious rhetoric is a very important one, because I was mentioning earlier, and I've written this, that Modi's own voters, when I would ask them what's the one thing you'd want to see the BJP and the Modi government change if it has a third term, they said, "Ye Hindu Muslim kam kariye." Then they said jobs. These were the two answers I got all the time. Why do you think why do you think the Prime Minister made the kind of speeches he did in the campaign? He must have been getting some feedback that it was working, but all the people we were meeting, it was not working for them.
No, in fact, I was in London I met, people of the overseas BJP people here in London. And they were also saying this, that it's not needed. You don't need. Okay, initially, bolte hain ke, this whole religious extremism or rhetoric works like mirch masala to make the food tasty. लेकिन अगर खाना ही ठीक नहीं है और मिर्च मसाला डालोगे आप तो खाना और बिगड़ जाएगा. तो ultimately, Barkha, it has come up, or I would say that coming of age of electoral the voters in this country. And yes, I need to compliment that in spite of 10 years anti-incumbency and all that, BJP has managed to get the seats which they have got, and that is reflection because they have done like for the infrastructure development, roads, railways, airports, lot of other things have happened. So that has given whatever it is, but that religious rhetoric has not given anything,
Okay.
and it will not
Okay.
give to anybody.
I just want to welcome to the program Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party, Dr. Sanjay Baru, a senior journalist. Kartike is still with us. Hang on, Kartike. Akshay Marathi is still with us. Sadaran Dhume is still with us. If you have just joined us, the NDA is leading in 300 seats to the India Alliance's 220. While we are still waiting for the final numbers, one thing is clear. The exit poll projection for both alliances has been proven to be wrong. I want to start with Sanjay Baru. Sanjay Baru had a column in the Indian Express where you said even the BJP doesn't want 400 par or 370, which is the target that Modi set for the BJP. You said even the BJP's, Modi's colleagues don't want the party to be that powerful. I don't know what the final numbers will be, but it ain't going to be 370 for the BJP. Sanjay Baru, your first thoughts? I can't hear Sanjay. Okay, Dr. Baru, I think you're muted at your end. We can't hear you. Karthik, do you want to have a quick update till then?
Barkha, I think this might interest Sadanan now. I think for some time now, it has stabilized at a point where NDA is in the 290 to 300 range, sometimes slipped down to the late 280s. And the India Alliance is in the 220 to 30 range. And I think this seems to have now stabilized for, I think, an hour. So if nothing dramatic happens, we are looking at a prospect of an NDA government. Yes, Madhvi Lata is leading. NDA government with the BJP probably not crossing 272. An India Bloc where the Congress might cross 100. And that, I think, could be the larger narrative of the results that are coming through. I'm just saying this because at this point, it has stabilized now for some time. I mean, if something had to happen, it would have happened by now. It just seems to have stabilized for the last 45 minutes or so.
Okay, so the big question is, will NDA cross 300? So look at how the goalpost has shifted. Earlier, it was, will NDA cross 400? Then it was, will BJP retain 303, which is what it got last time. Now we are looking at whether NDA, please, can you not speak? Whether NDA will be at 300. Ghanshyam Tiwari, your first responses.
Good morning to everyone, and good morning to a country that is saying, "Fut off dictatorship." This is end of road for nightmarish fantasy of Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, Godi media, the Beiman Punjipatis of electoral bonds to install dictatorship in India. From Uttar Pradesh to across the country, the message is clear. You can capture the exit polls, you can capture the media, but you cannot capture the dreams of a common man who BJP has robbed from basic sense of prosperity. You can't capture the dreams of daughters who BJP robbed by putting Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh like people, or Bilkis Bano rapists by propping them up. BJP has lost the mandate in the real sense. If it is with this kind of misuse of machinery that BJP is somehow able to form the government, Barkha, mark my word, every day in the country, they will protest against BJP, protest against Mr. Modi if he ends up becoming the BJP Prime Minister. Every day, the government that BJP will provide to India will face daily protests from farmers, from youth, from daughters of India against the misrule that they have indulged in last 10 years. And it will begin in Uttar Pradesh. The upcoming state elections, BJP is going to be routed, whether it is in Maharashtra. What a sham they created. that was obviously echoed in the media, that they robbed Shiv Sena of its symbol, of its party. They robbed Sharad Pawarji's party, NCP, of its symbol, of its party. People of Maharashtra are responding. What a sham they created with Sandesh Khali in West Bengal. People are responding in West Bengal. And what a sham. Prime Minister said this election is mujra. People of India are telling the Prime Minister that you can fall to the lowest, but when the people rise, you will fall further. That Dr. Manmohan Singh said that no Indian Prime Minister has fallen to this level. People of India are showing that if the Prime Minister of India chooses to call elections in India as mujra, people will make him fall further.
Ghanshyam, can I ask you something? You said that if the BJP tries to form the government with these numbers, it will be an unstable government that will face daily dissent. Are you then saying that you do not believe that the NDA at 302 is in a position to form the government? Or are you saying that it could be a government and it's time to ask this question with a different BJP Prime Minister?
This is not NDA. This is Narendra Surrender Alliance. A group of people with Narendra Modi and a set of people who were made to surrender by greed, by force of power, by arm twisting, by blackmail. Even their candidates on record while campaigning for BJP said that they were blackmailed. So this Narendra Surrender Alliance will face daily protests from BJP. Those who they have blackmailed and arm twisted, they will face protests with so-called allies. People like Nitish Kumar have no bearing. People like Chandrababu Naidu will not stand and face the dictatorship of BJP. There is not a single party in India with their morality in place, with their political acumen in place, that wants to support BJP, because they know that if you support BJP, it's like committing suicide, or they will come and stab you in the back. They have stabbed every one of their ally in the back. So no political party today in India without pressure would be able to support BJP. And within BJP, no one wants to support Mr. Modi because it's the same blackmail method.
So you are making a very important political argument here. You are saying, irrespective of whether the BJP is the single largest party, irrespective of whether the NDA is in a position to form the government, you believe, Ghanshyam Tiwari, that there's now going to be a churn. A weakened BJP is not going to see allies like Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu necessarily stay in its camp. Correct?
For 10 years, they played Hindu-Muslim narrative, hateful narrative on TV. They captured the media. Even after that, even after a hijacked media, people are voting them out. Wait and watch as this election results are finalized. The level of anger that people have against BJP, the youth have against BJP, will not allow them to function as a popular government. They can function. They'll try to function as a dictatorial government, but people will give them back what they have given to people with misuse of machinery, with breakage of party, with destruction of democracy.
Okay, Karthike, quickly, I need to go to Dr. Baru, and I'm hoping
it is fascinating what's happening in Bihar. We thought the JDU was the weak link.
Yeah.
Of the 16 seats it's contesting, it's leading in 15, which means that all the losses are being clocked. Whatever 5-6 losses are being clocked by the BJP and the LJP. Do you know what that means? That means that the JDU will be in a much stronger position if an NDA government is formed, not a BJP government. Now, I must say that during the election, I heard murmurs from some journalists in Bihar saying that, actually RJD wants JDU to perform well and that there is something going on. I didn't believe it. I still don't believe it. But what I'm saying is that if something like that was happening, this 15 on 16 leads for JDU is mind-boggling.
Let's bring up the Bihar slide that Karthik is referring to. Dr. Baru, you're having several chuckles. I'm hoping that we can actually hear you this time. Why are you chuckling? You have a Karunanidhi look also with your dark glasses, but why are you chuckling? Why are you chuckling?
I love that Narendra Surrender Alliance.
that is Ghanshyam's line for the day.
I love that line. But Barkha, earlier you said that I had said BJP would not even, nobody wants them to get 370. Well, they are not even touching 270. And I think that's the most important headline of this election so far. And I sincerely believe that this is a vote of no confidence in the leadership of Narendra Modi. And even if the NDA comes to power, the NDA should elect a new prime minister. I mean, I remember in 1996, when the Congress emerged as the single largest party, they took the view that though they were the single largest party, they had fallen in numbers and they had lost the mandate to the people. And Narasimha Rao was asked not to form the government. That was that Congress could have formed the government in 1996 with the support of Chandrababu Naidu and Jayalalitha. I know this for a fact, but they chose not to because they felt they had lost the mandate of the people. I think Narendra Modi has lost the mandate of the people. And therefore, if BJP does not cross 270, NDA can still form a government, but they would have to form a government, I hope, with a new prime minister. That would stabilize the government. I mean, I was worried by some of the remarks made by a panelist about the people of India not accepting a NDA government with Modi at the head of it. I think because Prime Minister Modi led a very fractious campaign, a very divisive campaign, and caused so much anger among so many people, it is important to have a government that unites people. Even if it's a BJP-led government, it should be a prime minister who has the capacity to unite India rather than continue to divide India. I think Modi's strategy in this election was to see if he could polarize and get as much of the Hindu vote as possible. I think what these results so far show is that that strategy has failed. So I'm hoping that even if you have an NDA government with Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish in it, and we both know and everybody knows that neither Naidu nor Nitish have any love lost for Mr. Modi. And I hope that both of them have the courage to stand up and say that they would join an NDA government if the leader is someone else and not Narendra Modi. Because Modi has treated both Naidu and Nitish very badly, and both of them are on record having personally attacked the Prime Minister in the past. So, looking at the numbers today, it is clear that there could be an NDA government, but it will have to be an NDA government with a different Prime Minister and a different agenda from the kind of agenda that, Modi ki guarantee, Modi ki guarantee. It will have to be a BJP ki guarantee now, a BJP government led by a new leader. That is what I hope. It may happen, it may not happen, but I think that will stabilize. It's in the interest of the country to have a stable government. I think my friend Jaishankar has repeatedly said that in an uncertain world that we live in, we need a stable government to deal with all the challenges, international challenges. So if we want a stable government, it will have to be with a prime minister who's inclusive, who unites people, who reaches out to the opposition, who treats the Congress, which has had a massive, resurgence in this vote. I was just telling someone just now that in 2014, Narendra Modi's contribution was to bring the BJP back to power. But in 2024, his contribution is to have revived the Congress party. I think Congress is back in the game. So I hope we have a leader who is able to stabilize the government, who's able to unite the country, who's able to work with the opposition, pursue reforms, pursue policies that will make India a great democracy once again.
So this is a very interesting scenario that both Ghanshyam Tiwari and Dr. Sanjay Baru have painted. An NDA government with a different prime minister, shifting allies, Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu, moving out potentially. These are all now questions up in the air that can be legitimately discussed. Sadanand, you wanted to come in before I'll bring Zafar, and I can see Sriram Kari also back with us. Sadanand, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things, right? I mean, there's the 1996 example. There's also the 1989 example, right, where Congress emerged as the largest party and again did not stake its claim to form a government because it felt that it had lost the people's mandate. So the question, I guess, for over here is that how low does, and I'd be curious to hear Dr. Baru's views on this, how low does the BJP need to fall before, even though it's the largest party, it can be said to have lost the mandate and not stake a claim to form the government? I think that's one important question. Right now, they're at around 240, which is which is way lower than virtually anyone would have predicted. Certainly, if you'd have had this conversation 24 hours ago or even 12 hours ago, no one would have said that the BJP would be at this time of the morning hovering at around the 240 mark. The second, I'm going to push back a little bit gently, which is that I mean, I can understand the theory behind a non-Modi NDA or a non-Modi BJP prime minister. I can't really understand how anyone would be able to do that practically, because the fact is that this is his party, and if he chooses to say that, well, I don't have the numbers, but I want to sit in the opposition, I mean, I can't think of anyone else emerging from within the party to say that, no, we're going to form a government, and I just find that a little bit far-fetched. But so I'd be curious to hear. how
Can I?
you know, to
Sorry.
hear that being crystallized a little bit more.
I'm so sorry, but to the point we were talking about, Sadanand, we do have some individual breakup finally of BJP and Congress, and it is what we've been saying. The BJP is hovering at 238 seats; these are leads. The Congress at 97, the others at 205. Right, so the BJP at the moment, it's a swing of down by 65, and for the Congress at the moment, it's a gain of 45. For the others, it's a gain of 17. So we were kind of right in our assessment that the BJP is hovering at about 240 on its own. It is clearly short of the majority mark. Ghanshyam Tiwari, you wanted to come in? Yeah, Sriram, sorry, come to you right after that. Ghanshyam.
Within BJP, the leadership mantle is going to shift from Amit Shah. Amit Shah was the man behind the scene. As Arvind Kejriwal said, he was waiting for Mr. Modi to retire to take on as the Prime Minister. Now that backroom Prime Ministership that Amit Shah was trying to create is going to shift to front room Prime Ministership under Nitin Gadkari and Rajnath Singh. They are people who have been BJP presidents in the past. There is no love lost with Amit Shah, Narendra Modi, who have completely stymied their leadership. And with the kind of mandate, with the kind of work that they have done, it is clearly their credibility now ranks higher than Mr. Modi. And they are in better place to keep these allies of the Narendra Surrender Alliance than Mr. Modi himself.
Dr. Baru giggles. It's like a doll. You say Narendra Surrender and he giggles.
Narendra Surrender Alliance. That's the most genuine.
But Ghanshyam, Sadanand has a fair question, right? The fair question is, you can't tell another party who their leader should be. Nobody can. It's for them to decide that.
We are not saying that. I am saying that there is no single party in India today who can, without finding itself on a fatal blow, align with BJP. Aligning with the BJP is end of your party, end of your sense of democracy, end of any kind of moral propriety. And within BJP also, there are enough MPs who feel that their voice has been muffled, or they cannot express themselves, and they want a better leadership. The everyday protest that we will see against Mr. Modi in India is yet to begin, because people of India will read this verdict as saying, we wanted to change this government, but somehow there was a machinery, there was a media, there was a mechanism that did not allow our full expression to happen. And when that full expression doesn't happen through votes, it will happen through protests, because this government is not fulfilling anything. This government throughout this election did not recognize unemployment as an issue. It did not recognize inflation as the issue. In fact, they had the courage or toxicity to backstab the common man by increasing the milk prices right after the exit polls. They have the toxicity to increase the toll prices right after the exit polls and reward their famed crony capitalists with the rise in share market, because the exit polls created that kind of sentiment. So people are up against this government even after this poll result settled.
Okay, Ghanshyam, can you just briefly speak about Uttar Pradesh, where your party's led alliance is ahead of the BJP? The BJP is down to 32 seats in Uttar Pradesh. To me, this is the big story of the election, because all of the assumptions of the BJP's politics, right, emanated from their model in the Hindi-speaking heartland, which is exactly where it has actually faced its worst blow. This also raises questions about what happens to Yogi Adityanath. Does he become stronger? Does he become weaker? The central leadership of the BJP is not known to like Yogi Adityanath. He's the only chief minister that they can't actually replace at will. So there are all kinds of questions that are coming up from the UP result, which is really the story of this election, Ghanshyam.
Important from the Samajwadi Party victory. One is it establishes Akhilesh Yadav as a leader of the Hindi heartland, who can speak towards the aspiration of the youth, who can speak towards the aspiration of the PDA, the Pichda Dalit Alpsankyak Adhi Abadi Mahila Alliance, who can speak about the problems that the common man, the poor and the farmers face. Remember, in Uttar Pradesh, BJP took off their alliance with RLD, thinking that this will further diminish the democracy in the state. But that's one. Second is the whole double engine. In 2022, BJP on its own got 3 crore 80 lakh votes. SP got around 3 crore votes. Now this with RLD surrendering, right? They are getting votes much less, at least 1 crore less votes. BSP is out of equation. So clearly, Samajwadi Party is the most legitimate leader in the minds of Uttar Pradesh, and Akhilesh Yadav ji is the most legitimate leader in the overall Hindi heartland, which Uttar Pradesh seems to represent. The final point is...
Can I just jump in? India Alliance is leading in Ayodhya. When I was on the ground in Ayodhya, this was a possibility. Ayodhya is, of course, where the Ram Mandir is. Ayodhya also has a very complex caste dynamics. And one of the things we reported is, despite this being the pilgrim town that is host to the Ram Mandir, the caste dynamics were such that the BJP could lose. And at the moment, the Election Commission of India, this could change, is reporting that the India Alliance is leading in the seat of Ayodhya. I'm just going to let Sadanand briefly... Yeah, sorry, Ghanshyam, you want to say something?
Wait, I just say one very simple point. This outcome in Uttar Pradesh is beyond the caste dynamic. This is as best a massive outrage against BJP as one can imagine, given the high-handedness of Yogi Adityanath. He himself has lost legitimacy. But between the battle of Amit Shah and Yogi Adityanath, Amit Shah is down and Yogi Adityanath can still survive with a straw.
Okay, no, I wasn't trying to reduce the entire UP story to caste dynamics. I was just making the point about Ayodhya in a limited context. Hang on, Karthikeya. Sadanand, complete your point. Yeah.
I mean, I think, look, it's 11:30 in the morning, and the BJP seems to be struggling to get beyond 240 seats. That has got to, and it's trailing in Uttar Pradesh. It's doing badly in Maharashtra. Whatever in Bihar, it's actually JDU, which surprisingly seems to be the party that's doing well. Ironically, the NDA lost in 2004 because of the, many people say because of the poor performance in Andhra Pradesh and choice of allies. It may be Chandrababu Naidu who actually saves the day for them if they end up coming back to power. But I think at this point, we've been very cautious, rightly so. But it's at 11:30 in the morning, and you don't really see any evidence so far of the BJP able to, pull ahead or reverse, or change what have been pretty stable trends so far. So I really do think that this is an earthquake. There's no other way to describe this.
So this is an earthquake, says Sadanand. We've been very, very cautious, but now I think you're right. We can begin to categorically say that the BJP is falling clearly below the majority mark at this hour. The India Alliance is leading in Ayodhya. Dr. Baru makes the interesting point that if Modi revived the BJP in 2014, today he's been responsible for reviving the Congress. The BJP is falling short, not just of 270, it's at about 238 at the moment. Also, what has happened in Bengal is totally against the exit polls. The Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress has comfortably surged ahead. Let me, as we rotate there, you can see the Bengal numbers. Let me bring in other reactions. Asif Bhamla of the BJP is with us, but Sriram Kari, do go ahead with your first thoughts.
Barkha, when you talk about what are the possibilities of government possibly to respond to both Dr. Sanjay Baru and your question, how to go about forming it. Actually, Dr. Baru answered the question himself in an interview with you when he spoke of the psychology of politicians. Please do not look at the government formation as what will BJP do and what will Congress do. Just see it like this. 4 leaders can put together 172. They can count on 100 by Congress. And the game is over. And those 4 will be Akhilesh, Mamata, Chandrababu, even, so various possibilities, Stalin, so on and so forth. So 4 big leaders talk to each other, get to 120, and they know 100 of Congress will vote for them against the BJP. It is possible. I don't think willingly, voluntarily, Mr. Modi will let anybody else become the Prime Minister from the BJP and have an NDA government. They will, knowing BJP, knowing Mr. Amit Shah, they will try everything to get new allies, try to pull people from here, there, everywhere. That's the effort that will go on from their side. The question was asked, what will be the number for BJP to say that BJP should not form the government? And the answer is very clear. 270. If they end up at 270, also the rest of the non-BJP would have a duty to try and form a government. And
you're saying if the BJP is the single largest party, but it's 268, you're saying that they will be stopped, or there will be an attempt to stop the NDA from forming the government?
I think you won't blame the opposition morally for trying to stop them, given how they have treated the opposition. But now they are falling well short. We are talking about 30 seats, but also it means that They have lost about 80 seats totally from last time. If
Yeah.
you lose 1/3 of your mandate, when you were talking of increasing it by 25%, you talked of 400, NDA is below 300. If this is not a defeat, what is? You have to look at results in the context of expectation. That's how stock market treats you. Akhilesh Yadav, nobody was willing to give him 5, 7, 8 seats. Now he's the biggest winner in India today. People said Mamta will lose large number of seats. She is a winner today. So please do not, but I would like to ask all of you to think, and 60 seconds for this. There is something called karma in this country. I believe if you look at the history, every great leader has suffered. Mahatma Gandhi, after the independence, the victory, a triumph of independence, suffered partition. Nehru suffered China. Indira Gandhi, Vajpayee, Rajiv Gandhi, Jayalalitha, Karunanidhi, M.G. Ramachandran, Bal Thackeray, Mamta Banerjee, Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy, N.T. Ramarao, everybody suffered defeat. Mr. Modi was a man till last night who became a CM and then an MLA, became an MP and PM on the same day. He did not sit for 1 minute in opposition in his life. If he went on to win this time with an absolute majority, that would have been the only independent politician, only politician in independent India who wouldn't know what opposition means. I think karma wouldn't have let him off with such a good deal, better than what it gave anybody and everybody else. So I believe this is India being India, and India telling Modi, we are fine with a biologically born leader.
Be unmuted? Yeah, there I am. Sriram has made a pretty strong statement there, and I want reactions to it. I know Ghanshyam has to go, so Ghanshyam, I'm going to get a last comment from you, and Dr. Baru will then have to find his amusement from somebody else once you leave us. Ghanshyam already went. But okay, Dr. Baru, I want you to respond, and then I'll come to Asif Bhamla of the BJP to everything you've heard so far. Sriram Kari says that the BJP would have to fall below 272, which at the moment seems very possible, for the opposition to try and form the government. But if it's an NDA government, it's unlikely that there will be any different prime minister. What do you say, Dr. Baru?
Well, there are two outcomes which I can think of at the moment. One outcome is that the NDA stays united, will have more than 272 numbers. They will back Prime Minister Modi and he forms the government. The second possibility is that there are some doubts within the NDA allies, whether it's Naidu or Nitish, and in the next 24 hours, the Congress tries to woo the, other parties. In the meanwhile, the president invites the leader of the single largest party to form a government. The Prime Minister Modi forms the government, and ED and CBI and everybody will go after Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish and keep them all in line, which is a political coup, right? And we should not rule out political coups. The other democracies in the country, there have been, even in the United States, Donald Trump tried to stage a political coup. So you could have a political coup if the president simply says, I'll invite the leader of the single largest party to form a government. And once in government, Prime Minister Modi will have all the institutions backing him to make sure that all the allies stay with him and NDA is in power. But on the other hand, if the president takes the view, which presidents in the past have taken the view, for example, Abdul Kalam took this view in 2004, when he said, I want a list of 272 before I invite anybody, right? And that is the list that Sonia Gandhi had to carry to Rashtrapati Bhavan. If that's the case, then the BJP will have to gather 272 numbers. And that is where the people like Naidu and Nitish become important. And that is where Sriram Kari's scenarios could work out. But I think, the final point I'd make, Barkha, is given these numbers, and if these numbers hold, it is an anti-Modi vote. It is. I mean, one cannot run away from the reality that this is a vote that rejects the platform of Modi ki guarantee. I mean, the whole manifesto was based on one man. And within the BJP, and that was the column I wrote, which you referred to in the beginning, within the BJP, there are any number of people. I mean, look at Rajnath Singh. He has withstood the wave of Samajwadi Party and the Congress in UP. He seems to be leading, he seems to be winning, and is a former president of the party. He's from UP. I mean, what if Rajnath Singh says, I'm going to form the government, and calls up Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish and everybody else and says, hang on there, it won't be Modi you'll be dealing with me. Anything is possible. I lived through the nights of May 1991. I was on the street. Today I'm sitting at home, but I was on the street in 1991 when Narasimha Rao was forming the government, and people were running between the homes of Arjun Singh and Sharad Pawar and Narasimha Rao. I was eyewitness to all the drama. I was eyewitness to drama in 96. I know Narasimha Rao was on the phone with Jayalalitha and with Chandrababu Naidu. I was eyewitness to that. I was eyewitness to what was happening in 2004. So we know that the next 24 hours are crucial to what happens. And we cannot underestimate the impact of this defeat on the psyche of several people within the BJP who have been, very quiet. I know at least one BJP MP, I don't know if he has won or not, I have not followed the day's news very closely, who told me 10 days back, he says, I think I'm going to win because we have spent so much money that I think I'm going to win. Now, he didn't say he was going to win because he was convinced that they had to win. He just said, we have spent so much money in my constituency that I think I'm going to win. I think there's a lot of people who are going to ask, was that worth it?
Okay, Shriram has... Shriram, go ahead.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I'm doing Barkha's job here just for a second. Nobody can match her, but Dr. Bagu, if you were Rahul Gandhi, who's the first person you'll call?
Yeah. Oh, if I were Rahul Gandhi, I would not call anyone. I'd keep quiet and let others do the calling. But I would expect the Congress to reach out to every single leader. Mamta to begin with. The first person has to be Mamta because Stalin is already with them. And Mamta was the thing on the wall. But I don't rule out both Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar joining a India-led alliance because I know what both of them felt when they were treated, terribly by Prime Minister Modi.
Let's explore what Shriram and Dr. Baru have laid out. The possibility that Prime Minister Modi will no longer be Prime Minister, even if it's an NDA government. I want reactions to this. Sadanand, Zafar Sareshwala, and Asif Bhamla. I'll start with you, Sadanand.
Yeah, so I'm skeptical of that, right? I'm skeptical. I mean, I take the point that Rajnath Singh has been a party president, and so had Gadkari. I also get the point that in many ways these populist leaders who are larger than life, they make politics a very kind of unhappy profession for everybody else, right? Because they shine so brightly and they don't really, there's that famous scene, remember, from a while back, where people were trying to put this big, massive garland, and Rajnath Singh was there, and it looked like the garland was going to be both on Modi and Rajnath. But then Rajnath had to kind of move out because the garland was not meant for him. So there is the sort of it has to be kind of not just in India but anywhere, right? It's got to be a little bit soul crushing to be in politics, but to be forever in the shadows. However, I think that the reality of the BJP and the BJP's supporters, who eventually who are matter, is that they do see Modi as their guy. I'm not saying that the country as a whole has necessarily voted for him, but for this scenario to occur, where there'll be a non-Modi BJP government, you'd have to have some kind of revolt among BJP supporters, and I don't know if that's there. That's my first point. The second is that, to Dr. Baru's point about, who the president would call, let's say, one very big difference between now and 2004 is that you do, at least if the current numbers hold, you do have a pre-poll alliance with a clear majority, right? So it seems kind of like you'd have to get into sort of, pretty elaborate permutations to provided this pre-poll alliance holds. I still think that the most likely outcome, and anything is possible, but I'd say that the most likely outcome at this hour with the NDA at 292 is that Modi comes back with as the head of a weakened coalition government in which Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar have way more clout than they could have imagined possible not so long ago.
Yeah, there. So let me open this up. Zafar Sareshwala, you've known the BJP and Narendra Modi for a long time. Do you think there's a possibility? Dhume is skeptical, Sadanand Dhume is skeptical, Dr. Baru and Shriram Kari not so much. Do you think that there is a possibility that those in the BJP who do not like the Prime Minister and whom he has not liked, Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh, even a Yogi Adityanath, can there be a realignment within the BJP? This is the main political question now.
Barkha, as far as BJP is concerned, and what I know of BJP, I don't think if suppose and this would be a scenario, the president of India will invite the largest party, and if BJP is the largest party, they will be invited. And I don't think a scenario where if BJP is invited and NDA forms the government, then there would be anybody other than Mr. Modi, because the power which he wields within the BJP is unmatched. No political party leader has that power in their party what Mr. Modi has. But I've got some other point also. Why we see this result today, BJP coming down to this. Barkha, I have traveled extensively in UP, which is called the cow belt or religious extremism. It was all seen on TV and on social media. On ground, Barkha, I did not see the kind of hatred which was emanated or which was shown on television and social media within the people. Even in Ayodhya, you were mentioning Ayodhya. In Ayodhya, I did this Talimo Tarbiyat program when this was in the heat of BJP. The kind of togetherness which I saw in spite of Ram Mandir being made. This was just before Ram Mandir was going to be inaugurated. Within the people, there was bonhomie. So that I did not see across the country in spite of all this happening. So the people of India, and I always believe that India is secular because very large section of Hindus in the country are secular.
All this is I have been saying throughout this campaign that there was no interest in Ram Mandir as an election issue, no interest in Hindu-Muslim issues. My question to you is, do you think Narendra Modi will be ousted or sidelined by his own party as Sriram and Dr. Baru think, or do you agree with Sadanand that it's unlikely to happen if it's an NDA government?
Yeah, I believe this, that if NDA government, I don't think there would be anybody other than Prime Minister Modi. I want to add one more thing regarding Maharashtra. Because I live in Mumbai, I was traveling across, I could see when there was split in Shiv Sena and split in NCP. Even then, the NCP voters, they were aligning with Sharad Pawar. They thought that Pawar Sahab hi asal hai. Same thing with Shiv Sena, although the government was Shinde. But the Shiv Sainiks on ground were aligned with Uddhav Thackeray. And one more thing, Muslims, this was, I couldn't understand. The Muslims were more aligned with Shiv Sena than with BJP. So that was also one scenario which I saw even in Maharashtra and in Mumbai.
Okay, but you do believe that if it's the NDA that forms the government, it will still be Modi, a weakened Modi as Prime Minister. Asif Bhamla of the BJP, disappointed? Completely different from what the exit polls had suggested. Can we have the national numbers on the screen, please? Yes, Mr. Bhamla, do go ahead.
Of course, it's not as per the expectations of the exit polls, which we were very much looking at, and we would have been very happy if they would have been the reality. But it's okay, it's election. But the good thing is that at least the ecosystem of AVM that has been emerging on election after election, and the kind of fatwa that the opposition had come out with since last night, that if you find any ways that we are going below the numbers, or if there's any problem, then we should all, like a Capitol Hill situation, should be created. That was where is that narrative gone of the opposition? Haven't they fallen flat? What message have they given to the administration, to the people who have been working day in and day out, the officers, the election officers, the election machinery, who have selflessly worked with all the stress and the pain to ensure that this democratic values of this country have been retained? What about this? What about this? I can't see any of them speaking about that. What would have been the situation if the outcome would have been
okay? That's a fair question. Yeah,
I'm not got a fair time. Please compare to others. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, like Zafar Bhai also mentioned, as a single largest party, we still and obviously do have a Narendra Modi there, and he will definitely be invited by the President of India, which is the normal practice. And certainly we will form a government, of course. And once the government is formed, things will be in place. Because you saw in this changing scenario, Nifty has fallen down, the stock exchange has fallen down. This is a clear narrative that not only in India, but even in the world, they want a stable government, unlike a government which has 1 year, one leader, second year, a second leader, and third year, and this is all going to be a rigmarole. So the country still has faith. It's not far. Of course, it has been an incumbency. There have been shortcomings. And in spite of that, still, if we are pulling out this much, I don't think it's bad. And as far as Maharashtra is concerned, also, I'm sure things will get better, and the scenario would change in years and times to come, and you shall witness that too.
Okay. You do raise a fair question about, what happens to the EVM skeptics now, given this result. And I think
I want to hear the EVM skeptics. Let us speak about it.
Okay.
But I want to add one thing.
Yes, Zafar bhai. Yes.
See, Mr. Modi is known to change tactics. He's a very smart politician. In fact, I remember during 2014 also, there were a murmur कि बीजेपी की 272 नहीं आएगी. एक बात चल रही थी तब भी. So I asked Mr. Modi then कि लोग बोलते हैं कि भाई अगर आपकी नहीं आएगी तो क्या होगा? तो मोदी साहब ने मुझे बताया कि मेरे सबके साथ कैसे-कैसे ताल्लुकात हैं. So Mr. Modi is known to change. जब बदलता है तो you have seen from Hindu Hriday Samrat to man for development and then strong and then so he can change. अगर मोदी साहब को लगा जरूरत पड़ी तो he can bring anybody. वो उनके अंदर एक चीज है कि जो किसी को भी बुला सकते हैं. And one thing is there for sure, which I am repeating again, कि 2004 the Prime Minister, the President of India invited Congress Party, which had only 145 seats.
But
so if BJP is the largest, then they will invite BJP. And if BJP is invited, I don't think any scenario where anybody would be the Prime Minister other than the
So two very differing narratives over what happens next. I think it's safe to now say that unless something dramatically changes in the next hour, the BJP is short of the majority mark. Right? It has hovered around 238 to 240 seats now for the last half an hour. In about 5 minutes, we'll have an update from Kartikeya as well. We'll have all of those numbers updated. Amit Shah is leading in Gandhinagar. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, this is going to be an upset if it holds for Shashi Tharoor in Trivandrum. Rahul Gandhi is leading Rai Bareli, and Kishori Lal Sharma of the India Alliance is leading Amethi by 32,000 votes at this point, ahead of Smriti Irani. So I think there's going to be a lot of revisiting of political analysis, not just of exit polls, because so many people thought that it was a mistake that the Congress party had made in not contesting the Amethi seat directly. I also want to welcome Mayank Sinha of the JDU. Namaskar, Mayank ji. Agar aapko meri awaaz aa rahi hai, please confirm. Mayank ji. I'm not sure Mayank ji can hear us, but Sriram Kari, you were wanting to come in. Do go ahead.
Well, I'll repeat what I said. I agreed with Dr. Baru's analysis with you in an interview a few days ago, that primarily people are in politics for the reason they want power. And one thing no politician has got in the Modi, Amit Shah era has been real power. Those within the BJP, those outside. I believe it's impossible for anybody from within BJP to oust Mr. Modi. He's too big, and I think these numbers are not of any consequence to the internal power dynamics of the BJP.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Well, you can't, you can, like he spoke of the changing tactics, but you can't become God to man to weak man within 48 hours. It doesn't work. There's who will bell the cat. The first person who speaks, the whole lynch mob will be unleashed. So don't think that's happening. What will happen and can happen is this. Every non-BJP MP, see, end of the day, it's down to 543 people. Every non-BJP MP will ask, do I want a strong prime minister or a human prime minister? Let's put it that way, as the not a strong versus weak. And I think they'll all non-BJP MPs would prefer a government where they can access the prime minister, get something for the states. That's what Chandrababu Naidu would like. That is what Mr. Stalin would like. That's what Mamta would like. That's what Even Nitish would like to be
So
back
do
in
you,
the. So
so
yes, I think
Shriram, do you believe it's likely that Chandrababu Naidu will switch sides? Or do you believe the context may not arise?
it is very hard to decide who's a more unreliable partner for Mr. Modi, Nitish or Naidu. They will compete who will jump first. And I'll say this, even Mr. Shinde may be back in the India alliance, continuing to be CM for a while, but the 10 MPs go to India. Don't rule it out. That does the numbers.
मयंक सिन्हा जी नमस्कार, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आवाज आ रही है सर? आपकी आवाज मुझे नहीं आ रही। आवाज आ रही है सर?
आवाज आ रही है आवाज।
आप ही के नेता की बात हो रही थी, नीतीश जी की। कैसे देखते हैं जो बिहार के रिजल्ट्स आए हैं? कैन आई हैव द बिहार स्लाइड ऑन द स्क्रीन प्लीज? बात चर्चा में ये है कि नीतीश जी जो पहले दूसरी तरफ थे फिर इस तरफ आ गए, क्या वो दोबारा पलट मार सकते हैं? आप बिहार की जो नतीजे अभी तक बिहार की जो नतीजे आए हैं उनको किस नजरिए से देखते हैं मयंक जी?
We are very good in position, and we are right now very good position, and still we are winning or leading 32 more seats in the state of the Bihar. So after the couple of hours, we are going to be 140 out of 40 seats in the state of Bihar. तो नीतीश कुमार जी का काम बोलता है और उन्होंने जो काम किया है, आप देखिए कि हम 16 सीट लड़े हैं और 15 सीट पर हम आगे चल रहे हैं। तो और बीजेपी भी आगे चल रही है, बहुत सारे सीटों पे 12 सीटों पे बीजेपी आगे चल रही है। तो हम लोग 40 में 40 सीटें जीतेंगे। अभी तो रुझान है, वो परिणाम में बदलेंगे और परिणाम हमारे पक्ष में आएगा, क्योंकि बिहार की जनता माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी को और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी मोदी जी को एकदम बिल्कुल प्यार करती है और उन पर भरोसा करती है, देश हित के लिए, बिहार के हित के लिए, राष्ट्र के हितों के लिए।
पर मयंक जी, आपने कहा, आपकी बात ठीक है that the BJP and the alliance has done well in बिहार, लेकिन हम नेशनल पॉलिटिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं और नेशनल पॉलिटिक्स में ये बार बार बताया जाता है कि कैसे तेजस्वी जी ने कैंपेन में नीतीश जी को पर्सनली अटैक नहीं किया। नीतीश जी कन्वीनर बनने वाले थे इंडिया अलायंस के। अगर इंडिया अलायंस दोबारा उनको रीच आउट करती है, सपोज इंडिया अलायंस नेता दोबारा उनको रीच आउट करते हैं, फिर
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ बात ही नहीं है। हम रीच आउट क्यों करना, हम तो एनडीए के साथ बिल्कुल इंटैक्ट है, कहीं कोई सवाल ही नहीं है सब। और ये सब तो पूछना भी नहीं चाहिए, सब तो पूछना भी गुनाह है। अभी
गुनाह है,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
गुनाह। आप इतने बारी साइड बदल गए, मैं तो पूछूंगी ना, गुनाह कहाँ से हुआ सर?
कहीं फ्लिप नहीं होगा, कहीं फ्लिप नहीं होगा। हम लोग बिल्कुल इंटैक्ट है एनडीए के साथ। और अभी तो सरकार हम लोग बना रहे हैं, थर्ड टाइम 3-0 रिटर्न हो रहा है, ठीक है। बीजेपी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है आज के डेट में और उन्होंने करीब 245 सीट पे अभी वो लीड कर रहे हैं। तो अभी आने दीजिए, रुझान परिणाम में बदलेंगे और बीजेपी 300 से ज्यादा सीटें जीत के आएंगी। तो अभी सब चीज होगा। अभी आप कपल ऑफ आवर्स वेट कीजिए और फैसले जो है हमारे पक्ष में आएंगे। बरखा जी, आप तो जानती है, बिहार को बहुत अच्छे से समझती हैं कि बिहार जो है,
मैं तो कह रही हूँ आपके पक्ष में ही है। मैं तो नेशनल पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में पूछ। हाँ जी आसिफ जी।
नेशनल पॉलिटिक्स में मोदी जी का जलवा बरकरार है और मोदी जी फिर से 300 प्लस सीटें जीत के हम लोग आ रहे हैं। और
सर एक मिनट मयंक जी, आपने कहा 300। मिस्टर भावना, 1 minute, let me ask a question. Meanwhile, Omar Abdullah is trailing in Baramulla in a fight against Sajad Lone. We're trying to keep track of all the individual key candidates also. मयंक जी, आपने कहा मोदी जी का जलवा बरकरार है, लेकिन इस समय बीजेपी मेजॉरिटी मार्क से कम पे है, 240 से भी कम पे है। ठीक कैसे हो जाएगा?
वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि अभी तो खुलेगी, जितनी भी मतगणना है वो खुलेगी। तो अभी तो फर्स्ट राउंड या सेकंड राउंड का कंप्लीट हुआ है, तो अभी तो बहुत सारे राउंड है और हम लोग जो है कि एकदम बिल्कुल आप देखिएगा कि आगे बढ़ेंगे। और इतना इंडी गठबंधन को खुश होने का नहीं जरूरत है, घमंडी गठबंधन को। कांग्रेस जो है कह रही थी कि हम अपने दम पर 200 से ज्यादा सीटें लाएंगे, अभी तो 95-97 के ऊपर है और इनका घर घटेगा, 50-55 पर ही आ जाएंगे। अभी इतना उत्साहित होने की जरूरत नहीं है और वही बेनिफिट हम लोगों को मिलेगा और वही बीजेपी को गेन होगा। इतना नहीं है। अब देखिए, आप ट्रेंड कर रहे हैं, जेडीयू 15 सीट जीत रही है और 16 सीट पे हम चुनाव लड़े थे, 15 सीट है और 16 की 16 सीटों जीतेंगे हम। अभी तो रुकिए, अभी आप इंतजार कीजिए और इंतजार का परिणाम बहुत अच्छा होता है बरखा जी। और माननीय नेता ने हमारे इतना काम किया बिहार के लिए। बिहार को एकदम बिल्कुल बीमारू राज्य खड़ा करने का काम किया है। तो हमारे वोटर जो है हमारे नेता को पसंद करते हैं, हमारे महिला वोटर जो है 100% महिला वोटर नीतीश कुमार जी को वोट देने का काम किया।
Can I request all of you now? Just speak. 1 minute, Mr. Bhamla. 1 minute. Could we have the graphics where you did the individual parties breakups of both alliances on our screen? It would be really useful to look at them now if we can take them on the screen. Shahid Siddiqui is with us. Welcome to the program. Mr. Bhamla, just give me a second. I want Karthik to just take us through the individual party breakup of both alliances, where the leads stand now. Could I have those graphics? Even if you have to go full frame, go full frame. Karthik will talk over them. Go ahead, Karthik.
Barkha, so the thing is that this is from ECI, right? So of course there'll be some lag. That's the caveat.
This is India Alliance. Go ahead.
Very ironic that we have painted them saffron, right?
So, yeah, that's true. Yes.
So of course, I told you the India Alliance Congress is touching that 100 mark, and between the data submission and the creation, the Congress is now touching that 100 mark. It's roughly 99, if I'm not wrong. So that is what's happening on that front, followed by SP 33, Trinamool roughly 30 now, DMK 21. Maharashtra, all three partners have done really well for the India Alliance, Barkha. I must tell you, Barkha, and I've given one more graphic, but I'm just so tempted to say it out right now, that Congress last time had one state where they were in double digits. This time around, that has moved to 4. It could be 5 as well. Kerala, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan. Barkha, can you believe the Congress is at 8 seats in Uttar Pradesh? This is huge for the Congress. I mean, from all parts of the country, good news is coming in for the Congress. So this is the India Alliance breakup. But if we then move to the NDA breakup, there is not much to be said that, except that the BJP, of course, is dominating. And there, if you see,
can we just switch? Can we switch to the NDA? Yeah, go ahead, Karthik.
Of the roughly 290 seats that we have, or 280 something, BJP 238 to 240. Again, I'm making this sort of malleable because numbers are changing. JDU 15, TDP 16. Those are the only two allies in double digits. Whereas for the India Alliance, Congress almost 100, and there are as many as 4 allies in double digits. After TDP, you have Shiv Sena and LJP with 5 each, and JDS with 3. And then you have Ajit Pawar's NCP doing horribly, just 1, PMK 1, AGP 1, UPPL 1. Essentially, these results, Barkha, mean that there'll be a lot of political reconfiguration in states like Bihar and Maharashtra. I don't see how the Ajit Pawar faction will now survive if this performance is maintained. I don't know what will happen to the 2 Shiv Senas. I think Shriram was talking about it. So this is very fascinating. The other thing I wanted to bring to your notice, Barkha, was the vote share swing. Okay.
Yeah.
Congress is at 26%. That is a jump of 6 percentage points. No exit poll did that. All exit polls said that there'll be a jump of 2 percentage point, 3 percentage point. But the Congress has jumped from 19% to roughly 26% is the big story of this election. The Congress, when it won in 2009, was in the late 20s. So that means that the Congress has made a huge jump. The BJP has also gained from 37.36 to 39.33. That's a swing of 2 percentage points. But keep in mind, Barkha, the Congress was fighting fewer seats this time, which means that effectively the Congress has...
Their strike rate is better. Got it.
Even the number. So that means they have a larger vote share from smaller number of seats. That is really interesting. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. So Karthik, thanks for that big picture. I'm going to request you to hop off and get us some more, mine that data for some more sort of details. It would be fascinating to see the state-wise individual breakup of seats as well, particularly in Uttar Pradesh, which you just mentioned. Could we keep these graphics on the NDA and the India Alliance? So good afternoon. If you've just joined us, the BJP is below 272. The NDA is below 300. Could this still change? We don't know, but these numbers have now held for almost the last hour. They haven't really dramatically changed. Questions are being asked as to whether the NDA will form the government. If it's an NDA government, will the Prime Minister Modi be the Prime Minister, or will the BJP possibly realign and within? as well as from allies and choose a new leader. Sanjay Baru, Sriram Kari made the point that that could happen. Others say it's not likely. I want to welcome Pavan Verma, Tavleen Singh, Shahid Siddiqui, Shashi Vempati to the show. Sanjay Baru and Sadanand Dhume are still with us. Tavleen, I'll start with you. Every exit poll was wrong. Yogendra Yadav was right. That's what it looks like at the moment. The BJP is below majority by itself. The NDA is currently short of the 300 mark. Your first thoughts?
For a start, the exit polls being wrong is quite a shock to me, because they've been very much more scientific in recent years than they used to be. And, they really need to re-examine how that happened. But I want to add here that I do not believe for one moment that they were done in the BJP office, and, that charge that the media is so compromised that, that the exit polls were done by the BJP. This I do not believe. But for me, what has pleased me the most about the results today is that democracy is won. So, the charge that
absolutely
that the India alliance, and particularly Rahul Gandhi, has been making over and over again, that there's no democracy left in India. Clearly democracy has won. The other just two thoughts of that I wanted to share. One, I think that the Hindu-Muslim, thing that Modi was trying to sell has not worked. And that is nothing better could have happened for India than that. All the things that he thought were going to polarize the electorate have failed. Nothing better could have happened. Article 370 failed. The Ram Mandir, people just go there and worship, but it's just another temple now. So, these are really good things as far as I'm concerned. And it was time that we had a strong opposition, whoever it might be.
Okay, so democracy has won, and that is something that for the opposition to reflect on, that since last night there was talk about EVMs and rigging and malpractice, but the opposition has done so well, so much better than the projections of the exit polls, that how can they still make that argument? Yes, Mr. Bhamla, but I want to bring in Pavan Verma. Pavan, are you surprised when we were talking 2 days earlier, you believe that Prashant Kishore's theory of a weakened Modi but a BJP back with the same, if not more seats, was going to hold true. Mr. Kishore, as it turns out, going by these numbers, was not correct. He may have been correct on the weakened Modi, but not on the numbers. And we are now looking at a situation where the NDA is below 300. Forget the BJP. The NDA is below 300. The BJP is below majority. Pavan.
Elections cannot be predicted infallibly. What I think went against the BJP were 6 reasons. First, the Mandir issue had peaked, and I don't think it had an impact on the voters. Secondly, the constantly shrill Hindu-Muslim rhetoric had begun to be counterproductive for the BJP. Thirdly, I think that the BJP itself had been marginalized in this election. Even the manifesto was called Modi Ki Guarantee. And I think that had an impact on the enthusiasm of both the BJP and the RSS cadres. Fourthly, the BJP had admitted as many as 106 people from outside its fold and given most of them tickets. Now the impact on the RSS worker or the worker on the ground who has toiled for 30-40 years faithfully for the party, to see an outsider suddenly coming in and getting a ticket, I think has demoralized the cadre on the ground. Fifthly, I think the vendetta politics, which were transparently vendetta-oriented, began to create, especially among regional parties who have done much better, and nationally, a sense that this is not either democracy or a level playing field. And lastly, in fact, second lastly, I think the tone of Mr. Modi's speeches towards the end were not in keeping with his stature as PM, and it alienated many of those who were his supporters as well. And lastly, I think there were very strong, legitimate grievances on the ground, which the BJP thought it could finesse with this kind of polarized politics. Now, there were things in BJP's favor, like the Russians, or if not Modi, who? But unemployment, price rise, rural distress, and inequality. The inability of the BJP to, in a way, bridge the gulf between the stock exchange and the common man's conditions. That, I think, is responsible for what seems to be a surprising mandate. UP is the biggest surprise. West Bengal, and I don't know what the role of Yogi Adityanath in this is, because Amit Shah never campaigned in UP. And whether there are some interests, vested interests in seeing that the BJP gets a little jolt and reduces its current.
So you're basically suggesting that Modi may have been sabotaged from within the BJP.
No, certainly, because look at the number of stalwarts in the BJP who have been sidelined. Entire cabinets have been dismissed overnight. It was a 1.5-man rule, and the BJP has always been, for whatever is wrong with its essential core philosophy, a kind of a collegium. It was not a dynasty. It was not a one-person rule. So, in my view, that and West Bengal are the other two big surprises, and that, of course, we had anticipated, is Odisha and I think this Karnataka.
Yeah. So Bengal, I mean, if we had to say, these are the sort of big winners of the day, we'll get to that. But certainly Mamata Banerjee and Akhilesh Yadav would be on top of that list. Pawan, very quickly, because I know we have you only for a few more minutes, and then I want to go to Shahid and everybody else. There has been talk about whether the NDA will form the government. If the NDA forms the government, will it be Prime Minister Modi who will be Prime Minister again? Could it be somebody else? Since you have alluded to, did Yogi Adityanath really want Modi to surge ahead? Did Nitin Gadkari really want Modi to surge ahead? What do you think?
No, in my view, we need to wait for another 2 hours to see if the BJP inches closer to the majority mark on its own or goes down further. If it's a coalition government, which as the largest single faction, the NDA appears to be heading towards, in my view, it will be a government which will be forced to be less authoritarian, certainly more democratic, certainly less unilateral, and certainly it's a victory for democracy. Because this kind of preponderance of just one party was not doing good for the country.
Let me bring in Shashi Vempati, former CEO of Prasar Bharati. Shashi, one of the things we heard as we traveled was people were not angry with Modi, but किसी ने कहा आक्रोश नहीं अंकुश, meaning no rage, but the need to contain unbridled power, need to restrain, not necessarily oust, but restrain. Is that how you see the verdict? That the BJP has been brought down a few notches?
Clearly, it's not 400 par. I think that is obvious.
But is it even 300? Is it even 300 par? We don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet. I think there's a time for all of this analysis, which I think the previous speaker and you have been alluding to. That will be tomorrow, once we know, exactly how every region has voted. If I look at the vote shares as of now, the BJP has increased its vote share. You look at vote share in states like UP, it has pretty much held on to it. Right? So what you're seeing here is very, very localized contests which have flipped one way or the other. And when I'm looking at the number of seats, which still within that 10K, 5K margin, there's a sizable number of seats. So we have to wait and see how the final numbers stack up. Perhaps the biggest surprise or disappointment or whatever you want to call it would be Bengal, where there was a lot of hopes that they would pick up a lot of seats, which didn't happen in Bengal. I think that would be the only big factor. Of course, Maharashtra, where clearly the manner in which the different parties split there has not helped the BJP as much as they thought it would help. So I think Maharashtra and Bengal are clearly two question marks on strategy. UP will wait and see how these close contests turn out. But then look at the rest of the country, right? You have held on to your ground. You picked up new states like Odisha. You've done exceedingly well in Telangana. You've held ground in Karnataka. You're probably opening your score in Kerala. So I don't think that we can draw all these sweeping conclusions about whether in my mind it's pretty much clear that it will be an NDA government.
Okay, Shashi, we lost you there, but I'm able to tell that, Shashi, your connection is bunching up, but I'm able to tell that your last comment is, in my mind, it will be an NDA government. We have the vote share. Yeah, Pavan. Yeah, Pavan. What did you say? Yeah, one last
extent.
Yes. Okay, Pavan. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I think that if these numbers hold, and if the BJP on its own is short of majority, which we have to see, there will be considerable churning within the BJP, and we have to see where that goes.
Yes, so I think that's what everybody is talking about. What happens now within the BJP? Because at the moment, the NDA is in 289 seats to India alliances. Oh, it's become 286 and 235 as I am speaking. The vote shares are on your screen. The Congress, we should talk about the Congress. The Congress has almost doubled its seats, and UP has been the big story. Shahid Siddiqui, go ahead. Can we unmute Shahid, please?
UP,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, UP is not a surprise for me. I expected at least 40 seats in UP, and we are doing better. For me, what is surprising is Bihar and Odisha. Bihar, we expected more seats for India Alliance. But let me tell you that this has happened despite the efforts of BJP to break the parties in Maharashtra, to put chief ministers behind bar, to send ED, CBI, everything. They have thrown everything against the opposition. And despite that, despite the fact that the opposition did not have the resources, did not have the media behind them, despite all the shortcomings, they were able to perform as they have done. It's a victory for the people of this country. It was not India Alliance which was fighting. It was not even Samajwadi Party which has defeated, which has done so well in UP or doing so well in UP. It is the people of this country, because the people of this country are ultimately democratic. Ultimately, they are inclusive. They dislike any politics which tries to exclude any community or any group beyond a point. To some extent, we are all communal, but beyond a point, you do not allow that kind of communalism to take over the whole system. And that's where I think Indian people have won. I agree with the Tavleen that democracy has won. Yes, democracy has won. Democracy would have won. Democracy has won because the people who were thinking of becoming totally autocratic with 400 seats, they have been defeated. Democracy has won because those who thought they will be able to go roughshod over the constitution and the democratic system, they have been defeated. Whatever the ultimate results, BJP may be able to get majority on its own or without, or with the support of its allies, but the fact remains that it's a victory for the idea of India, in which we have always believed, and the people of this country have believed. I think that's a very positive thing which has happened, and we must all appreciate the people. And the point that there have not been any wrongdoing in the system, there has been. We have got so many reports, but despite that, when the people decide, then despite all the efforts to hijack the elections, they fail, because when the people go one way, then they go whole hog, they go very strongly. And if the India Alliance had been done it earlier, had more resources, then definitely we would have been able to form the government on our own. But I don't see that happening now. But despite that, I think there's a great change and great thing for the country and for the people of this country. And especially, as Tavleen said, that it is a defeat for this Hindu-Muslim narrative. This Hindu-Muslim narrative, people do not appreciate, and that has been defeated. And I think that's a very, very positive sign, and BJP should learn from that. And I hope that there'll be changes. And I don't see Modi not becoming the prime minister again. I don't see much churning in BJP, because BJP 1.5% has total hold over the party, and nobody will be able to stand up to them. with the whole system behind them. So if there is a churning, then it will be a very, very huge, difficult thing. Churning has to come from outside, not from within the BJP.
The churning has to come from the outside, but it could come, because the point is that what will Chandrababu Naidu do? What will Nitish Kumar do? It all depends on the final figures. At the moment, the NDA... आपको मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही शायद? Okay, we'll reconnect you. I could hear you just fine. We'll get you reconnected if we can do that, please. I was just saying that the churning depends on the final numbers, and at the moment the gap has narrowed once again. It's a 20-seat gap, or less than a 20-seat gap, between the NDA alliance and the India alliance. Let me just get Shashi, because he was trying to make a point, and then I'll come to everybody else. Shashi, sorry, you bunched up the last time. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. What I was saying was that in my mind, there is no doubt that it will be an NDA government, and Mr. Modi will be the Prime Minister. With what mandate will he form this government? I think that let's wait for the final numbers. Let's see what the final tally is like. These sweeping conclusions, I don't think hold, because it can't be that one part of the country has overwhelmingly voted for the BJP and the other part has there have been close contests. So what we need to look at is the specific regions where the contests have been tight. What has happened in Bengal, what has happened in Maharashtra, and the close seats of UP. I think that is really where this election is really panning out. I mean, look at Odisha; they've picked up the state. They've done well in Telangana, beating the Congress just a few months after a state election, right? So you can't make these sweeping judgments on what this mandate means. I think what this mandate means will be clear only once the final numbers are in.
But Shashi, we can say the Sensex has dropped by 5,600 points, but we can say that it is nowhere close to what the BJP was hoping for. Wherever it ends, finally, this is not, and I'm not talking about 400 par. I am saying the BJP may not do 300 par on its own. At the moment, the NDA may not cross 300 on its own. So it is very far from anything the BJP even privately expected to do. Would you concede that?
Yes, it is definitely not a comfortable mandate that you were going in this morning. It is going to be a mandate that will be close to what the halfway mark is, which is probably where things will end at, somewhere between 270 and 300. And then let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. It's still 271 for the NDA. Tavleen, you were wanting to come in. Tavleen, go ahead.
Point. I've covered many elections since 1977. And the one thing that I have noticed is that the ordinary voter detests autocrats. Indira Gandhi may be very popular with the middle classes for having created Bangladesh, etc. But Indira Gandhi was defeated within, she had to declare an emergency within 3 years of that massive election, right? And I think that Modi putting himself as the candidate, literally, for every seat in the country, I don't think that went down well. Because, where I traveled, they would say, हाँ जी, Modi आए तो जाएंगे, लेकिन हमारा जो है, ये minister ने बिल्कुल काम नहीं किया, वापस नहीं आया. So I think that this turned into a referendum on Modi. And I think that the BJP's strategy to use him as their raison d'etre, if you will, to win again, I don't think that has worked.
Sanjay Baru Tavleen said earlier on this program that the verdict is a vote of no confidence against Modi. Is that how you see it?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I certainly think that it was a mistaken strategy to use him as the raison d'etre, as the reason to vote BJP. And they went on, Modi, Hamesha 2029 maybe Modi aayenge and all that. I think that went down very badly because, people really believe that when they vote, they are the boss. And autocracy in India, thank God for that, that even semi-literate voters know that when someone's getting too big for their boots, you bring them down. And I think that the Modi had been sold too heavily by the BJP, and that was a bad strategy.
Okay, let me get reactions from everybody else. We have Ram Reddy of the Congress joining us, Nilanjan Sarkar. I know Sadanand, you want to come in. Banu is with us. Go ahead, Sadanand.
Shashi, which is that, I get his, let's say that this settles at 250 or 260. Then I think, it's pretty obvious here that Modi's coming back. It's somewhat weakened and perhaps chastened Modi, supported principally by JDU and TDP coming back to power. But it's also possible that, over the next few hours, this moves 20 seats in the other direction, right? You could, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you could see a situation where, the BJP ends up at 220 seats. I guess my question is, what do things look like then? Because then I think, I agree with you that if the BJP gets 260, has done well in Orissa, has won seats elsewhere, you can say, okay, look, it wasn't the mandate they expected, but it's still a reasonable mandate and they're clearly way ahead of everyone else. But if they end up at 220, I think it's a very different ball game. And I think then you have a sort of, questions that get raised, which is that, is it appropriate for a party that loses so many seats to then stake a claim to form a government, right? So I'm just wondering where that number is. Obviously, it's not at 240. Is it at 220? Is it at 200? But that number does exist, and there's a precedent for that in Indian politics, right? Congress emerging as single largest party in 1989, not staking a claim to form a government. Congress again being the single largest party in 1996, but being seen as having lost the mandate and not staking a claim to form the government. So I guess what I'm looking at is, sure, in a likely case scenario, yes, I agree with Shashi coming back. But there is a worst case scenario from a BJP perspective that we have to keep our minds open to. It's possible at this point.
Yeah. I think it's a very fair question. Shashi, brief response if you will, because lots of people are waiting.
Yeah, sure.
Shashi.
I think the key difference here is that it is a pre-poll alliance, and the pre-poll alliance, if it gets past 272, they have the mandate. So I don't think there's any doubt there that they won't form the government in that scenario. Question is, what are the final numbers? How close are they to 222 and beyond? My guess is it'll probably be somewhere between 290 and 300.
For the NDA. For the NDA, right, Shashi? Yes. For the NDA. All right, let's get responses from the others. Ram, sorry, Banu, give me a second. I'll come to you. Ram, I know you're in a moving car, so let me get you while I can. Go ahead. First thoughts. Can we move to Telangana, where Ram is from? And I want to look at Telangana also closely. Go ahead, Ram.
Yeah, Barkha, people now clearly see the difference between the hype and the reality. And now people realize that Modi is not as strong as it was portrayed in all the media till today morning. After seeing these results, if you just see the results of Telangana also, we are leading with 1 seat. Today we are at 9 and BJP is at 7 and BRS is 0.
We'll update that. Yeah.
So, but the thing is, both BJP and BRS have come together and contested these elections. Everybody are aware of it in the entire state, because all the BRS leaders were openly saying to vote in favor of BJP. There were several recordings, hundreds of video recordings of BRS leaders saying that. So keeping this in mind, now it is the coalition of BJP and BRS in Telangana. All the mixed strength, all the together strength is coming to a tune of like 7 seats. But when it comes to Congress seats, we are 9, and there is a fluctuation of 1 seat. That is Medak, where it is between BRS and Congress party.
Okay. So that's the Telangana picture. Nilanjan, what does the national picture look to you like? I think Sadanand raised an interesting question. What is that number at which you say the NDA won't form the government? The BJP is clearly going to be the single largest party, but on the other side, you do have a pre-poll alliance. I know in your own writings, you wrote about the constitution successfully entering the political lexicon because a number of Dalits in particular saw it as directly linked to their reservation rights protected and guaranteed to them by the Indian constitution. The BJP's more rabble-rousing parliamentarians definitely scored an own goal by actually saying ki 400 par chahiye so we can change the constitution. The big national picture to you, who are the big winners, who are the big losers today so far?
So I think there were 2 stories that were happening side by side, right? So when the exit polls predicted these sort of very, huge margins of victory for the BJP and the NDA, what they saw was that despite the dissension on things like the constitution, on joblessness, that somehow the BJP wouldn't lose too many seats in the north. In the vernacular states, so South India, West Bengal, so on and so forth, the claim was that the BJP would break in a big way. Part of the reason why you're seeing the numbers that you're seeing today is that neither of those two things came to pass, right? Which is to say that when there was dissension in the ranks in North India, in fact, the BJP did lose some vote share, especially in places like UP and Rajasthan. And despite every single poll, and we took this personally because I am Bengali, that somehow said that BJP would win 30 seats in the state, all of us who had been there said it looked to us like the opposite. And indeed, that is what happened, right? And so I think there's if the expectation was that the BJP was going to break into the vernacular states and the BJP wasn't going to take a hit in North India, despite all of the frustrations we were hearing on the ground, this in many ways shows that there was some pushback. And I agree with Tavleen that the real pushback, you heard different things in different places. The real pushback is against a government at the top, which has overstepped its bounds vis-a-vis state institutions. People say different things, but it all boils down to that. Don't change the constitution. Don't change our language. Be careful about delimitation. It all boils down to actually one core point, right? That people believe that the government overstepped its boundaries, crossed her
Basically, it's a pushback against unbridled power.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely.
Banu? Sorry, go ahead, Nilanjan. No, go ahead, Nilanjan.
No, and I think, look, it's the greatness of Indian democracy that, whenever we have seen somebody cross that line, Modi is still extremely popular. The worst analysis after today would be somehow saying that Modi is not, but Modi is extraordinarily popular, but it doesn't matter. You crossed a line and you have to be punished, right? And that it is as simple as that. The BJP will still form government with the NDA. Modi will still be prime minister, and yet the lesson is learned.
That's a very interesting and I think a much more nuanced sort of argument. Banu, we've had commentators here say this is a vote against Modi. Now, it's people who don't like the government will say that because Modi was the centerpiece of the campaign. It was Modi hai to mumkin hai, Modi ki guarantee, right? Modi's images on even the ration bags and so on. So that's the flip side of an over-centralized, over-personalized, almost a presidential form of a parliamentary election. But Nilanjan makes the point that the Indian voter, and Tavleen also made the same point, nobody likes anybody, doesn't matter which party, with too much power. Is that how you read what's happened?
So, first of all, in any democracy, the people are the winners. So, kudos to the people of India. And also, the second winner is the election commission for me. And hopefully, the biases about the election commission and the voting machines are buried once for all yet again. So all of us, I think, suffered from anchoring bias between the 303 that BJP got in 2019 and the 400 Par campaign. We all got stuck, and I think we all predicted somewhere around 330, 340 for the BJP. But nevertheless, I think a lot of things changed today. If you look at the southern states, not much has changed for the BJP. It is leading in 2 constituencies in Kerala. It won one in Tamil Nadu, and we have to see the vote share. I think it's already doubled from 5% in 2019 to now 10%. In Andhra Pradesh, it is around 20 seats, I guess. In Telangana, it's 18. So I think that if you look at the southern states, I think apart from Karnataka, it is by expectations. But if you look at the 3 largest states that sends the most number of MPs to parliament, UP, Maharashtra, and Bengal, that's where I think BJP has faltered, especially in Purvanchal. And I think a lot of these are still low margin seats, and I think these are going to go to the wire. So we have to wait and see, and in fact, drawing conclusions based on these seats is sort of presumptuous.
I think we can wait for bigger conclusions, but there are some conclusions. The BJP is short of a majority, and it's struggling to cross the majority mark. The NDA is short of 300. The story of the election, there are 2 states that have delivered this for the India Alliance, Uttar Pradesh and Bengal, right? That is what we are looking at right now. Basically, that is exactly in complete contradiction to what the exit polls had projected for both of these states. And indeed, despite all misgivings about the electoral process, the people of India have shown that they are absolutely irrepressible. Even if state institutions, you can argue about the media, you can argue about the umpiring by the Election Commission, but the voter is not scared to express her opinion. I also find Nilanjan's argument very interesting. By the way, here's a breakdown of some of the BJP allies. Will these allies stay with the BJP? 15 leads for the JDU, 16 for the TDP, 5 for the SHS, 5 for the LJP. So just something to think about, because all kinds of potential churning and realignment is now going to take place. Okay, I want to bring in Tavleen and Karthik. I'm going to request you to, if you can actually maybe hop off and give us a vote share comparison quickly. But in the meantime, we can also look at India, how the India alliance is breaking down. 97 for the Congress, 33 for the Samajwadi Party, 29 for the Trinamool Congress, 21 for the DMK, and 10 for the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray. Go ahead, Karthik.
Barkha, the vote share data is with the team and we are processing it, but just a sort of a broad number that I can give you is the Congress's vote share has jumped up by 6 percentage points. The BJP's has jumped up by roughly 2 percentage points. And I think therein lies the story where the exit polls could not catch this. Most exit polls were giving the Congress a jump of roughly 2 percentage points over the 2019 number. But the Congress has crossed 25%, and it is not very far now from where it was in 2009. That is a big jump. And the BJP, although has gained roughly 2 percentage points. I think once the dust settles, people like Nilanjan and I will sit and we will probably talk about how this election has been a fall for the regional parties which were not aligned with either of the two formations. The other thing,
but that doesn't reconcile with how the Samajwadi Party, Mamata Banerjee and Chandrababu Naidu have performed. So let me take your point and open that up. You believe...
No, but Chandrababu Naidu was aligned with the BJP. Samajwadi Party is aligned with the
Congress. I see. You're saying that people had to choose a national anchor, basically.
Exactly,
okay,
yes.
Okay. Tavleen, you wanted to come in. Karthik, I'm going to request you to give us the vote share comparison as soon as you can. Tavleen, go ahead. Tavleen?
Maharashtra.
Yeah, go ahead. Now I can. Yes, I can. Yeah.
Maharashtra to me has been very interesting because here you had this, they got rid of a government with really very high levels of corruption. Everybody knew about those MLAs where they were taken, they were flown in, jets from one 5-star resort. Do you remember that? Do you remember the pulling down of the government 2 years ago, right? And then you have this totally amoral, you take in people who you considered corrupt and you form a new government with the BJP in charge. And at the same time, you have the BJP, certainly you have the Prime Minister going on about how he's the great moralist and there's going to be no corruption and all this. Now, what is interesting is there is very high levels of corruption lower down and people involved. I don't want to get into the details of it, but there are BJP people in this state who are trying to steal colleges and sell the land. And it's a very, very rough lot of BJP people indulging in very serious corruption. So in Maharashtra, what they've done is say, no, we don't accept this. This business of caste, etc. I don't believe it's that at all. I think it's when you have the leader of the country saying, I will put all these corrupt people in jail and, you will not see corruption, etc. And then you have really very high levels of corruption below that. And people can see that there is that corruption. That hasn't gone down well. So Maharashtra to me is a very interesting result.
Okay. Shahid, do you want to come in on Nilanjan's point that you can't draw a lazy conclusion that Modi has suddenly become unpopular? Modi has been contained by the voters of India.
You see, Indira Gandhi, when she was defeated, was still extremely popular. But here I agree with Tavleen, and that's the point I made earlier, that the people do not want any person to become an autocrat. Even those who want to vote for BJP, those who support Modi, do not accept that. And that's why in the very beginning, I said it's a victory for the people of this country who believe in democracy. So democracy for them is not just one party or the other party or the EVM or the this kind of vote or that kind. For them, democracy means that there has to be a rule of law. Nobody should be strong enough to go roughshod over the system. And I think that is very important. Another point I would like to make is that it's not just a victory for BJP. BJP may get whatever seat it's going to get ultimately. Am I?
Yeah, we can hear you. Whatever. Please. Yes, please.
Yeah, I can hear another voice. Yeah.
No, sorry.
So it is whatever the number of seats BJP gets. The point is that this was an election where all the forces were stacked up against the Congress and the Samajwadi and this alliance. See, media had to play a very important. This is a big defeat for the. I'm sorry to say, this is a big defeat for the media. Media for the last 10 years, especially for last 5 years, and during the elections till this morning, was going absolutely one way. It was absolutely not allowing the opposition to have any space. The voice of the opposition was totally...
One second, Tavleen wants to interject. Tavleen wants to interject.
She can come in. Let me finish.
Okay.
You can disagree. You can disagree. But that is the point I want to make.
A huge amount of space in the media. In fact, if you look
and the kind of money which was thrown in, the kind of interviews which were given by Modi, now nearly 80 interviews to these channels, the way they went whole hog, that has been defeated, and that is a big victory for the India Alliance and for the people who want this change to take place. A change has come, whether BJP comes back to power or not, but the change has come, and the change has been forced on them by the people of this country. That is the point I want to make.
Okay. Tavleen, respond, and then I'll go to the others. Yeah.
I think it's very unfair to use the media as a whipping dog here. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi have been covered. No, I don't agree with you that they're not being covered. They were given.
Covering is something else.
Acha, let her speak now. Shahid, now let her speak. Yeah.
Okay, let me just make my point. It is and on social media, by the way, where I spend a lot of time, the abuse that I have had, if every time I've opened my mouth against the Congress party, please don't imagine that. In fact, the Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party have probably been more active on social media than the thing. And as for the newspapers, I work for a newspaper that has certainly not taken sides. So, there are some newspapers that always take sides. But, I think that the Hindi media, probably, one or two of the more important Hindi newspapers have been biased, and the television channels have, they have
okay.
answers.
Okay, let's maybe hold off the meta conclusions till we have all the data, but let's look ahead at what can happen next. What are the possible scenarios that we are looking at, right? I think that's a question that was raised by Sadanand, that what is that number at which the NDA will not make a pitch to form the government, and the BJP will not make a pitch to form the government, and we're still waiting for the final figures, so we don't know the answer to that. But is there a political realignment on the cards, possibly, Shashi, where it comes to parties like Chandrababu Naidu, Nitish Kumar? These are not parties with which the BJP has always had great relationships consistently.
I very much doubt that, because as I can see it, if the pre-poll alliance is past 272, they have the mandate to form the government. I don't think there's any doubt there. First thing. Second thing, the big allies in the NDA are JDU from Bihar, where they have a government to run, TDP, where they're just going to form a new government. There is no way in hell they're going to bolt the ship now. There is nothing to gain, because you don't have a strong poll on the other side. You have a Congress which is less than 100. Think of what kind of a government that would be, where the principal party is not even 100 seats, right? So that is a non-starter. I don't think that scenario is playing out. What we need to be really looking at is what is the mandate with which the NDA will be able to form the government, whether it is at 300, then 300, because that will determine the contours of what kind of an agenda, what kind of cabinet, what kind of political give and take that will happen.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Sadanand, you wanted to come in there. Go ahead.
And
can we unmute Sadanand? Yeah, there you are. Go ahead.
So I think there are like two distinct things, and I think naturally they're getting a little bit clouded, right? One is the optics, and second is the raw electoral math. If you look at the optics, this is undoubtedly a huge blow to the BJP because of what they had talked about, because of their talking about 400 par, because of the fact that they are so much richer than other parties. They have all this muscle. They have these nasty trolls on social media. They have this whole machinery that they've built over 10 years, and they have the outsized personality of the prime minister. So because they come into, they have this image of an all-conquering army. For them to fall short and lose, at least at this stage, they're losing roughly more than 60 seats. It's no doubt that optically this is a setback for them and a defeat for them.
Yeah.
But I don't think we should necessarily confuse that with the math of forming a government. If you look at governments in the pre-Modi era, 240 seats is a lot. Congress when Congress won 206 seats in 2009, that was considered a huge achievement. Before that, they formed a government with 145 seats and ran it for 5 years. So I think the fact is that the optics suggest that that Modi has received a setback. We have to be upfront and honest about that. But we also have to acknowledge that one party is going to probably come out of this at 240 with a pre-poll alliance that is well above the 272 mark. And another party is going to come out of this having done significantly better than before. All credit to Congress, all credit to Rahul Gandhi, but still being short of triple figures or hovering at the triple figure mark. So I don't think that when you're looking at the hard math of forming a government, these two are really, it's the same story as the story of, which is an story of, which is an attractive story of the hubris of the BJP humbled. Both can be true. The BJP's hubris has led to a humbling, but that does not materially affect its prospects of forming a government.
Nilanjan, I saw you nodding in agreement that, Modi has been brought down more than a few pegs, but he's still in pole position to form the government. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would take it a step further. I think before the exit polls had come out, I made a comment that while we care, the truth is that the average voter I spoke to could care less whether the BJP won 240 seats or 340 seats. The government will be the same. The prime minister will be the same. And I don't believe that, given what we've seen of how the BJP governs, that just because it has 240 seats or 250 seats, that somehow it's going to become a loose coalition as opposed to a highly centralized sort of, the kind of political centralization that we've been seeing. Of course, it will require some arm twisting and so on and so forth, but I don't think that I think we assume that the BJP is fully capable of that. It is still far bigger than all of its coalition partners, right? So I don't think that I don't think there are any major implications for governance, right? Other than what the BJP and Prime Minister Modi choose to do after they form government. Do they realize that this was a red line that was crossed? It is a red line that was crossed. Today it's showing up electorally, but it actually started with CAA. It started with farmers. These are people who thought that they could not take the parliamentary electoral route to oppose the government. They took to the streets, right? And this is sort of how electoral processes work. Elections are a lagging indicator. Elections are the last thing that happened. The CPM had all but lost before it finally lost the election in West Bengal, right? So, this in some sense should be a wake-up call to the BJP that it has crossed a line, that people did not believe that they could air their grievances through the electoral and parliamentary process. And as long as you don't cross certain red lines, the popularity of Modi, the overall popularity of the BJP can still carry the day.
Okay, let me bring in others on this very interesting question. Nilanjan, just one question to you. You said it doesn't really matter what number they end up at. You believe they'll run the same kind of government as they would have? So you're saying that the BJP at 303, the BJP at 240, and the BJP at 330, whatever, I'm just making up random numbers, it has the same mandate?
No, so to us who look at numbers, it doesn't. But in terms of what they do, in terms of governance, in terms of what the structure is, in terms of political centralization, I don't think very much changes.
So you don't think the BJP is going to take this as a humbling if they form the government?
Only insofar as they understand that there are certain red lines that maybe they shouldn't be crossing. But in terms of the overall governing structure, you still have one party, which is far bigger than all of the other coalition partners. And you have two people at the top whose method of governance involves a very significant amount of political centralization, not just with institutions, but within their own parties and coalitions. And it has been so for a very long time.
So let's get responses to this. This is a very interesting argument because Shashi, you've been arguing that the mandate will be determined by the final numbers. In a way, what Nilanjan is saying is that the essential way of the Modi-Shah-run BJP isn't going to change, neither the party nor the government, even if they come down 65 seats.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't agree with that because the one thing you will have to give credit to Mr. Modi is that he learns from mistakes and he improvises. Clearly, this is a humbling trend that we are seeing. And I don't think you will see the same kind of political management that happened in the past happening now, because he clearly knows that that will not resonate with the people. There's a certain message in the manner in which different regions have voted. And he will respect that, knowing him, having seen him, for more than a decade now. So I don't think that that argument holds that their politics will still be the same. No, it will not. It will change, and they will improvise. They will learn from these mistakes, and they will have a different approach. Now, what that approach would be, I think let's wait and see based on the the final numbers.
Okay, let's open this up. Banu, you wanted to come in. Banu,
I have to be unmuted. Yes.
No, yeah.
Couple of things. One is if we take a step back and look at the campaign, see, Modi was fighting a two-time anti-incumbency, right? However good the government's may be, people getting at a single phase for 10 years. So maybe that effect is there, and that's why the hyperbolic campaign came into picture. On how Prime Minister Modi will manage the coalition, we have to look at how the BJP managed the Rajya Sabha. Okay, it is a mix of consensus building using carrots and also people should remember that PM Modi was organizing secretary for the BJP in the 90s, and he has actually stitched coalitions, especially in Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and so on. So I think he's not alien to stitching coalitions and running coalitions. And the way the Rajya Sabha was run, where the consensus was built and support was got for various bills should give a pointer to all of us.
Well, I think the question is, will there be a more conciliatory leader or a more aggressive leader? And will that be determined by the numbers? Nilanjan says, the numbers won't change. Jo jeeta wohi Sikandar. It doesn't matter how many seats you form the government with, but there are other views on it. We do have some sense, a fall of 60 seats right now for the BJP, pretty close to the 80 seat mark that Yogendra Yadav had spoken about. Just to be fair, at this point, nobody really believed him when he made that point, but it's looking like that right now. Let's see. Shashi says, let's wait another hour. We'll see where the final numbers end up. A gain of 44 for the Congress. Maybe we can spend some time talking about where this leaves the Congress. Shashi, you wanted to come in? Sorry. Yeah?
Yeah, I have a point to make.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a point to make. So I'm recalling what happened in 2012 Gujarat Assembly elections. I remember this very well because I was in Ahmedabad that day when Mr. Modi went out to give his victory speech at the party office in Kanpur. And from the time he started his speech to the time he ended his speech, there were 12 seats that flipped because the contests were so close, right?
Yeah.
So I would say that, let the vote count happen. We need to be well past the 50% mark, maybe closer to the 70-80% mark of vote being counted before we can draw very firm conclusions on the final numbers.
I think that's absolutely fair. We don't disagree with that. I'm just going by the trends that we have right now, or the leads that we have right now. And I want to talk a little bit about the Congress. Tavleen, you wanted to come in? Yeah, go ahead, Tavleen.
I just wanted to make the point that I don't agree that things won't change. For a start, inside Parliament, things will have to change. This business of ramming through the farm laws, ramming through CAA, ramming through Article 370, that's not going to happen. And that is a very, very good thing, because actually the institution that has been most diminished with a powerful leader or with this particular powerful leader has been Parliament. There has been almost no debate on very, very important laws. And I think that that's a good thing. That will have to change.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point, that you need numbers for pet projects. Uniform Civil Code. Are your allies going to be on board? If you want to talk about, bring up NRC and conjoin it with the CAA, you need your allies to agree. So depending on what the final numbers are, you are going to need or not need your allies, right? But can we spend a few minutes talking about the Congress? The Congress has improved its tally at the moment by about 44 seats. It has taken several decisions in this campaign that many of us thought were wrong. For instance, not fielding a candidate. For instance, not one of the Gandhis not stepping into Amethi, right? Rahul Gandhi's comments on redistribution of wealth have been, criticized. How do we now look at the Congress? I'll start with you, Sadanand, because after the exit polls, you did revive the argument about Rahul Gandhi not being cut out for electoral politics. Does that change? Does your mind change? Were you wrong? Were several commentators wrong, given these numbers? I'm not saying Congress has won this election, but the Congress has shown that it is not irrelevant, at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, particularly if Congress manages to reach 100 seats. Look, has Congress outperformed my very low expectations for it and the very low expectations of several others? Without a doubt. There's no question about it. The debate about whether one approves of or disapproves of the kinds of policies that Rahul Gandhi was propounding is a totally separate thing. I happen to think those are really awful ideas. Now, what this result seems to suggest is that many voters don't think that they're such awful ideas, or at least more voters, than one would have guessed. And it is also possible that this is an argument that's been made by Yogendra Yadav and others, that because of the work he's seen as having put into the Bharat Jodo Yatra and so on, that he may become more acceptable and overcome the kind of Pappu image and so on. So I would say yes, on this day you have to give Rahul Gandhi credit. I still think that if you sort of take a longer term view of his political career, this is not. I mean, he's had a good day. I don't see him as a potential prime minister. I'm sure Congress supporters will disagree with me. So I think that, yeah, I mean, like, if you use a sort of, analogy from cricket, and you think of someone who has, regularly been getting out for 5 and 7 and 3, and that person goes and scores a 50, it's a big deal and it should be applauded. But I don't think that, necessarily I'm going to jump from that to the opposite conclusion, which is that, this person is now going to emerge as a credible prime ministerial face or anything like that.
Shahid, do you want to come in on that? Because the point is, let's say Shashi has been saying if the India alliance gets to 72, it has the right to form the government. But they didn't declare a prime ministerial candidate. Again, many of us thought that was a mistake. Even if they declared Mallikarjun Kharge, there would have been for people who said, Agar Modi nahi to aur kaun, there would have been an answer. The India alliance, will it last the remaining term if it's an NDA government? There are many questions now. We actually don't have the answers to a lot of questions. If it's an NDA government, does the India alliance remain a political formation through the next 5 years? Or is there going to be all kinds of tod mode? We don't know what's going to happen. I can't hear Shahid. Yeah, there you are.
Yeah. What I can say is that what the value system of BJP is, it's not the same as that of Congress. Rajiv Gandhi, when it got in 1989 nearly 240 seats, refused to form the government, feeling that they had been brought down by the people and therefore didn't have the right to form the government, although they were invited by the president. So that is not the case. BJP will form the government. Modi will go on with what he has been doing in the past, because they cannot survive otherwise. The kind of speeches he made, the kind of agenda he has got, their hardcore voter survives on hate, and that hate they will have to repackaged in some way or the other, and will come with it. We have to see whether the allies will go along with that. If the real question is not whether India will survive for 5 years, the real question is whether NDA will survive for 5 years. And for the moment, Modi will make a comeback, but I don't know what will happen after 6 months or a year, because within BJP and within the NDA, there will be a lot of questions which will be raised, and things may change after that. So things are not going to be as easy for Modi as they were, but I don't think he's going to change in any way. He's very pragmatic. He can accept the most. One day he can call a man the most corrupt, and the other day he can make him the deputy chief minister. He has no scruples about that. No scruples at all. But despite not having any scruples, you are not going to get away with anything and everything all the time.
Well, I think there you and Tavleen, I think Tavleen made a very important point about how the working of parliament will change. You see, just the fact that you have fewer MPs changes what you can do and what you can't do unilaterally. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Karthik for just a minute, because he's going to take us through some of the swings for both the alliances. Karthik, it's over to you.
Thank you, Barkha. So we have a couple of maps, I think, which we can pull up, which I think I'm sure will sort of clarify the picture really well. Let's start with the India Alliance map, right? So this is the India Alliance map. And before the election started, I think a lot of us thought states like Bihar, Maharashtra, Bengal, Karnataka would be key swing states. Well, actually, that's what's happened. In those states, the India Alliance has gained. But what has actually come as a big surprise is the addition of UP. They've gained a lot of seats in Uttar Pradesh. That dark green represents that. And plus, the Congress has been able to make gains in states like Rajasthan, Haryana, and for me, the biggest surprise, winning seats in Gujarat. Of course, even in Telangana. So what the India Alliance has been able to do is, it has been able to increase its number of seats in the swing states that I just mentioned, where there was expectation of tight contests. But to add to that, UP and large parts of the Hindi heartland, where the Congress and its allies, but predominantly the Congress in direct contest with the BJP, has actually done relatively well. To borrow from Sadanand, if your expectation was low, then at least they have crossed that expectation. But I think in certain areas, they've actually done really well. States like Haryana, for example, and Rajasthan, the India Alliance is touching double digits. Of course, the image flips when we look at the NDA Alliance, right? So we always were talking about how they are saturated in North and Western India. So if we can move to the NDA Alliance map, and that there'll be some losses in North and West. Well, that did happen. But the assumption was that in a way will be compensated. There are gains in South and East, but they're not sufficient to cover the losses in the North and the West. And I think the turning of West Bengal in a big way has contributed hugely to the loss of the NDA Alliance, plus the emergence of UP as a swing state, which I don't think a lot of people were, at least I wasn't counting as a swing state. I actually thought if the India Alliance repeated the performance of 2019, where they kept the BJP around 60, that would be a decent performance. But this for me is a fantastic performance, because I keep in mind that the BSP is no longer a part of the opposition. But I think one of the stories once this election settles is how the BSP's vote share is plummeted to single digits. And my sense is that some of that vote, at least a large part of it, of course the BJP would have got it. But because of the emphasis on the constitution, the India Alliance, primarily because of the Congress, was able to corner the Dalit vote, because the Dalits are not natural allies of the SP because of their social composition in their vote banks. So UP was the big outlier. And of course, as I said, surgical strikes by the Congress in states like Haryana, Rajasthan and Gujarat, where they were able to pick up these two handful of seats. And then the BJP was not able, of course, they lost in the swing states, but they were not able to compensate for it in the eastern board. If we can then see where the Congress is gaining the most, well, if you see, last time the Congress had a single state with double-digit seats. That was Kerala. This time, by the end counting ends, it is a possibility that number may increase to 4 or 5. See, these numbers are from a few minutes back. So Kerala 12, double digit. Maharashtra 11. I don't think that anybody was giving Congress double digit numbers in Maharashtra. In fact, they were being thought of as the weakest link in the Mahavikas Aghadi, but they, along with Shiv Sena UBT, have done a very good job in Maharashtra, it seems. Of course, these numbers are fluctuating. Karnataka, they are in that 9 to 10 zone, so it's fluctuating. Rajasthan, again, they're in that 9 to 10 zone. Tamil Nadu, they only contested single-digit seats. Telangana, they would hope to move to 10, but I doubt that. But Uttar Pradesh, imagine winning 2 seats in 2014, 1 in 2019, having just 2 MLAs in the entire 403 member assembly in Uttar Pradesh and winning 8 MP seats or leading in 8 MP seats. This is huge for the Congress, a swing of 7 seats. Now, if we look at the same for the BJP, where the BJP has lost, the biggest losses for the BJP, of course, are coming from Uttar Pradesh, where they lost 30 seats. Madhya Pradesh, they are gaining 1. Gujarat, they are losing 2. Rajasthan, they are losing 11. Karnataka, 9. Maharashtra, 12. Bengal, 8. Jharkhand, 2. Haryana, 6. They only seem to be gaining in Odisha, 10 seats, big chunk, and Telangana, 4. Madhya Pradesh, they are gaining 1 seat. And Andhra Pradesh also, because of the alliance, they might gain a couple of seats here and there. And Kerala, it seems they're getting 2 seats. So that's basically the larger national perspective. But I guess once the dust settles, we will have a lot of micro details to ponder about. For example, in UP, I'd be very interested in understanding how the BSP vote share kind of has scattered between the two formations. Back to you, Barkha.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, Karthik, for that deep dive. Sadanand, I know you have to leave. You're on America time. Let me get a last perspective from you. I think we're still counting numbers. Hi, Zainab. It's good to see you. Zainab Sikandar of the RLD is with us. Shashi, Nilanjan, Banu, Tavleen are still with us. Sadanand, last thoughts. This isn't fully over yet. I think most of us agree that it's going to be an NDA government. I think Shashi makes the very important point that the mandate of this government will be determined by the final figures. As we speak, the NDA has hit 300. There could be close contests. It could inch above, but it isn't the BJP inching above 300. The BJP looks set to fall below the majority mark on its own. Sadanand.
Yeah, so I think, at this point, the best case scenario from a BJP perspective is that they get that NDA gets above 300 and that the BJP gets at least above 250, right? For the past, hour and a half or so, they've been struggling at around the 240 mark. Obviously, even if it does that, it's a real come down compared to everything that was suggested by the exit polls and what was suggested by the party. But as I hit the sack, I just want to say that when I wake up in a few hours, I would not be surprised if the BJP has managed to either pick up about 15 seats or 20 seats even compared to now, or lose even more ground, right? And I actually think, and this is sort of I would agree with Tavleen and Shashi over here that actually the numbers are going to be enormously important, both for the Prime Minister's image and for the workability of a government and for the kind of policies that it's likely to follow. A BJP going in with 200 and forming a government with 220 or 230 is very different from a BJP forming a government with 260. Let alone being able to somehow, at this point, inch across that single party majority mark. So, game still very much still on. My bet at this point is that, we are going to see Modi sworn in as Prime Minister again, but it'll be a very different government, very different feeling government, I would imagine, than from what we've seen in the last 2 iterations.
Okay, Sadanand, we're going to say thank you to you. For anybody who's just tuning in, and I can't imagine who that person is. Here's the situation right now. The NDA is below the 300 mark. The BJP is below the majority mark. It still seems likely to be an NDA government with the BJP as the single largest party. But the BJP, unless something changes over the next 60 minutes or so, is unlikely to reach a majority of its own. One thing we can call is it in the battle of pollsters, Yogendra Yadav, who's not a pollster, who's a politician actually with the opposition, has come closest thus far to having called the election accurately, because he did say that the BJP would be pulled below the majority mark. Tavleen Singh is with us, Banu Chandra is with us, Nilanjan, Shashi are with us, Zainab Sikandar of the RLD and Abhishek Dutt of the Congress are with us. Welcome everybody. Karthike, before I know you're going to go soon as well, just give us a quick overview of where things stand in a more granular way for anybody who's just tuning in and the hell is going on?
So at this point, the NDA alliance, as per our numbers, 298, and of this, BJP is roughly 241. India alliance 225, Congress 93. And as I was just using the maps to show, essentially what's happened is that there were 4 swing states in my dictionary at least. Add Rajasthan, Haryana, and that's 5th, I guess, half and half each. And in all 5 states, the BJP has suffered losses. Karnataka, Maharashtra, Bengal, Bihar, and Rajasthan, Haryana. Some more, some less. That, as per exit polls, was supposed to happen, but that was supposed to get compensated by gains in Odisha, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and actually Bengal was supposed to be a gain for the BJP. The gains in Odisha have fructified, and Andhra have fructified, and Telangana have fructified, but they've not been sufficient to compensate for these swing states only because UP has swung. I think that's the big story. So UP has swung in a big way, which I don't think anybody anticipated. Everybody was giving them 65 plus or 60 plus. And at this point, even as we speak, I think the India alliance are like 38, 41, there and there, yo-yoing around that 40 mark.
I mean, I think even those who thought that there would be some hit thought it would be a 5 or 6 seat hit.
Correct, but at this point, India is 44 to the NDA is the 35. So that I think is the biggest swing, because otherwise the idea was that in these swing states, the BJP is able to contain damage. In Karnataka, they had an alliance with JDS. In Maharashtra, they had broken the parties. In Bihar, they had gotten the JDU from the India fold. And in West Bengal, they were working on their party machinery and the narratives. And one thought, they'll be able to gain control of these swing states. What has happened is Karnataka, Bihar, Maharashtra have dealt them some more, some less blows. Bengal has dealt them a big blow. And to add to that, UP has dealt them an even bigger blow, which has not been compensated either from the south, where they've gained in little bit in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, more so in Telangana, Andhra, and on the eastern seaboard, only Odisha is a green sort of signal.
Let me just jump in there to say that the 3 big states that have determined the outcome of this election have been Uttar Pradesh, Bengal, Mamta holding her own despite what everybody said. It wasn't even a tight fight. She performed much better than last time. And
look at the table on the swings of the BJP.
Okay, so this is interesting. The BJP has gone down by about 30 seats from the last time. It's not gone down in Madhya Pradesh. It's gone down 2 seats in Gujarat. It's gained 10 in Odisha. It's gone. Am I reading this right?
Gone down
The BJP has gone down 11 in Rajasthan, again something that nobody actually predicted.
And in 5 to 7, but nobody said 11. You know,
in Karnataka, the Congress wagered that it would get 10 seats. It's almost close to. It's almost made it, because the BJP has gone down about 9 seats. And I can't actually read Maharashtra. If you could play that, Maharashtra, it's down by about 12 seats. Is that down for the BJP? Is it down for the BJP or the NDA? Can I remove the banner, please?
This is all for BJP, Barkha. That's what this slide is all about. That we showed a slide where the Congress is gaining, and this is a slide where we are showing where the BJP is losing. So the Congress is gaining in all the states where the BJP, of course, and look at these swings. To add to that, Bengal is a negative swing of 8, Haryana -6, Jharkhand -2, and Telangana is a gain of 4. So again, reiterating that the negative swings are not compensated by the positive swings.
That's right. And I can see Ujjwal Deepak of the BJP joining us. Let's open this up. We have a good idea of the Congress and the BJP swings. Shruti Kapila is with us as well. Tavleen said democracy has won. Is the biggest loser exit polls, or is it somebody else, Tavleen?
The biggest loser is Narendra Modi.
Do you think the biggest loser is Narendra Modi? Because Nilanjan made the point that he's still extremely popular. He's been humbled. He's not been ousted.
No, he ruled India like a ruler, you know, not as the Pradhan Sevak as he projected himself to be. You know, his picture was on every Labharthi's gifts, his statues. You couldn't go to an airport without running into a cutout of Narendra Modi. You couldn't go to a train station without running into Narendra Modi. He really ruled like an autocrat. And I think that he's going to find it very hard to be that kind of prime minister again. You know, he's definitely the biggest, in my view, in the biggest loser in this election. The other biggest loser, in my view, is Yogi Adityanath. Because, you know, as Kartikeya was saying, UP has really
Can we go back to the first slide where we can see the UP swing? Go ahead, Tavleen.
Yeah. So, you know, in UP,
Tavleen, go ahead. Tavleen, go ahead. Yeah.
When I was in UP, this double engine sarkar business was going on a lot. And, you know, you met Muslims who were really disenchanted with what was going on. But everybody thought that Yogi would for sure be able to pull the BJP to at least 60, right? That's what I'd heard. And, you know, I mean, it really is a shock that for me personally. So I think Yogi is a big loser. And I'm very happy about that, because I think that this business of the bulldozer justice that he started and actually showed off about in interviews about, oh, this is wonderful, this is wonderful. And, you know, it was terrible, some of the things that happened. You know, people was in their houses when they were broken down in UP. And, you know, so for me, as far as I'm concerned, you know, it's a good thing. I think the two people who've lost the most in this election, politicians that have, are Modi and Yogi.
Barkha, can I add something quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Karnataka is a big lift up for Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. The Congress is sweeping Hyderabad, Karnataka.
That's very interesting. Basically, everything has been largely predictable other than UP and Bengal. When I say predictable, I don't mean by the exit polls. Yeah. I'm saying what the parties expected to do, right? Mr. Modi thought that they were going to make dramatic gains in Bengal and dramatic gains in Telangana, and that would offset marginal losses in Uttar Pradesh. I think the BJP did expect some losses in Uttar Pradesh. What happened instead was dramatic losses in Uttar Pradesh and no compensation in Bengal. These two states have really defined the outcome of the election, and to some degree, the Congress holding its, resisting in Rajasthan, right? And Telangana. Haryana. But Haryana was expected. Haryana, the Congress was expected to do much better.
The scale, Barkha, is pretty 6-4. Can I add something else in UP, Barkha? It's very interesting. UP mein, the Purvachal seats have swung in a big way, which means that the caste calculus was a very big factor. The only way in which you could have won Purvachal in such a Hindutva ka leher was if you played your caste politics right. And this despite the fact that the BSP was seen to be, I'm not making a claim, I'm just saying, look at the candidate selection, seemed to be helping the BJP through its candidate selection.
Okay. I really need to open this up. Yeah, Karthik, we've got lots of people waiting to speak. Ujjwal, how disappointed are you?
No. What is the reason for disappointment, Barkha?
आप 400 पार के बाद 300 पार भी नहीं हो रहे हो अभी एनडीए के साथ. हाँ जी.
Who is making the government? Who is becoming the Prime Minister of India?
You tell me. At the moment, I think it's NDA.
Prime Minister Modi. NDA is going to form the government with a clear majority. Also, I would like to ask one question. Today, I am going to talk about EVMs. As on time, at 1:15 in the afternoon, on the results day, does Congress or the UPA or the Indi Gadbandhan believe in EVMs and the transparency of the election commission? Do they believe in it? Do you believe in it?
I have always believed in it. I have always believed in it. You can see my tweet yesterday.
Is democracy still existent in India? What happened to all the allegations made?
Acha, ek minute.
Election commission. Yeah.
And I will put it to the Congress and others who thought electoral democracy was imperiled. I am not one of those. My tweet this morning or yesterday said that whoever wins, we must not question the electoral process, right?
Definitely.
Now, can you now tell me, are you disappointed?
No. BJP and NDA together are making the government. We are achieving what we wanted. We wanted Prime Minister Modi to become the Prime Minister for a third time and just wait till 6 p.m. We are making the government. Why should we be even unhappy? We are very happy. The Ludus are still in process. They are getting delivered and we are going to celebrate in the evening. 400 par nara. So what is the reason to celebrate here for the Congress and Indi Gadbandhan? That they perform better?
Let's ask them. Let's ask them. Abhishek Dutt, what is the reason for you to be happy when they are not forming the government? Abhishek?
नफरत के बाजार में मोहब्बत की दुकान खुल गई.
first of all, I'm extremely thankful to the voters of our country for giving this beautiful mandate. The BJP spokesperson is still showing his arrogance on your channel. He must understand that in Ayodhya, BJP is losing. The way BJP started this election, it was never a fair election. Freezing the Congress party's bank account just before the election, when we were doing our booking by advertisement for choppers, they come up with this absurd notice from the Election Commission that our accounts are frozen. At the same time, misusing their machinery, misuse of ED, CBI. See, people of a country are not blind. They might not speak, but they do vote. When you talked about the press, if you look at the ranking of fair press, India stands 157 number out of 176. I was on ground for the last 5 months. I've been all over UP. I happen to be co-in-charge for Karnataka. The writing on the wall was very clear that Bharatiya Janata Party is losing. And the more they started misusing words like Mahila, Masjid, they will take away your Mangal Sutra. People don't like this. And you know what Narendra Modi ji started in 2014? Let me tell our BJP spokesperson. The first person to raise his voice against EVM was Narendra Modi ji, not the Congress party or us. The day he started his campaign in 2013, he said EVM is not right. It should be ballot paper. And whatever he started with in 2014 is in complete contradiction.
But Abhishek, can I ask you something?
Yes, please.
We'll talk about the politics, but it is true that since last night, once the exit polls came, a number of opposition leaders, Mr. Kharge's unprecedented open letter to the bureaucracy to act without fear or favor, to asking workers to reach district headquarters, it seemed for a moment that the Congress would not have accepted an adverse verdict. And I think what Ujjwal is saying is you can't celebrate democracy if it goes your way and question it if it doesn't go your way. And that's a legitimate question to ask today.
Barkha, let me give you an example. During the last Vidhan Sabha election, I happened to be in Karnataka, Bangalore. When I can say it on a channel with complete fact, Soumya Reddy had won the election. The election commissioner had not signed on her application. I was there. After which, all of a sudden, she loses the election.
But she asked for a recount, right? She asked for the recount.
Yes, no, because she didn't ask for the recount. We had won the election.
Okay.
Then the election commissioner signs on the document and leaves the place. We kept on screaming and protesting, and I know I've contested 4 elections, till now. Once the signatures are done, then nothing happens. So we were very clear that BJP will do best to misuse the. Have to be strong on ground also. We have to tell our workers that we are there fighting against Bharatiya Janata Party. It's not only Bharatiya Janata Party. I'm telling you, leaders within Bharatiya Janata Party today, the way Modi ji has sidelined everyone in Bharatiya Janata Party and the opposition people, they don't like it. He wants to bulldoze his image everywhere.
Okay.
What is?
Sorry. You complete your point, then I'll go to the others. Yeah.
And at the same time, we must not forget 4 facts: the Bharat Jodo Yatra by Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, the Nyaya Yatra by Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, the way Mr. Kharge ji has managed all the alliance partners. At the same time, Priyanka ji went all over the country and fought the fight against constitution. The way Bharatiya Janata Party was claiming that they want to change the constitution of our country. Tell me, have you ever met one person who's criticizing the constitution of our country? Why Bharatiya Janata Party?
No, I have been reporting that from my travels, in particular, India's Dalit community started worrying that their reservation was going to be, the protection that the constitution gave them would be dented if the BJP got an overwhelming mandate. Meanwhile, Kishorilal Sharma, a choice that many of us criticized for, we said that the Gandhis had run away. He's leading in Amethi, saying he's leading in Amethi. I need to get Shruti and Zainab in and then go around the panel again.
But just one second.
Yes,
just one second.
Okay.
I've trained under Kishorilal Sharma in 2004. When his ticket got announced, I had tweeted, he's one person who knows Amethi inside out. And he will come as a dark horse and defeat Barkha.
Not me. Defeat Barkha.
He'll defeat the Bharatiya Janata Party. And I'm so happy someone like him who knows Amethi and people trust him. And he's defeated our BJP candidate from there.
That's an old picture of Kishorilal Sharma from very young Priyanka Gandhi.
In this election.
You happen to work in this election? Well, okay.
And you had come to cover Priyanka ji, if you remember.
I do remember, and I did that interview with her at that time. Yes. Okay. Let's open this up. Shruti and Zainab haven't spoken. 1 minute. Karthik, you have an update? Okay, go ahead.
No, I just need to leave, Barkha. Before I leave, I just want to add something which we haven't mentioned.
Yes.
Given that the India Alliance and the Congress especially seems to be doing well in rural constituencies, it says something about the pitch on the caste census, on the constitution, on the reservations, on redistribution, whatever. Something has worked. Something has clicked. And I think we will have to do that analysis later. But I think credit where it's due.
Okay, point taken. Thank you, Karthik. Stay as long as you can. Thanks for taking us through the numbers. Shruti Kapila, go ahead.
Hi, thanks.
Hi.
So, really exciting morning in lots of ways. Of course, I agree for the first time with Tavleen Singh to say that this is Prime Minister Modi's loss. He had made this into a plebiscite, and given that it's now going to actually need, India is actually going to need Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra, and Nitish Kumar in Bihar. These are the people.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's such an interesting detail. Indore, where the Congress candidate actually switched to the BJP, none of the above is at the high, is at number 2.
Excellent. I mean,
I just wanted
excellent.
to.
I mean, that speaks for the process.
Yes,
you know,
yes,
the fact
yes.
that I was so shocked that today the tally started at 1 because Surat was already given as even though that is terrible.
Correct.
But I think so that I think is interesting, and I think symbolically it's going to be really important if the opposition wins Ayodhya Faizabad. I think it would be as important as the taking down of the mosque in 1992. So I think it's a fascinating election because it really tells us that actually also the reporters won out over the pollsters. I mean, I texted you this morning saying that, your reportage itself was showing that this kind of result is not possible. You cannot have a tsunami without a wave. And no one, absolutely no one had reported a wave. So I think all that is, the obvious stuff. But I think there's also an absolute flip between the Congress and the BJP, because the BJP used to be the ideological party. People joined it for, what they believed in, whether it was a Hindu Rashtra or so on. But with 100+ turncoats and a kind of pursuit of relentless power and authority that has kind of converted the party, it's actually the Congress now that stands for a bunch of principles. And it's now a leaner, meaner, more ideological party. And I think there is fight back in the system. And that I think is good for India, because I got massively trolled when I said that if these are the results, India is becoming a party state. But who wants to live in a party state? Certainly Indians don't wish to. And also the final thing I want to say is that the whole bogey of the North-South, as South being more progressive and the North being, backward in its politics, also stands questioned, because the fight, the whole point was that the BJP had to be fought. I mean, for the BJP, Karnataka had been important to make into the southern gateway. Then for the opposition, resting UP, Haryana, Rajasthan was incredibly important. And I think that has happened, which means that you cannot do, and finally, whether it's in academia or whether it is in commentary, it was always thought that, the Constitution is a liberal elite pursuit. That this is something that matters to either people who end up going to the court or, people who are really interested in, fine principles of politics. And that has actually been shown that it is an absolute issue of emotive attachment for Indians. And so much so that the Prime Minister had to respond to it. And of course, as I said the last time, the opposition set the narrative. Prime Minister Modi had to respond to it. So whatever the final numbers, this is a day that belongs to India's opposition.
Okay, Zainab, do you agree? You're obviously with the NDA, the RLD. Do you believe that Mr. Modi has been humbled, the day belongs to the opposition, the NDA could form the government, but the moral victory or the narrative victory is still that of the oppositions, not just because of Modi, Prime Minister Modi's chance of power, but because the BJP is falling below the majority mark on its own? Zainab.
Firstly, Barkha, let's get one thing clear. The NDA is coming back to power. So whether the number is there or not is another question. The NDA is forming government again. So let's have that very clear. Now, I've always said this in all the shows that I came in. Actually, the yardstick had been changed from the very beginning. The entire nara of 400 par basically was showing that we are going to have a major tsunami victory. But the reality is that, call it psychology, call it the way Modi ji wanted to run his campaign, he was a winner from the very start. Now what's happened is the numbers have come down, so people are trying to look at it and, oh my God, the win is not so grand as he expected it to be. Perhaps, yes, especially now because my party is from Uttar Pradesh and I want to speak about Uttar Pradesh. I will not shy away from it. We were expecting better numbers in Uttar Pradesh. We were expecting to, sort of have at least 65 seats there. I'm telling you very honestly, this was what we internally expected. But reality of the matter is, the NDA has still won. So you can't just, make this topic entirely about how, it's just the India alliance. Of course, they've come back. Yes, they have. I've also been a political analyst, so I've covered the last 2 general elections, as a political analyst. So I know, of course, the India alliance has come back. But here again, you have to see the power of regional parties, which I always speak about, that the regional parties are the ones who are supposed to be called the winners. Even in NDA right now, look at TDP, look at Nitish Kumar ji. I mean, the phenomenal numbers that they have come with. So, and also another thing that I would like to point out, firstly, the entire bogey of EVM, which I always hated. And Congress has to concede that they use EVM selectively as a fair instrument of democracy and sometimes an unfair instrument of democracy. So they have to agree that they've always taken the EVM as an excuse for losing, number one. Number two, the whole bogey of democracy khatre mein hai. And I'm speaking today as RLD Pravakta, as an RLD spokesperson, which I very proudly say is a very secular party. We have a huge voter base in minorities. And also, now that we are part of
Zainab, the BJP is currently leading in 243 seats. That's coming down from 303. I'm not even talking about the NDA right now, okay? From 303 to 243 is more than a 60-seat fall, right?
Absolutely.
Right?
And this is why it is needed within the BJP.
Sorry, say that again.
Introspection be needed within BJP as an ally partner.
Okay.
Consider already a small party. We are very open to say that perhaps BJP needs introspection when it comes to how they go about their campaigning and where perhaps they feel they're very strong. But you can't say that the BJP has not done well. Come on, 10 years of power and yet you score numbers. They must be doing something right. You remember UPA lost phenomenally after 10 years. So anti-incumbency is a huge factor. You can't say anti-incumbency doesn't exist at all. Of course, there will be people who are like, we gave you 10 years and you didn't perform it.
Let's for a moment talk about these others, right? These are the latest leads right now. There are 242 for the BJP. Could we have also the slide with the swings? But the 95 for the Congress, almost double of what it had last time, and 206 others. And there you can actually see the swings. It will give you a comparison to the 2019 seats. What happens next? Is there going to be a churn? Is there going to be a Chandrababu Naidu? I know, Shashi, I've asked you this before, but I'm going to ask you again. A Chandrababu Naidu, a Nitish Kumar, not too many to take or target. The RLD, not too recently on the other side. Do you see that vulnerability in the NDA, or do you think that the gap is still big enough between the two alliances for that not to take place? Shashi, can you hear me?
Was that a question for me?
Yes, it was for you. Go ahead, Shashi. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't think the gap is vulnerable in any way, because if you look at the two big allies, JDU and TDP, they both have state governments to run. I would want to get into an arrangement where the center is weak. So I don't see any vulnerability within the NDA. However, I think reacting to what some of the other earlier speakers said.
Sorry, Shashi, you seem to have bad network today. Let me get Abhishek in.
Abhishek, that it will have to take. And knowing Mr. Modi, I'm
Shashi, you're bunching up. Can you reconnect? Abhishek, Is it certain to be, we had Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party on earlier, and he and Sanjay Baru made this formulation that it's going to be an NDA government with a different prime minister. I'll ask Ujjwal that in a moment. But do you concede Zainab's point that it's definitely an NDA government? What you and the opposition have successfully done is to bring a check and balance. It's a containment election. It's a containment of overarching power election. Is that how you see the verdict, Abhishek?
Barkha, it's not us, it's the people of our country who've done that for our country. They are the ones who've decided on this. And I can say it on the channel, it's not certain that Mr. Modi will be the next Prime Minister.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Mr. Modi has to lobby within his party and with the alliances to become the Prime Minister for the third time. See, you must realize within the Bharatiya Janata Party, there's a very big unit which does not like the way Mr. Modi functions. People who are winning elections for you in different states, you remove them from chief ministership. They don't speak because you have the numbers with you. You sideline one entire senior leadership in Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh, even in UP to a very big extent. You bulldoze your decision on the people. You capture the opposition through ED and CBI. You break small regional parties for your benefit. Imagine out of 411 seats that they're fighting, 126 were from other political parties, out of which 28 were those people who had serious charges put by Mr. Modi. Who started the other scam in India? That was Mr. Modi. Who spoke about the Ajit Pawar? Mr. Modi. All these people who he was accusing, why is Maharashtra voting against Bharatiya Janata Party? You must see. Why people in Ayodhya voted against Bharatiya Janata Party? You must see. They don't like this politics of Mr. Modi. By claiming that you're providing free ration to 83 crore people, at the same time you criticize other schemes of other state government is not right. He was the one who went to Karnataka and said, Congress he guarantee jhuti hogi if they win in the state election. Not even a single guarantee will be fulfilled. I'm telling you today, all 5 promises we made in Karnataka, we have fulfilled. When we give any benefit to the people, we are misusing our power. When he gives ration to 83 crore people, what sign of the country that you're showing? Promises made to the farmers. The rural belt has voted against Bharatiya Janata Party. At the same time, all the SC segment have voted against them because the way they show themselves and what they do in reality is very different. In Maharashtra, 2 Rajya Sabha given to one person who comes from the Congress, Mr. Ashok Chavan, other is Mr. Deora. People within Maharashtra and Bharatiya Janata Party are not happy with the way they're functioning. When you're passing on Rajya Sabha to Congress people who they've been fighting for the last 40 years. And I'm telling you today, you will not be surprised. A lot of small regional parties might leave. I'm telling you again, after seeing Uttar Pradesh result, I can tell you today, a lot of small parties might leave BJP and come and stand with the India Alliance.
So here's the question for you, Ujjwal. Chandrababu Naidu, I know Shashi Vempati said, why would he leave? There's state politics. Nitish Kumar can leave anytime, leave anybody anytime. We know this, right? You said there's nothing to be disappointed about. Is it the NDA vulnerable? You have only 30, and I'm just calculating. You have less than a 50-seat gap between the 2 alliances.
Barkha, I'm amazed at the sadistic pleasure, the comments being made here. लेकिन in छत्तीसगढ़ there's a कहावत कि मुझे इस बात का दुख नहीं है कि मेरे हाथ की थाली गिर गई, मुझे इस बात की खुशी कि तेरे हाथ का रसगुल्ला गिर गया. Look at it. Look at it.
अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं Schadenfreude, but
yes. So look at the irony here. The opposition, the entire opposition is fighting for Mr. Modi to be removed as a prime minister. They're not fighting. They didn't fight the election for their win. They fought the election कि मोदी और योगी हार जाएं, कुछ कम हो जाए, रसगुल्ला गिर जाए. So look at it. Look at how opposition has behaved. They've only spread misinformation in the entire campaign. And this conspiracy theory is being put up by Mr. Abhishek here, by our fellow spokesperson, that Mr. Modi will have to lobby and this guy will live. And so that is within our party. He should not worry about it. What I'm amazed at is that these people are happy of, the people winning who have Vanshwad in their families, a Gandhi family ruling the entire country for over 5 decades, 6 decades now. So tell me one thing, when did it last happen that the incumbent government, the ruling government won for the 3rd time in India? This is only for the 2nd time this is happening, right? Shouldn't that be the reason to celebrate for BJP and NDA? Why should we even be disappointed?
Let me take that to Tavleen Singh. Tavleen, you identified two big losers in political losers today. You said one was Mr. Modi because it was a referendum on Mr. Modi. The other was Yogi Adityanath. Given what's happened in Uttar Pradesh, Ujjwal makes the point that the government is theirs, the Prime Minister is going to be Mr. Modi, and the entire opposition has one singular aim कि किसी तरह कोई और प्रधानमंत्री आए. How do you call this a defeat? It's, this is a third term election. How do you call this a defeat? Why do you call Modi the biggest loser today?
Because it was a plebiscite. It was a referendum on Modi. He said over and over again, just think of me when you're voting. It wasn't the candidate. It was all Mr. Modi. The whole election was about him. And so, he is the biggest loser. But I actually agree with, that there's going to be a churning within the BJP, and that there are plenty of people inside the BJP who would like to see another chief minister, another prime minister. And Modi himself, we don't know what he might be thinking. Because, he's kind of a proud man, and he might say, "Theek hai, kisi aur ko de do." So, I'm not at all sure how it's going to work. But I just want to make one more point, and then I have to leave Barkha.
Okay, Tavleen. Okay, go ahead.
The point, if there is a churning and introspection needed inside the BJP, there is as much needed inside the Congress party. The economics, as Sadanand pointed out, that Rahul Gandhi was propagating would take India, would make Venezuela on the Ganges, redistribution of wealth, all of that kind of thing. And, secondly, there are plenty of younger leaders in the Congress party who have been kept down. And then suddenly they surprise you by coming out of nowhere, like Revanta Reddy and, winning an election. I think that the Congress party needs to also wonder why, so little has changed, that the advisors of Rahul Gandhi have been the advisors of Rajiv Gandhi. So, there's a lot of churning needed in both political parties.
Okay, Tavleen, we got, but.
No, but I'm just saying that Mr. Modi himself might decide that
it's unusual for anyone to say no to power in any party. I've never seen it happening. Have you ever seen it happening?
Well, no. No, I haven't. Who expected this result? Did you? Did I? I mean, Yogendra Yadav expected it. I thought that the BJP would come down to.
I think most of us who traveled thought that the BJP would come down 20, 25 seats. Instead, the BJP has come down 60 plus seats. That's the difference. I think that is the difference.
So in politics, anything can happen. But as I said before, democracy has won, and we should all celebrate.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Bye, Tavleen. Bye, Tavleen. Thanks for your time. But let's take a cue from what she said. Where does this leave the Congress? I have a more fundamental question. What happens, Abhishek, I'll start with you. What happens to the India alliance? Let's assume for a moment, because we already have information that the Prime Minister has dialed Chandrababu Naidu. He's not wasting any time. I think that should answer Tavleen's question. Is he planning to... I don't know why there are fireworks going off behind me. My computer just acted up on its own. I didn't do that, I promise. Okay. My question is, the NDA forms the government. Mr. Modi, a weakened Mr. Modi, is the Prime Minister. This is the most likely scenario. We can theorize all we want, but this is the most likely scenario. What happens to the India alliance over the next 5 years, 2 years, 3 years? Does it remain as it is? What happens? Because right now it was existential. Everybody came together, buried their egos, probably too late. Questions will be asked if India alliance had started earlier. Maybe this result could have been different. But what happens now, Abhishek?
Barkha, I've always maintained one stand very clearly. India Alliance had about 26 partners. Bharatiya Janata Party is contesting with 43 parties altogether. No one spoke about them. Just because we are more transparent in nature, we discussed in public domain, we reached out to people, we took their opinion. And I'm telling you, that is the beauty about India Alliance.
Can I just say that the good news is that, and this has nothing to do with whether he's in which party he's in, Prajwal Revanna, rape accused, loses from JDS Hassan. I think we can all agree. We can all agree that, can we come out of this white, please? Can you please come out of this? I want to see my panelists. I think we can all agree that this is good
even BJP
news.
guys can clap on this.
Even Ujjwal Deepak will clap on this. Thank you. Go ahead, Abhishek. Yes.
You know about Prajwal Ravanna, what we felt bad is the own Bharatiya Janata Party senior leader wrote to the Bharatiya Janata Party saying, don't give this person a ticket. There are series of cases against him. There's series of so-called atrocities on women that he's done. But still Bharatiya Janata Party went ahead and gave him the ticket. What was the pressure on Bharatiya Janata Party to give someone like Prajwal Ravanna a ticket?
The BJP didn't give him a ticket.
One second.
The BJP didn't give him a ticket. Reliance partner gave him a ticket.
Well, same thing.
No, that's factually wrong. Factually wrong.
Then the Prime Minister.
No, the alliance partner decides. While I'm happy that he lost.
I will not speak in between. You can speak first, please. Please carry
on. No, but I can't entertain a factually wrong statement.
First, okay.
Okay.
While I'm happy that he lost.
Okay.
The BJP didn't give him a ticket.
Okay, guys. Guys, the election is over. The fact is, we can all agree. We're very happy that this horrible man has lost. Can you answer my question, please, Abhishek? Let's look ahead. The campaign is over. We've all asked the BJP why they didn't stop their alliance partner from giving him a ticket. He's lost. Someone earlier in the program was saying there is such a thing as karma. The Indian voter doesn't like a lot of things. The Indian voters' voices prevailed today. Now, I'm asking you, what happens to the India alliance? Please tell me that.
See, as far as I know, I feel even in the meeting that we had day before yesterday with all the alliance leaders in it, we were all very clear that whatever exit poll that people have been pressurized to say, to come and speak, I'm using the word pressurized, to create a perception that BJP is winning, was incorrect. People on ground knew the position of Bharatiya Janata Party. And I'm sure the way we all have done right now, yes, even though Bharatiya Janata Party is at the moment, they say they're forming the government. The big changes earlier, they used to say Modi is forming the government. Now Bharatiya Janata Party itself is using the word BJP. Narendra Modi ji never used the word BJP. He said Modi ki guarantee, which RSS was very upset with. He never said BJP ki guarantee. He doesn't believe in BJP himself. As a Prime Minister of Bharatiya Janata Party, you're naming yourself Modi ki guarantee. That means Modi is bigger than BJP. People don't like all these things. And I'm telling you, let the results come out. Bharatiya Janata Party might not, and I said this on a TV debate 3 months back, BJP will not cross 230. And I'm repeating this again today. Bharatiya Janata Party might not cross 230.
I'm actually interested to know what the latest individual leads are. If we can have that nationally, if I can have the national leads for the BJP and the Congress separately. In the meantime, the NDA is still below 300. Shruti, what are the questions that arise for both sides now? Let's look ahead. I think we agree that it's most likely going to be an NDA government. Most likely. I mean, I'm just saying most likely because anything can happen. But it looks like it's going to be an NDA government. I'd be very surprised if the Prime Minister did not seek a third term for himself.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a really interesting time for party politics in India. I think, I mean, my point was that if India doesn't want to go into a party state, it will have to go bipartisan. And I think in some ways, I'm not saying regional parties don't count. They, in fact, are the kingmakers. But what you are seeing is for the first time, two national parties with massive footprints. I mean, I think Congress crossing the 90+ mark is incredibly important for India's, as it were, bipartisanship. Because India is a federal structure, it will always have regional players, whether it's the TMC, whether it's Chandrababu Naidu. But you're now going to have two, as it were, opposite pivots, or two opposite kind of poles through which Indian politics is going to be conducted. I do think that the BJP and its affiliates will have to kind of renegotiate, as much as the BJP may have to, have conversations with, TDP and so on. I think the internal conversation now in the Sangh Parivar is the one to watch. both vis-a-vis the RSS, but also I think, I mean, speaking to people who were aspirants for the BJP as, leaders or running for parliament, I mean, there was a real despondency because what the BJP had done was actually, now to speak very analytically for a second, had actually denuded the power of representation, which is to say your local MP counted for very little. And that actually is a big problem. If you had centralized your political structure so much, it is a plebiscite on Modi. Whatever the BJP may say today, it is his loss. Because the entire party machinery, the entire campaign, in fact, the entire country has been led by one man and in his name. And I think it will be interesting to see now how that conversation goes, because there will be the need for dialogue, mediation, compromise. And can, as it were, such a centralizing authority do it? This is the difference between Indira Gandhi's 1975 moment or whatever in the 70s, when she had full spectrum control over the party, but she did not have rival affiliate bodies. And you do have rival affiliate bodies. You just think historically, when the first time the BJP came to power, the VHP was in a pole position. It was a very powerful money kind of backbone to the BJP. Today, it stands nowhere. The RSS, everyone is saying, has fought back a little bit. We don't know. We don't know what happens to strong leaders like Yogi Adityanath, who have a kind of sway in. And I think the opposite is the case, and I disagree with Tavleen Singh. The opposite is the case with the Congress. It really took the luxury of the lost to start reviving itself. And you have now a slew of leaders. It was always said that it was too controlled by.
Okay,
I'm
so sorry.
I mean, I think it's really important, whether it is Karnataka, whether it is Telangana, but also if you look at even from Delhi, even from the point of Delhi, there are a slew of leaders that are running the party. And it's a much more, I think, cohesive body than it was. It has never been so functional, at least in my lifetime.
Okay, I was just trying to draw your attention to the Uttar Pradesh party-wise leads that we now have. Yes, yes. So Samajwadi Party leading in 36 seats, the Congress in 8, and the BJP in 32. It's a very interesting sort of situation unfolding. These are Election Commission of India leads, which are a bit slower, but it's the only place where we could get that party-wise granularity. In the meantime, I have some other news from Kashmir. Omar Abdullah, it's another surprise defeat. He has lost his seat. He has lost his seat, and the third candidate, not Sajad Lone, Engineer Rashid, has won that election. I'll just take Omar Abdullah's quick responses, and then we'll come back for final comments from all of you. Take a look.
का फैसला किया मेरे लिए मुझे अगर आसान मुकाबला चाहिए होता तो मैं आंख बंद करके श्रीनगर की सीट पर लड़ लेता, लेकिन ये मतलब आप मान के चलिए कि अगर मैं बारामूला से नहीं लड़ता तो हम कहीं पे भी, हम मैदान में भी नहीं होते। आंख बंद करके हम वो सीट हार जाते। आज अगर हम फाइट में हैं और जीतने की अगर कोई गुंजाइश है, वो इसलिए है कि मैंने कोई मतलब हिचकिचाहट नहीं दी। तंजीम ने मुझे बारामूला से लड़ने का जो है हुक्म दिया और मैंने लड़ने का फैसला किया। मैं अभी भी मान के चल रहा हूँ कि उतार चढ़ाव के बाद जब आखिरी में नतीजे आ जाएंगे, वो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के हक में होंगे। फिलहाल जहाँ से वोट गिने जा रहे हैं, वहाँ से इंजीनियर रशीद को अच्छा खासा वोट मिला है।
Okay, so that's Omar Abdullah trailing. My voice is looping back to me. If somebody can turn off their mics at the end. Okay, let's take last comments for this segment. This election is going to take a little bit of time to close finally. This is probably going to carry on all day. We're here, but I don't think that all of you have all that time in the world to spend with me, much as you all love me. So let me take last comments. We have the granularity of the BJP and the Congress divide. The BJP is below 250. The BJP is below 250. The Congress is just below 100. So the Congress is at 95. The BJP is at 242. The others are at 206. 6. Rajasthan, a very interesting and important development there, with India Alliance coming in with 11 leads. It's on our screen if we can keep changing the states as we take final comments from our guests in this segment. Zainab, I'll start with you. What do you see happening in terms of the politics going forward? Let's say in this week, what do you think the BJP will be looking to do?
Like I said, the NDA will be coming to power again, and it will be just a time. The reason I made the comment that BJP has to introspect is because they would want to see how to form a very sort of stable government with all the stakeholders and allies being on the same page, which I think they will do successfully, as seen in the past. They have a track record of having their allies happy. And as for the India Alliance, as much as, I understand that, they're very happy with their numbers, I'm speaking from past. I'm not right now speaking from the current scenario. I'm speaking from the past scenarios that usually the allies in chahe wo Mahagathbandhan ho ya now it's the INDI Alliance, they usually tend to bicker a lot even after winning. If you see when they even had the assembly elections, in the past, they tend to bicker once, even after winning together, they tend to bicker and, have, a lot of ego and power tussles amongst themselves, which I think is the chink in their armor, which is basically the one thing that they lack, which is that's sort of, what do you call it? The unity, which I feel NDA has. So I see a very comfortable formation of government in NDA, and
but do you believe that it will be a different government from the one we've seen before? That certain sort of contentious decisions, Uniform Civil Code, NRC, these are not things that there can be no unilateralism in policy making, and the opposition will say that is victory enough for now.
Perhaps it depends, but I do feel that this government has always sort of prided, the NDA government has had a lot of pride in the fact that it's taken big decisions, and some of their core voters vote them for these kind of huge, phenomenal decisions that they take, be it application of Article 370, or even things like bringing in the GST, even with all that clamor that the opposition had, but doing it successfully, rolling it out, and trying to make it better, then repealing of the farm laws. So I think the NDA government does feel that we take big decisions, and our core voters love the fact that we take big decisions. So I don't think they're going to shy away. Maybe they will not.
But they need the numbers, right? They need numbers to take those decisions.
Yeah, but the numbers are there. Where I don't understand what is lacking in the numbers. I don't see.
I'm saying I'm only asking what you can do with 200 and let's say 50 seats.
Yes.
You can't do with 303 seats, because at 250 seats, at 250 seats, you need your allies to agree. At 250 seats, you need your allies to agree with your choices.
Which is why
at 303, you don't need your allies to agree. You can tell the allies, this is what we want, do it. That's the difference.
This is why I'm again and again, but the point I'm making is NDA is forming government. Initially when we used to talk, we used to say BJP is, forming government, but now we're saying NDA is forming government. So alliance partners are very key in this. And also the fact that our democracy is thriving, which a lot of people had said it's not. I believe, and I have always believed, that Indian democracy is thriving. And this election is proof of the fact that, our democracy is doing very well. And it's been a glorious election, even for NDA's win. I think it's perfect because it has sort of disproved all this, this all dark.
Basically, all assumptions by everybody have been challenged by the vote.
Those dark negative assumptions of, democracy is not doing well, EVMs are rigged, all that has been done away with. So I'm happy that NDA is coming to power after removing all these assumptions about, democracy.
Okay. Abhishek, last comments?
Modi is not coming into power, BJP is not coming into power, NDA is
Why do you say that?
NDA is coming into power. I'm not saying that. It's the alliances of Bharatiya Janata Party saying it. Till yesterday, it was all about Modi.
Yeah.
Today, it's all about democracy. And I'm telling you, looking at the past, performance of Mr. Modi with his alliances, whether it is Shiv Sena, whether it was PTP, whether it is Ayaram, Gaya Ram Singh, all the alliances that Modi has worked with has left Modi ji because of his aggressive way of dealing with public. I can tell you today, the moment you will ask Mr. Jain Chaudhary about the farmers' law, and the day he speak with Mr. Modi regarding them, if he's in agreement with them, he must make a statement. If he's not in agreement with them, he must come forward and speak. This is the victory of democracy. Yes, NDA at the moment has an upper edge, but the way they were projecting themselves everywhere, bulldozing every agency, every politician, every corporate, everyone who raised his voice, whether it was a journalist, whether it was a YouTuber, all that needs to stop in our country. Our country has to accept that we need to agree to disagree on things, but then we need to enjoy the democracy of our country. The way they have bulldozed their decision onto people, this election result is a reflection on the way they've bulldozed their decisions. And today, whatever Bharatiya Janata Party has claimed in the manifesto, I'm telling you, they cannot achieve anything, because if they form the government, is the NDA that will form the government, not Bharatiya Janata Party.
Ujjwal, I want you to respond to everything you've heard so far. You know, when we were traveling, log kehte the, हाँ आक्रोश नहीं है, अंकुश है. Means there's no rage, but there's a need to restrain. Would you concede that that's what's happened here?
Barkha, first of all, let me congratulate you and the entire media fraternity. The BJP has always been, providing that masala to the media, and today is the day. So look at it. If it was a landslide victory for the BJP, we would not be having this debate at 2 p.m. Right? Everything was done and dusted quite well.
I know.
Right?
I thought 12 baje khatam ho jayega kahani, hai na?
So it is a great day for the media fraternity and for all the political Chanakya. So including all the spokespersons. So we have a job to, adhere to for the next 15 days. So what's going to happen? Who's going to become the minister? What is happening to the right parties? But having said that, democracy is definitely won. So the kind of misinformation which the opposition and the entire India Alliance was making, that was not true. We have to respect the election commission. We have to respect the EVM. We have to respect the transparency in which BJP fought the election. And we were defending Election Commission of India as a party. And why so? And we were making fun of the world's biggest event where 64 crore people voted. We were making fun of ourselves in the entire world. The New York Times and the Washington Post. Think of it, what were they writing for us? That the EVMs are rigged? Do we win elections like this? So this is a tight slap on the faces of the entire opposition. That there was nothing which existed like this. Having said that, NDA has won. Mr. Modi is going to become the Prime Minister. And I say again, NDA has won. We've always said NDA. We're fighting as one combined group, which is NDA, with its leader as Mr. Modi. And yes, Modi ki guarantee, because people trust in him, because he delivers. And having said that again, we wouldn't compromise on the core principles of our party. We have never done that. May it be 370, may it be Ram Mandir.
No, but you also took in 100 imports from other parties that didn't actually please your core workers. So anyway, iska postmortem chalta rahega, kya hua, kyun hua. Very quickly, Shruti, there is some merit in the BJP saying today that all of that paranoia around the electoral process was entirely misplaced from the quarters that it did come from. So I just want to ask you about that. But also what you see is this, what kind of government, what kind of politics, which is the more important question, do you see in the next couple of years unfolding?
More contested, more competitive, and therefore more just and more equal politics. That's number one. Number two, you cannot deny, I'm not talking about EVMs, but the question of credibility on the process was justifiably there because of what happened in Surat, what happened in Indore, and indeed what happened in Chandigarh local elections. So I don't think it just came from paranoia. There was real evidence, and therefore full power to the opposition and its legal teams for putting on the pressure, not just to having a kind of counter narrative, but to holding what has been a fairly authoritative government to account. So yes, democracy has won, as spoken, but it has taken a massive fight back at the level of actually narrative, at the level of, as it were, joining up. Because as you know, I mean, the BJP's official numbers in terms of its coffers are $6 billion. I mean, you're also, we have not talked about campaign finance. We have not talked about things like the electoral bond scheme, which changed the story. So I don't think it's as simple as paranoia. I never doubted the EVMs. I never thought about it. But yes, there were credibility issues with the way the Election Commission had conducted itself. So yeah,
okay,
exactly. Exciting times, more interesting times. We are likely to have more political debate than meeting silence and having to read people's silence. So yes, very good times.
Okay, Dr. Shruti Kapila, Abhishek Dutt, Ujjwal Nikam, and Zainab Sikandar, thank you. This isn't over yet. Guess what, guys? We had hoped that we could be able to take a Ujjwal Deepak, sorry, did I call you Ujjwal Nikam by mistake? I'm so sorry. Freudian slip. Ujjwal Nikam ka seat ke bare, Ujjwal Deepak, sorry. Ujjwal Nikam ke bare mein soch rahi thi Maharashtra ki wajah se. Thank you, Ujjwal. Take care, and we'll see you again very soon. Now, this is the final leads position at this hour at about 2 p.m. The BJP is ahead in 239 seats. That is a drop of 64 seats. The Congress is gaining about 47 seats at 95, and the others are at 205 seats. The alliances have about a 70-seat, roughly, difference between them, but the NDA has slipped below 300. The BJP has significantly fallen below the majority mark. There's a lot more coming ahead. We're hoping to have Yashwant Deshmukh and Yogendra Yadav with their takes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.